Hello, everybody. I am just making sure that I have got the screen set up for the VOD review. Because I realized I didn't do that yet. Ooh, it's so spooky and black. There's nothing here. Panic, panic. Ah! Oh, no-y. Oh, there it is. Oh, oh, oh. That's not where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be here. There. You know, wouldn't it have been smart to set this up before the stream started? Yeah, you know, Jem, you've got a point there. That might have been a thing that you should have done. Yeah. I have nothing more to say about that. There's the chat, and do I have these? Yes, I do have these. Let's put that there. There's that. Let's go in here, do this, so that I can actually hear when stuff happens. Okay. Now, we're all set there. And now Kitty's here. Okay. Sorry that took so long. Hello, Smidge and JJ Creeper and Little Pastel and Red Dragon 11 and Desmond and Philip and Murder of Crows and Roomba. Rip replay codes for the unstreamed matches. Yeah. It's okay. I'm happy to just play it off the official stream here because there's still plenty to talk about and it goes through all of like top 8. Honestly, it's probably easier this way because then I can just like click to later in the tournament instead of having to like get a replay code, put it in game, and then, you know, get all of that going. So, I don't know. I think this will be faster. But hello, Devin O'Neill? I think it's O'Neill. The I's and the L's really blend together in the font that I've got. And Lord Cheesepuff, and Scary Fingers, and Kerbo, and Benigma, I think, yes, and Lampoon, and Neptune, and Noodle, and Doge with WoW, and Dragon Lord 13, and Fevev, and Half Elf, and Phil Arts, I'm bad at saying words, and AC, and Galato. I want to say your videos really help me understand what's up. Thank you. I appreciate you coming here to say that. Coziest Splatoon channel. Daw. At that makes me happy. And Leggery. The cat almost knocked over my controller. Just got finished with the 10-hour stream and now the review. Perfect. Welcome. Hi, Nico. And Pancake Power. And Blue Frog. And Stormy Sky. And Slashy. What does the Sploosh-o-matic most exemplify? It's very aggressive in the way that it flanks, but in doing so, it doesn't always engage. So I almost feel like kind of skirmisher, because it's not like you're doing as much to follow up with your team as you are setting your team up by being a threat someplace else. FLC classifies it as defensive utility, if you want to go and look up what that is in the fluid roles and priorities section. It's a very niche kind of role. Instructions unclear. I started picnicking. Oh my goodness. I am not even anywhere close to the bottom of the greetings here. Welcome, everybody. Yeah, and Kitty is good. Kitty is good. How do people get into tournaments like that? So this tournament, the Big House, was an in-person LAN major. So this was taking place like on the location. Oh, thank you so much for the re-membership. It doesn't have quite the same ring as resub has on Twitch. The remember? Is that what we're gonna go with? I don't know, but thank you, Ram. Really appreciate that. Anyway, so tournaments like this are open to anyone to enter. The challenge is that it's in Detroit. This one in particular. So you needed to find your way to Detroit. And the reason I didn't go was that I don't have a ton of money right this second. and making it to Detroit is not the easiest thing for me. But for a lot of people, it's definitely worth it to just travel for that exact reason. I went to Low Tide City earlier this year and got to meet my competitive team at the time in person, and it was sick. That's always really, really nice. So it's definitely worth it once you're, in the competitive community on a team. You've got people who know you, that sort of thing. That's always wonderful. Oh no, not Detroit. Okay, fine. Will you review that quad NZAT game? Was that on stream? Did they do that on stream? I thought I was watching the entire time. I didn't see anything. But that's interesting. Goal Splatoon 3 tournament obstacle Detroit. Oh my god, the promised land. Anyway, and yes, thank you, Prismo. This is, so remember that whole thing from my preview of the Big House about how Nintendo tried to shut the Big House down in 2020 and had a bunch of protest team names in the Splatoon tournament that came after that? That's what this came from. We love and support Juggle Guy and his efforts to free Melee. Okay, so I thought a really good place to start would be with some people who you probably recognize. This is a match between a team called Scam, which is called Scam because it's the first letters of each of their names: Shadowind, Chara, Arashi, Max, SCAM, Scam. And then they're playing against Dude from Yamum. British is the best that I can come up with for that one. How am I doing? I'm doing great, Dreamy Sparks. Thanks for asking. I don't know who that is. Yeah, right. Okay, so I've learned a little bit more about these players as time has gone on. Shadowind is from a team called Good Morning, which I am familiar with. They were, I believe, DivX. So very, very solid player, of course. I believe they played Tent on that team, and so they're not playing Tent here now, which might nerf them a little bit, but they're still, a top-level player for sure. And then Power, it didn't click with me at first that Power is the Charger player, but this guy's absolutely nuts. So any of you Charger mains out there, the names that you know are like, so Ice, like Brian.Q, and you probably know Power. And I'm trying to think if there's anybody else who is like at that top level like those players are. So definitely a good person to watch for any Charger fans. Storm is a top level frontline player. And Hope, I keep meaning to look up Hope because I know I've seen them on Twitter and they're on the tip of my tongue, and I'm like, as soon as I see who this person is, what team they're on, I'm going to remember it, but I just haven't interacted with them before, and so it's throwing me a little bit. But who is this gem person? Yeah, I know, right? So Cyborus, Barry is absolutely someone who's great at the game and that you can learn a ton of stuff about Charger from. Barry is not at the level of these guys. These guys are like DivX can compete with like anyone in North America sort of level. Barry, I believe, was somewhere around like Div 2 or something at his peak, Div 2, Div 3. So still a veteran, experienced, competitive player. Vast majority of people can learn a ton from Barry. But this is a level that is just mechanically and strategically faster and stronger than a team like Element R. Like, I have been on teams that have taken games off of Element R. I have never been on a team that could come anywhere near taking a game off these guys. So, and that is not... I hope that doesn't come across as me bad-mouthing Barry, because Barry is better at the game than I am. It's just these guys are in a league of their own. My favorite line from Big House was, now what's interesting about your mum is, yeah, there were so many hilarious moments on commentary, because on commentary, you have to read the team name when you're referring to what the team is doing. And the team name is your mum. There were some American people who started translating it into your mom, or your mom, which was really a fascinating study in linguistics. So, where to find competitive online tournaments? So there is a Discord server called Splat Lands, which I believe you can find in Inkopolis Crosswalk. You can also just find announcements about it on the Splatoon competitive feed, which is another Discord server that you can also find, I believe, via Inkopolis Crosswalk. So those are some things that you can do there. Yeah, like, when I say that these players are better than Barry, that should not be taken as an insult to Barry at all, because these guys are the best, like, superlative. We get to see Chara's face. You get to see most of Chara's face. Like, you get to see, like, from the middle of the nose up, right? Half of it. So, okay. Your mom is actually... No, yeah, I was not making that up. That is their in-game name that they chose to go with. Okay. So, we're VOD reviewing. We're watching what these players are doing. So right now, they're getting set up in the lobby, and it looks like Power is talking to the others about game plan on the right-hand side. No, we're not gonna... We're gonna skip into the actual game here. Okay. Look at Chara's outfit. I know it is hard to farm gear and stuff, and like I would definitely wear something ridiculous, but just there's something about the basketball shoes combined with the samurai armor and the Naruto headband that is sending me. Also, the dead serious expression on his face sells it so hard. Oh my god, I love that. Okay, anyway. Hi, Nug. Okay, whew. So yes. They're probably wearing something that is optimal, just... I was not ready for that. So I'll wait until we get the opening shot to go over comps a little bit here, because I think they're going to show their gear as well at the beginning. Okay, good. So, we're going to be seeing a lot of the same stuff here, okay? We're going to be seeing a lot of LDE. We're going to be seeing a lot of Ninja Squid. We're going to be seeing a lot of Stealth Jump. And then, if we're not seeing those things, it's probably for one of a couple of things. One of those things is going to be swim speed. One of those things is going to be special charge. I don't think that's going to be especially different for most of the weapons in the game right now. So let's talk briefly about that, because while, again, I don't want to get people getting too hung up on gear, because I think gear is one of the least important aspects of the game that you make real decisions about. It's kind of a good catch-all moment to discuss why people are running the things that they're running right now. So first of all, LDE is, as far as I know, completely unchanged from Splatoon 2, which means it's insane. Which means everybody has to at least consider it. Because what LDE does, last-ditch effort is what that stands for those who don't know. What LDE does is, as the opponent's score remaining ticks down, once you hit 50 remaining and start going below that, you get scaling ink efficiency. So, ink recovery up, ink saver sub, so this gear perk right here that Hope is running for the junior, and ink saver main, you get more and more and more of that as time goes on. By the time they're down to 30 remaining, which is where it maxes out, you now have 24 AP of each of those three things just from your one main. So, for those who don't know how the AP system works, a main is worth 10 AP, and a sub is worth 3. So 24 is worth more than any one piece of gear can actually give you, it's 2 mains plus a sub plus a little more. And you get one of those for each of those 3 types of ink efficiency, all for the cost of 1 main on your gear. So yeah, you don't have it the entire match, and that you know, is a weakness of it. But if you're going to hold your opponent below 50 on most of the map modes in the game, that means that you're going to win the game anyway, probably, because it's not really that close. And as soon as the points and stuff do start mattering, that's when you get this absolutely obscene buff. Because the end of the game is the moment where you're most likely to want to just be sitting back and throwing bombs and staying safe. And this lets you spam those bombs like there's no tomorrow. It's just really, really obnoxious. So, like I said, every weapon in the game wants to at least consider that, because it's just so much gear for so little of an investment. So, that's why everyone's running LDE. You default to LDE. If there's not something in particular that you need more than you need LDE, you just run LDE. Then there's also going to be a lot of Ninja Squid. Ninja Squid is really important, specifically in Splatoon 3, for a couple of reasons. Number one, in Splatoon 2, the way that it worked was that it took away 20% of your swim speed. It made you move at 80% of the speed you normally would. In Splatoon 3, they've buffed it to 90%, so it's not as big of a deal as it used to be. Number two, my cat is attacking a plastic bag, so apologies if there are rustling noises. In Splatoon 3, it only goes to 90%, so that helps it a lot in its viability. And number two, it also... This is just a game where there's a lot more open space without cover that you have to push through. There are a lot of really obvious choke points. There aren't as many unclear flank routes. There's no map in Splatoon 3 right now that is like the Reef from Splatoon 2, where you can completely circumvent mid and not be in a really obvious or like dangerous position. So a lot of the time, if you're not trying to get sniped by an E-leader, you just kind of want to be running Ninja Squid so that people don't spot you coming through and you have a better chance of going undetected, just so that you can safely swim between 2 pieces of cover. So that's one of the big reasons that people are running that right now. Then Stealth Jump is always a good choice for any weapon that's going to be jumping in, you know, a reasonable amount. You may not need it on an E-leader, but for just about anything else that's going to want to super jump back into play instead of just like swimming back in, Stealth Jump is always the best way to keep yourself safe. The problem with Drop Roller is that what's going to happen at top level is someone just throws a bomb on your jump, and it doesn't matter that you have Drop Roller because you land and explode on the explosion happens while you're still in midair and before you start even rolling. So Stealth Jump is the safer way to go about it because they can't throw a bomb on something they can't see. So that's why those are the most common things. For special spam weapons, you don't necessarily need the Stealth Jump as much because you're not going to be dying as much. You're going to run LDE, of course, but then everything else, you know, the Ninja Squid, the Stealth Jump, if you're not going to be in combat as much, if you're not going to be trying to push forward as much, then you can kind of just get away with running something like what Chara is running there. And then Dude, we'll see that Dude in these matches is playing very, very aggressive, flanking constantly. And the mobility is there to help him in those fights. So this is Dude going really, really, really aggro with his build. He doesn't even care that you see him. He's just going to get there so fast that it's hard to deal with him. That's kind of his game plan there. So, and then comps. So there's not really anything here that surprises me too much except for this. And I guess kind of the fact that they're running anchorless, but that's sort of more a factor of the players that they have. I just don't think they have someone on their team who plays an anchor weapon. Because right now, anchor weapons are really, really strong. We are seeing a lot of the top Charger players just absolutely popping off on the Charger specifically. So that makes it a little weird to me that Power opts for specifically the GooTuber, but I guess they wanted to put Power on a weapon that he can use, but also have missiles on the comp somehow. And that's my best guess about why they picked it there. I did, a video on Chara's use of the GooTuber specifically, and someone did point out, which I think is accurate, that Power is using it a lot more like a traditional charger than Chara is. But we'll see to what effect that is. I'm very curious, actually, to watch how Power performs on it now that I'm able to slow it down and see everything that's happening slowly. So, here we go. So they roll out, and hey, look, we've got a... this is probably Chara, I would think. No, that's a shooter. This has got to be Shadow, I would think. Farming for crab, I guess. I was expecting that Chara would be the one farming for special early on. Okay, this is Chara right here. So Chara is farming for special. They're just farming on two different sides. And then the other two are going in for tower. So this is one of the modes, tower, where it's not as bad of an idea to like get to mid a little bit slower, because the tower moves really slowly. And you're not going to make any meaningful progress if you get to it first. With Rainmaker, you want to pop the shield, and so everyone wants to run straight to mid. With zones, if you get the first cap, you now have a whole bunch of paint to work with in mid, and, you're scoring right away. So there are advantages in those modes to actually getting to mid more quickly. But in tower, yeah, you need to get someone to mid to make sure that they don't just, push and get control of mid before you can. But the tower is going to move pretty slowly, and the first major point that you have to defend at is first checkpoint, which is way over here. So you're going to have plenty of time to get out to mid, and it's not the worst thing to get some paint for specials so that you can win this fight over the tower before that all has to happen. So, Yamum here, I'm going to be doing the same thing as the commentators did. Yamum here, moving to mid pretty quickly, and they've got dudes set up on the left-hand side, pushing this area right here. To back up just a little bit, so dude is right here right now. This map is... It's a really big funnel, because there's, almost no cover in any of these lanes, but there are 3 lanes. So you have this way that you can go, you have this way you can go, and you have this way that you can go to get to the other side. But none of them give you very much cover at all. Once you're past these columns right here, you just don't have, anything to work with, and it's going to be a scrappy fight. The frontliners are going to need to push up against these walls here to stay safe from someone who's up here. And it's kind of tough. So one of the nice things about the comp that Yamum has is that they have a splash wall they can put up so that dude can create cover for himself wherever he goes. And everyone else is going to be playing a little bit safer. We've got a junior that's clearly going to be bomb spamming, and that they've got a main of Inksaver sub plus LDE. That gives you a lot of... that gives you potential to get double bomb once you get the LDE activated. And then Goo is a mid-range weapon that played by a typical anchor, and Storm is on the machine, which is more for stalling choke points. So dude is by far the most aggressive weapon here, and that is the weapon that is going to have some cover so that he's going to be able to push in and maybe, follow up on what Storm is doing or set power up for some picks or something. There's a little bit more danger, I think, here for Arashi and Shadow, in that they're going to need to be really, really careful about how they take engagements so that they can be safe in the sight line of the GooTuber, be safe from getting comboed with fizzies or caught out by a dude who has a splash wall already. So my guess is that these players are going to play a little bit more around specials, in that they're going to wait for Chara to get missiles, and then they're going to go and run in and follow up on the missiles. That's how I feel like this is going to play, but we'll see how that pans out. Okay. So we've got Dude and Power paired up on the left, and Power's trying to throw a torpedo that Dude can follow up on. But that all gets interrupted by Chara firing his missiles, and so they have to just back all the way up. One thing that's really smart, though, about the way that Dude pushed is that Dude went so far forward so fast that when he did get pushed back, he had room to back up instead of getting backed up into his, like, own spawn or something. So now Power is getting control of his back. Chara sees this paint going down. And this is the thing that I don't like about Hagglefish so much. It's that, how do you get through mid? It's such a hard thing to do. If you try to go through mid, you have no cover. If you try to go through the flanks, yes, they can't necessarily see you from mid, but all you have to do is, like, check the map, and as soon as you see any paint in this corridor, you know, oh, well, someone's trying to come through. And so you just send someone over there to block it off. And you usually do have someone hovering around this side anyway, because this is the primary source of cover. Like, it takes so much to, like, bombard someone out of that position. So, okay. Backing up for just a second, it looks like Hope, I think the junior player here, goes down. They pop a bubbler right there, and then something picks them off screen. We can't really see what it was. But now Yamum is at advantage. And Storm goes down as well. Okay, it looks like there was a fight on the right-hand side. And Max and Arashi there were able to just win that 2v2, basically. So teams seem to be partnering up, going 2 and 2. 2 right side, 2 left side, around the 2 biggest pieces of cover. And between them, you know, if too many players are on the left side, they'll shift one over to the left to equalize the numbers advantage. Too many on the right side, you know, they'll shift over. But for the most part, they're covering all of the alleyways into mid that way, and just keeping it all locked down until something breaks. And what broke here was the right-hand side, was this side of the map, because it's left for Scam, right for Yamum. And so now Scam is able to start getting on tower. Some missiles just randomly catch Dude out. I think there was probably some pressure from Arashi on the right side that forced Dude into the missiles. And so, okay, we're starting a push. Notice, you know, for those who might be new to competitive play, that nobody tried to make a play on the tower until players were down. Because as soon as you get on the tower, you're at a disadvantage. Everyone knows where you are. And you don't have that much room to hide. And if you want to get off the tower, you have to fall down to your own color ink before you can move as fast again. Like, being in the air is a really big disadvantage. So being up there is generally just never safe. And what you want to happen is have a perimeter set around the tower before you push up like that. Well, in order to have that perimeter be safe, in order to have that perimeter not get overwhelmed, you need an advantage before you start pushing the tower. And that's what Scam has won themselves with that fight win. And so now they're pushing up here and trying to get control of the ways in. So now they're trying to make it not so that, like, they stay on the tower, but so that Yamum can't even get anywhere close to the tower. That's really their goal here. And the sloshing machine is taking a position underneath the ledge because the sloshing machine can hit up over the top of that ledge, which is going to allow them to pressure players that can't hit them back. We're crossing the streams. Seeing YouTube chat and Twitch chat merged into one is cursed. Oh no. This is... Okay, I guess they can actually hit the tower from here. I was a little worried that popping Booyah right here wouldn't actually let you hit it underneath, because, like, you'd either hit the floor here or you'd hit the canopy here. But I think they can actually land it on the tower pole. But, so Booyah Bomb is most powerful in tower control, more than in any other mode, I would say. Because it's just impossible to stay on the tower. There's really no counterplay to it for at least a short while there. You're going to have to get off. Or you're going to die. So this can cause a very abrupt end to a push. And they're using that as it starts to approach the checkpoint there so that they're forced away from it. And now the defending team can start moving in. So that's a special used. What more can we do with that? We also pop the killer whale here, Dude's killer whale, to try and maybe... One thing that I feel like they might be doing with the whale is trying to scout where players are, because as soon as they pop it, they get kind of vision. They can see, okay, this is a player I can target, this is a player I can target, this is a player I can target. And so you can kind of use it a little bit like you would use Tentamissiles to get information. But it's also a faster paced special. You kind of need to go in with it as it's aiming. And so it's a little bit easier to surprise someone who's using a killer whale than it is to surprise someone who uses Tentamissiles, because they're going to be a little bit further back. And it does look like someone was sharking Dude there, or maybe Dude popped it because Dude was getting into trouble. So now they're getting forced back. The two specials that they had were not the same as the, like, 4 specials that got launched back at them the other way. Because, like, look at the state of the specials right now. Actually, no, they didn't have quite as many as I thought they did. So there's a crab, there's a Zuka. So it's 2 specials get used. Now, okay, yeah, now there are 3 specials. So the crab tank gets used there, and so that will force Storm back. And then the Zuka gets used where they get forced to, and almost takes them out. I was amazed at the time that Storm got away from that situation. That seemed like a situation where they were just straight up down. It's like they're getting the crab tank explo shots flung at them. They're getting Zuka'd. There can't have been that much paint at their feet, but they found the one route that they could possibly take that got them out of there. So, well played by Storm. So keeping themselves alive is actually a big deal there. They only really lost Dude, and so they're probably going to have some special charge ready to go. And they've actually already popped a big bubbler right here at this important point. This is one of the easiest places to aggress the tower from, and putting up a bubbler there is going to give them some ways to fire shots on it. And so you can see one player there was able to make 3 players that were on the tower kind of scatter around. Now, Shadow gets a great pick here on Storm as Storm tries to come back in and help with Hope's fight here. Power gets picked out. They get their feet painted. It's a great play by Shadow there. That's really keeping them in this. Shadowind. And Max gets another pick on Dude here. So they're doing a really good job of keeping Yamum scattered here. Of keeping them from being able to bring their entire force to bear on the tower. And they're doing that by threatening being able to get to this checkpoint. Once they get to this checkpoint, they're baiting out aggression from Yamum, and then they're very quickly backing off the tower. They're not trying to overcommit to pushing the tower. As soon as there's a contest, they're like, wait, back up, let them blow their specials and then go back in. And that's how they're able to kind of stay in here, keep so much of the enemy side of the map painted, and continue keeping this pressure up and getting picks. There's another crab tank. That happened fast after the last one. It's like, where does Power stand? On an E-Leader, he could stand a lot further back than he's standing right here, but I have the breaking teacher mode every time. All right, look. All I can read is what's right in front of me. So the GooTuber doesn't really have the range to find a good angle on the tower from here, especially against a crab tank. Crab tank outranges it. So where does Power stand? Power really needs to just kind of play off of the torpedoes and the missiles here, I think, because every time he shows himself on a sight line where he wants to try and snipe somebody, there's this crab tank that's ready to go, or like there's a sloshing machine attacking him, or a fizzy bomb or something painting his feet and making it difficult for him to move around, or a Trizuka. I think you if you're going to try and play hard anchor, you probably really want the E-Leader so that those things cannot threaten you in the way that they're threatening here. So it's really interesting now that I'm watching it. It feels like the crab is getting used as sort of a pseudo anchor to make up for the fact that they don't have like an E-Leader. It's like, hey, we need long-range pressure from this particular position. Convert yourself into a backliner for the next little bit, and then do your best. And it's kind of like a mix of a Hydra that never loses charge and an Explo all in one. that you just get to use from wherever, you know, whatever backline position you want to put the splash into. So this is a really interesting decision that they make here on riding the tower. So power is going down, but then Arashi goes down, and that leaves Max here alone on the tower with paint behind him. So he can't drop off to the left and drop into this ink, because then these players are going to catch up to him before he can get his feet painted and get behind cover. And there's a player in front over here and a player over here. So he can't go this way, can't go this way, can't go this way. He's like, well, I see my color ink over here, and I can make this jump, and this player is engaged fighting my teammate behind me, and so my teammate will be there to back me up, and so he just goes over this way and forces the booyah out, because this player needs to pop booyah at this point, otherwise they're going to go down. Now, unfortunately, the machine, I'm trying to remember who the machine was. So, it was Max, Arashi, Shadowind? Or do I have it backwards between Max and Shadowind? I might, but... sorry, Max and Shadowind. But, they force the booyah out. Booyah gets used on tower. Great kiting here by Storm. And Yamum is able to come out on top of that. But I really like that decision in that moment to try and scramble out of that situation. Okay. So the whole team just comes out into mid because they're trying to make it so that they can't just get locked into their spawn again. The tower is going to take its sweet time getting back into mid, but they don't have to. They're making it so that the enemy team meets resistance as far forward as they possibly can. And not just resistance they can bowl through. It's not like dude is going to just sprint into the enemy spawn right now without painting anything. Like, they're going to give themselves as far forward a position as they can put paint down to support. They're going to make sure they have escape routes. They're going to make sure that they can hide. They're going to make sure that they have movement options. But they're going to also make sure that that's as far forward as they have time to get it. So they move up into mid, and now they're going to start setting up and trying to scout out enemy positions. It looks like the whale goes out, and it's targeting players in the top right. So now that player in the top right is called out. But that also probably means that Chara here and maybe others are going to be rotating and looking to this side because they know that that side's been targeted. Oh, no, that's Arashi. What am I saying? Looked like there was a... Oh, no. Chara's there, too. And the Arashi's with him. Zuka comes out, so that's going to be scary. Zuka targeting this player, and good dodge on their part. This is really difficult to hit as a Zuka. I think it is still theoretically possible, but it would be very difficult. So nobody's gone down. We've gotten a couple of specials out. I think there's a... Was there a booyah in the air? No. Crab tank gets popped there. I think this is because they can see a whole bunch of players in a line here, and so they're going to be like, okay, if I were an E-leader right now, I could get a collat, so let's try and become that backliner and see if we can take these players out. So that's backing these players up, and they're trying to maybe like threaten a sneak checkpoint on the left-hand side, but with the missiles coming out and the booyah... or whatever explosions. Oh, no, that was a crab tank explosion. Never mind. Now there's the booyah. They're going to try and suppress this. But it looks like Max and Arashi rushed into this a little bit hastily. Well, I don't know. Arashi trades here, but now Max is in a 1v2 because the Flingza is just going to be painting, and the crab tank is way back here. So it's not the easiest thing for Max to deal with Hope and Dude by themselves. They pop the booyah to hopefully live, but I think they get shredded here, yes. And they get the booyah out. Everyone is able to dodge it, so that's definitely worth for Yamum. They're going to be able to keep this push going. And they should get this checkpoint. They've also got a big bubbler on tower, which helps a lot. This particular stretch right here from about this checkpoint all the way to the end is just really, really, really strong for big bubbler. It is very difficult for the enemy team to approach the tower when there's a big bubbler on it, because there are only so many angles they can do it from, and shooting at the big bubbler from those angles exposes them. So, This spot is a really good spot to use that. They use it to get through the checkpoint, but Scam does a really good job of shredding through that as fast as they possibly can and denying them that opportunity. Okay. I'm just double checking to see if there were recent questions. Are the players in chat? As far as I know, no. But maybe they're being sneaky and listening in. Okay. Okay, those missiles are really obnoxious there. So Power and Dude are working on getting control of mid. And they've noticed Power painting an escape route there. Really smart. And then missiles land on them because they're all clustered in mid here. And this is just going to force them to run straight backwards. There's no place else they can go. So this gives a lot of space for Scam to move in. Ooh, Chara going down to, I think, the killer whale there. Yeah, the whale gets him. And then, yeah, the whale followed by the missiles made it so difficult for Dude to get out, or not Dude. The Dude is the one who fired the whale. What are we watching here? 1 second. This is so bad. I'm forgetting the names of the players, and we definitely like looked at them earlier. It's either Max or Shadowind. Okay, Shadow is on the splash. Shadow, splash, SS. Okay, so that was Max that we were watching. Gets stuck, unfortunately, with the missiles there. Notice the attempt to squid roll, though, earlier, to try and armor through some damage so that they can maybe survive another hit. So this squid roll right there, to squid roll through the lasers so that they didn't get chipped out. But running directly into Dude after that, it wasn't even Dude that got him, it was Storm. So, yeah, not a great look there on that fight. So good use of specials. They're able to take 2 down with that. Did Storm body block that on purpose? I don't know. I don't feel like you do that on Booyah Bomb, because with Booyah Bomb, you actually get shredded really quickly by Trizuka. If you've taken a significant amount of damage and then you Booyah Bomb, the Trizuka can not just shred your armor, but straight up splat you in 1 hit. So I feel like that was just kind of a coincidence, but it's kind of funny that it ended up like actually blocking the tower. Like, get down, Mr. President. So they Booyah the right-hand side to make sure that there's nobody there and that they can fobus entirely on the left. It's always better to have your opponents all directly in front of you. No flanks, nobody pinching in from different angles. You're not fighting a 2-front war. And so they're denying Scam the ability to fight in that way here. And that should get them through the checkpoint. The crab is definitely going to splat the Tower Riders here, but they kind of got where they came here for. They're not concerned about lead yet. They have another chance to push. But getting through that checkpoint was really important, because now you can see, like, the push to 20 doesn't get you even all the way to the checkpoint. So there is no checkpoint at all. They don't have to sit at a checkpoint at all to get from where they are to the lead. And they still have 1 minute and 15 seconds to set themselves up. So that's honestly mission accomplished, despite the fact that they went 3 down and didn't get the lead there. But they do have to maintain control. And so power with a snipe, that's huge. That shifts the numbers advantage into Yamum's favor for the next engagement, as long as they don't get rushed down right this second. Arashi tries to shark there. Doesn't get anything. That pick definitely would have turned things around. And it wasn't seen, but Arashi missed too many shots, and so that's just going to get punished. So now 2 down on scan. This is actually really scary for them. Oh, this should be lead for sure. They've already got the tower. Notice how slowly the tower went back. Like, how far did the tower actually return before it got turned over to pink team? Like, in all of that time, it got to there. It never got back to mid. It only got less than a third of the way back. And now it got turned around in the other direction. Tower control is really high inertia. Like, it takes a lot to be able to gain momentum. So as soon as Arashi and I think somebody else overextends there, they're able to pick right back up where the push left off. And with missiles on all 4 and all 4 grouped in that spot, there is no way they get themselves into a position where they can safely try and defend the tower, especially with a big bubbler on it. So really great job by Power staying alive, getting that pick, and then having missiles ready at this crucial moment. This is going to get them lead for sure. The question is how much of a lead now. Because they've used a lot of resources just to get it through lead, which is, you know, worth it. But if it gets stopped quickly here because they've used all of their resources now, this might still be something that they can make a comeback from. So they don't get the checkpoint there. They only get about halfway through the checkpoint. This is still winnable for Scam. They just need to play the next 2 fights pretty darn well. So the Booyah Bomb forces them all back onto their own plats, trying to win them some space here. And what Max is trying to do is deny a player the ability to get up on this hut here, because this is a really favorable, like, backline position, a good position for, like, I don't know, maybe they don't really have a backliner except for the crab tank, but for maybe Chara to get up on top of the roof and slosh over the top or something like that. So Max is denying that by being in that position. The missiles might be a little on the early side here, but maybe the goal is to have missiles again, because Chara is sloshing a lot out there, is flicking a lot, I should say. So maybe the goal here is drop off tower, get missiles, do it all again. I don't know if they have time for that. Yeah. But the problem was they saw the Booyah Bomb. They got the Booyah Bomb and a Killer Whale. They throw both of those on tower. Like, there's no way you stay on. And they used them also critically right when it's going up over a ledge. This is something that is really, really smart that more people need to do. Target the tower when it's really awkward for the enemy team to get on top of. Like, Chara has to, like, jump onto the wall of this. I don't even know if you can jump high enough from ground level here to get up onto the tower. So even if, you know, as soon as the Booyah Bomb dissipates, he's able to get right back up on the wall, he can't get back on. Now, I feel like Chara got off a little bit earlier than he needed to, because it is possible, in theory, to dodge the Booyah Bomb and get off tower and get back on and still have the tower not quite reset to mid yet. Like, that is something you can, in theory, do. And the way that you're supposed to counter that as the Booyah Bombing team is to jump on the tower after the Booyah Bomb clears it. And they're not quite in position to do that. They're starting to get there, like dudes over here. But it might have been a little bit of a miscue there to be off that early, because that actually did give the tower time to reset. I don't know. But it definitely isn't an ideal position. Where they really lost the game was in giving up lead. Okay, wait, that was way too far forward. Spoilers. Okay. So, same exact comp from Yamam, and they swapped Chara off of the Flingza onto the Octobrush. So they've gone much more aggressive here, and this is, I think, a map where... Oh, no, it's the next map, I think, where Chara's Octobrush, or Chara's specifically Zipcaster gets shown off in a really cool way. They squid roll a lot, which is cool. Yeah, so Chara in particular is one of the players who it seems like they're trying to push squid rolling as much as they possibly can. Like, my read on what Chara is doing is that he's using squid roll constantly to figure out which times are actually good to use it. Like, there will be some times where the squid roll might be unnecessary, where it might not be faster, or it might not be safer. But like, if he just keeps on using it as often as possible, whenever he can think to, he'll eventually figure out which times are which and be able to refine that. And I really admire that way of learning the new movement tech, because nobody's used to it yet. Nobody's really good at squid rolling yet. And the experimentation with it, I think, is a great way to learn. We haven't seen hammerhead clams yet, so Chara is he, him. Yeah. I know that in part because quick story time here. So on Genesis 7, I was on commentary staff, and I was a lot less familiar with the competitive scene at the time. And in the information book that they gave us about the players, somebody had put down that Chara's pronouns were she, her, which is inaccurate, and I don't know how that happens, but they got them wrong. And I saw that, and I was like, wait, I thought Chara was he, him, though. And so, like, at first, you know, I was like, I know Chara, I'll say he, him. And then I, like, my commentator, you know, didn't say anything on the air about it, obviously, but they wrote it on a sticky note and, like, tapped it on the desk in front of me so that I would notice. And then I was just in this awkward state. I was flummoxed, like, what? She, her. Wait, is Chara trans? Did they just come out? Are they transitioning now? Like, what happened? I was so, like, surprised by that I actually reached out in DMs to Chara. And so I believe my very first DMs with Chara ever are apologizing, but asking for confirmation, like, wait, was I right? Like, were your pronouns incorrect there? I don't want to get this wrong, but every other source I'm seeing is saying he, him. And so I know that more than most people know it. It's been ingrained in me. So anyway, again, I have no idea how that got messed up, because like how it's such a. Anyway, we're gonna move on from that. So right, it's just Chara that changed. And it's onto the Zipcaster Octobrush. And hey, look at that. What did I said we were going to see a lot of LDE, a lot of Ninja Squid, a lot of Swim Speed, and a lot of Stealth Jump. Whee! Anyway. So they all roll out on the left-hand side. So this is Rainmaker. And you'll notice that these two teams have very different rollout strategies here. Let's talk about why. In Rainmaker, it is objectively an advantage to get the first Rainmaker pop because it paints all of mid for you. And what that also does is, because all of mid probably wasn't painted before the shield popped, whoever gets credit for the pop basically gets a free special charge. I think it's like 70% of your meter or something. By the time you've painted out there, you're almost certainly just getting an entire special for the sake of being the first to pop the shield. So that's going to be an advantage, not just because of the map control that it gives you, for the potential to splat your opponents if they got a little bit too close and messed up, but also for the fact that you get a special out of it. Now, so in theory, you know, if you can get the pop, you want to get it. The problem is, if you look at the enemy team comp and recognize, okay, they've got more bombs they can throw at the shield, or they have more paint that they can sustainably put on the shield, they're going to get the Rainmaker pop compared to our comp. GooTuber doesn't paint the shield super well. Sloshing Machine is relatively slow, although I guess that's canceled out by here. But this team also has more bombs that they're going to be willing to throw at the shield. So, because there's a splash wall here, and there's just a torpedo here, which isn't going to do as much to paint the shield. So this team is more likely to get the pop, and this team recognized that, and we're like, okay, they're going to get this pop, which means they're going to get all this paint in mid. The way that we counter that is not by trying and failing to contest the pop, because then we just have absolutely nothing. Then we are just straight up at a disadvantage. What we're going to do instead is we're going to send players out in different directions so that we can have the opponents encircled, and so that, more importantly, we can have specials charged by the time a fight actually breaks out. So you'll notice who's going off to the right. It's the Junior, who's going to be farming for Big Bubbler, and it's the Gootuber that's going to be farming for missiles. And then it's Dude and Storm, the two weapons that are more suited to fighting here, that are actually going out towards mid to try and hold the line. So that's what's going on there. Nobody cares about pronouns. Christopher, people do care about pronouns, and that is something that matters here. I don't want us to go any further down that line of discussion. Okay, so trying to push the play button. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay. So let's back up for... Okay, that's awkward. I don't like that it skips ahead 10 seconds. I wish it would be a little bit easier if it was 5, but yeah, we'll deal with it. Okay. And you'll notice also that, you know, green team here has massive mid control in terms of paint. So you would still say that they have an advantage because now they can just fill in the holes in the paint around them here. But because Yamum here is not engaging, they're not charging in, they're not able to really use that advantage in a straight up fight. So while they're going to have a little bit more space to work with in mid, they're not going to want to pick up the Rainmaker and go just yet. So there's a lot of pressure being put on Storm right now. Storm got forced forward by this bomb and is now forced to stand on top of enemy ink. But it looks like Chara goes down. This isn't a great camera angle for seeing that fight. So it's Chara and it looks like Max and Arashi on the right. What gets Chara here? Is there any overall meta comp seen throughout the tournament? We're generally seeing a lot of Sloshing Machine, a lot of Splatter Shot. Splash is making a bigger impact than I was anticipating. It looks like people are really figuring out good ways to use the Crab Tank, which is good to see. And we're seeing a lot of Junior. We're seeing a lot of, like, E-Leader. So it does look like someone... So Dude would have been the one who went far left here. And Dude will be the one who picks Chara right here. And then Max and Arashi are going to probably try and... they're going to be the ones who are in position to counter that, but Dude just backs up into alley, pops the lasers so that nobody can follow up, keep himself safe there. So good pick by Dude. And that's how Dude has been playing the entire tournament. Dude has been playing hyper aggro, going for immediate flanks, being in places before the opponents expect him to be there, and trying to get picks off on the side like that with the 52. And that's been pretty effective from what we've seen. So, because of that, they're able to get mid control back, and Yamum is able to grab Rainmaker and get pushing here. Now, so let's see. Storm here. What's happening is they're shifting to the left. The left is traditionally the stronger direction to push on this map. That's what it always was in Splatoon 2. And the reason for that is that the hard part of the push is very early on in it. When you get an advantage, you only have a short window of time to take advantage of that. Well, if you get an advantage early, like in mid, then you're going to be able to use that advantage to get through the hard part, which is jumping over the top of this. And then it's all going to be downhill from there. Whereas on the right-hand side, the easy part is early on, getting from mid to closer to the enemy base towards this first checkpoint. But the hard part then is dealing with the high ground that they have over you from there. And it's really easy as the defending team to stall that out because the defending team spawns on that side of the map. If you move over to the left-hand side, it takes them a lot longer to get over here and get set up in those high ground positions. It's often prohibitively slow. They're not necessarily able to get there in time if you've won an advantage. Now, this isn't a huge advantage. It's only a 4v3 situation, and one of them's holding the Rainmaker. And the problem is that there are players already in position to defend on this side over here. So dude tries to go over the top, but then realizes, wait a minute, there's someone already holding a Booyah Bomb and also another player in my way. I can't go in there. And Storm's mistake is trying to go in there against this Booyah Bomb because there's just nothing they can do as soon as this Booyah Bomb gets thrown at them. It's 100% they're going down. And now that push is probably going to end here. Yeah. All that Scam has to do is collapse on that at that point, because what you've effectively got is 2 players who are at full power and a Rainmaker carrier. That's not a winning fight against 4 players. And now Scam also has massive special advantage. So, we have Chara picking up here. So Chara probably not valuing that Zipcaster over much. They're probably more interested in... Because even though Max does not have special yet, they have a little bit of time for Max to potentially get that Booyah Bomb, and that Booyah Bomb is going to do more to support this push, I think, than the Zipcaster will. Plus, Chara is just kind of like the shot caller, the objective player of the team whenever he's playing with him. So it's kind of a role that he's accustomed to and is used to. Okay, so we get Storm going in. It seems like alone and just getting 2 picks out of... yeah, it's a 2-for-1 trade. Okay, so that supports the idea that they just went in on that on their own, knowing that it was just Chara and one person guarding the Rainmaker, and that they could probably zero both of them out. That is absolutely a worthwhile trade. You take that any day of the week. Because even just trading with the Rainmaker by itself is just about always a worthwhile trade. But trading with the Rainmaker and getting another before you go down, definitely worth. So, good play by Storm there. Now, Dude goes down on the right-hand side, and it looks like it was to the Booyah Bomb there. Good pick there from Power. Can Power stay alive, though? How does Power avoid getting traded back by Arashi here? They don't. And so this is huge for Scam now. They're going to be able to dunk. And now what Yamama's going to want to do, if they're able to in time, is get up onto this high ground over here. This is basically uncontestable high ground. Yes, you can, in theory, swim all the way around and then swim up and then come back around the backside. But unless the map has changed from Splatoon 2. But that's really difficult to do with them over the top of you, shooting at you the whole way. So typically, this is just uncontested until the attacking team gets way further in. Car alarm, woo. Yeah, Zipcaster is very hard. It's hard to stay alive while using it. And there are ways that people do that. But it's even harder to stay alive and also get anything done. So I think it definitely has a higher skill ceiling than we've reached. Like, people are definitely going to be able to go and find ways to make it work that we haven't yet. But at the moment, it's definitely not doing as well as other specials are. Like, a Booyah Bomb is very consistent. Missiles are very consistent. Zipcaster, it might get 1 pick, and that's about the most you're usually going to expect from it. So, you can see, because these players have taken up this position here, Scam is not able to move forward yet. They have to dislodge these guys here first. And so Arashi is going to try and do that using the Inksuka. They don't manage to catch Hope. Although Hope does blow a big bubbler. And look, we get, I think Chara gets the Zipcaster here. Yep, that's what happens. So Chara gets Zipcaster, and then immediately pops up over to here to try and clear this out. And dude is sharking that the whole way. Because part of the problem with the Zipcaster is that it announces its presence so much. Chara might have gotten more out of this if they had pinned to this wall, and then hopped up over the top and, like, sloshed down using the brush. Because this is a much harder shot for dude to hit than these shots here. Maybe... it's possible that what Chara was thinking was, if someone's over here, they're going to be looking down this way, and so if I come over to this right side, they're going to be, they're not going to be there. But dude was backed up far enough that this was really easy for him to see. So, Yamum has numbers advantage here, but what they decide to do here, because this push is falling apart as soon as Chara goes down. Like, at this point, they know that Yamum is going to start pushing forward. So, Arashi makes the play to go for the Rainmaker and actually start trying to sneak it a little bit. If they get down any further at all, they're scoring points. And this is something that I think is really important to consider with Rainmaker in particular. Because with Rainmaker, once you get one checkpoint, you drop the Rainmaker and have to pick it up again. And so there is a significant point where... you've got the points from scoring first checkpoint, but you haven't picked it up again, and so you haven't scored any further. Well, this way, Arashi is making it so that in order for them to take lead, they need to not only dunk it, which, I mean, I guess they would have to go further past dunking it anyway, but they have to push past 49 now, instead of just having to pick it back up again and immediately being in the lead. I think they probably anticipated being able to sneak it a little bit further than they did, because this isn't very far at all past the lead that they would have had. For a push to 49, if Arashi knew that that was what he was going to get, I imagine he probably wouldn't have tried to pick it up. I imagine he probably thought he was going to get at least to like 40 or something. But that gets stuffed. So now there's 2 players down, and they're going to have to back up. Now, that's a great trade back onto Storm there. Who gets that? Is that Power? Or no, sorry, I've got it backwards. That would be... Who's on the back right side for... It's... Oh, shoot. Can we go back... Are we able to go back frame by frame? No, we're not, I don't think. Because that goes by 10 seconds, and then this only changes the speed that we're moving at. Okay, so... Somebody is able to trade someone back for dropping down a little too hastily, but they do eventually get tracked down. It was Max, I think. And then Shadow also eventually goes down. So there's a little bit of a stagger here. Wait, what? Hold the phone. So Chara must have super jumped back and been able to run in and grab Rainmaker. Because that's Chara who just went and grabbed it. So they died, then they super jumped to someone. They weren't seen, and they were able to sneak the Rainmaker there. So that's more of the play that Arashi was going for, getting down to around 41. And what that'll do, because now Max and Shadowind have both gone down, but Yamum is still back in their base with the Rainmaker here. They're not able to push all the way in and get mid-control right now. They're going to have to pop the shield again, and now, at this point, instead of grabbing it and going with it, they're probably just going to let it reset to mid, and that's going to give Scam some time to get their numbers back and get back in. So, sometimes, like, going in and just feeding with Rainmaker... How did they get it again? What is happening? What? Where is this player that is going and picking it up? Oh, Arashi snuck around the right. That's so silly. So, I was saying, you know, running in like, just dying with the Rainmaker like this can sometimes be a viable option, depending on how it's going to impact the opposing team's ability to push. Like, picking it up when you're the last player down and you're going to go down anyway is actually a really good plan, because that forces them to pop the shield again, instead of just being able to run forward as soon as they have this numbers advantage. And look at Arashi down here. I don't think the camera guy even saw that. Oh my god, and Max and Chara jumped into that, and they get a pick. Okay, Max isn't going to be able to get any further with Chara having traded. If it was still Chara and Max in there, honestly, they could probably go for it. But Max is just going to back up and save the Booyah Bomb. And that's going to be protected by Shadowind, who's using the Crab Tank. So good play there. Oh, good Shark Bite. Dude doesn't find the shots to be able to take out, I think, Shadow here. So, well played there. No, it's Arashi. So they're going to try and play it a little bit slower because someone did just go down recently, and they're hoping that that player can jump back in and protect the push. But there were so many bombs over here on the left-hand side that this player had to back off, and there was no one protecting the Rainmaker. So Shadow probably needed to back up a little bit earlier. Arashi trying to flank on the right is actually met by somebody this time. And Chara also goes down. What happened there? So Power gets the pick, and then Arashi tries to trade that back. Does trade that back successfully. There's a lot that's going on right here that's kind of hard to track with. But basically a lot of trades. The game is a lot more trade heavy now. It's not so much about making overwhelming pushes with lots of specials anymore. What's really important here that they're doing is as soon as one player goes down, the nearest player to the player who went down is looking for an opportunity because they know, okay, if this guy just took out my teammate, that probably means my teammate got at least a shot or two in before they did so. And also, this guy isn't looking at me. They're looking at where my teammate was. So I have a really good opportunity to take an opportunistic fight against this player, and we'll probably trade them back. So Arashi trades that player back, but then someone's immediately aiming at Arashi, and they track Arashi down. But then the player that took Arashi down gets traded back, and it's going to go back and forth until we reach some kind of equilibrium point here. And Chara is already back into play, even though them going down was what started this whole thing, and they go down again. Dude tries to push forward a little over much. Shadow knows that they're there and takes them out. So we're finally starting to regain our footing and get some specials back again. Shadow has a Crab Tank. Ooh, the Booyah Bomb goes down there. That's actually pretty big. So that'll allow Yamum to walk all the way into mid. And what Scam is doing is just backing up and taking defensive positions here. Because they don't need to push, is the thing. They are not really concerned about controlling mid as long as they can keep the opposing team off of the first checkpoint here. They've already cleared it and got some points past it. So as long as they can just stall it long enough that the game ends in this minute and 20 seconds they have left, they're fine. So they don't want to take any unnecessary fights. They want to maintain their special advantage and just sit back so that when the enemy team does have to commit to something, they have a Booyah Bomb ready to go, or a Zuka ready to go, or a Crab ready to go to stop it. So we got a flank coming around the right-hand side here from Dude. Enemy team is ready for that to happen, and really good use of the Burst Bomb there. Looked like they got a couple of shots on Dude, and then they knew, wait, that's going to do a damage combo with my Burst Bomb, and just finished him off with the Burst Bomb from range. That's one of the nice things about the Splash. Like, you can start fights in range with your main weapon, and then if the opposing player decides to run away, you're not just completely out of range. You have the Burst Bomb that you can chuck at them to try and finish it off as they go away. Okay, so this fight is... So, meanwhile, Storm goes down to something. We don't really see what. Dude goes down, and now this is a 2v4. And now they can just kind of start running in and cleaning up the enemy team. Looks like missiles get popped to back off with, but they do end up getting a delayed wipe on everybody. Storm is up here, but remember, Storm was the first player to go down. So this is a 1-for-4 fight win for Scam, which is a huge deal. You could say that they scammed him on that deal. Huh? Huh? An uneven trade? So Shadow gets taken out. They're standing out in the open here and don't have enough of an escape route painted, so Storm is just going to be able to get that pick at range. But Max does a good job of trading that back, and they might actually be able to get up over the left-hand side here. Get sniped by Power. Where's the Rainmaker going to respawn there? What in the world? Okay, that was disorienting, but Dude goes down somewhere else on the map, unrelated to the fight, and Arashi also... Okay, so it looks like Dude trades Arashi, is what happens there. So Rainmaker got sniped, Dude and Arashi traded, and now Rainmaker is on this left bump over here with Max trying to maybe hold them off by using the slosher over the top. But they have to be careful, and it's smart that they're backing up now when they are. Because, again, they've got a Booyah Bomb. Last 30 seconds, like, it's not as powerful for shutting down the end of the game as it is in tower control, but it's still a really big deal. So Chara is just trying to survive missiles here, and now trying to survive getting sniped by Power, who's going in really aggressively. Chara just jumps out, wants nothing to do with that, and rightfully so. Arashi comes up with the Inkzuka here. Notice that Power isn't doing full charge shots. You don't need full charge shots to splat with GooTuber. They're just firing as soon as the shot is going to splat and threatening this angle so that the Trizuka can't go far forward enough to actually make good use of this. I think they did end up getting Dude, though, and then Max is able to trade that back. Because, again, GooTuber needs more range if it's going to be able to play this angle effectively. So the Booyah Bomb actually gets used... Okay. So there are only 2 players up, so it's possible that maybe... Where are they throwing this at? I think they're throwing this here to try and pick Chara. Make Chara... Because if Chara looks forward here or looks at another fight, and you throw it at a wall near the ledge they're standing on, it can kind of expand up through the floor and not give as much visual warning that the Booyah Bomb is threatening them. So I think that's the idea. This will also do something to clear out the right corridor here. For the same reason, it'll go through the wall and surprise someone on the other side, maybe. It does end up getting Chara that way, and then gets traded back because they're in a 2v4. But, I mean, hey, the tower, or the Rainmaker, I should say, got splatted somehow there. Because it forced someone off to the right in this direction and deleted the player who was defending it. So, Hope here is able to just rush in and get the trade with the Rainmaker, it looks like. Because Hope is down right now, correct? No, Hope is actually still alive right there. And they pop a Big Bubbler, too, which is a big deal. Because not only does the Big Bubbler shield you, but it will allow jumps back in. Now, unfortunately, it looks like the Rainmaker explosion is going to splat the inside of it. Oh, but Hope is able to just keep the Rainmaker... Okay, nice. So Hope actually doing a really good job there of staying alive long enough to potentially get the Rainmaker. Unfortunately, it looks like... What happens here that they both go down? So the entire team is really clumped up here, partly because they just jumped in and don't have as much painted, but partly because it looks like they're trying to stay really close to the Rainmaker to try and defend it. And, oh, it was a bomb. It was a single bomb off the Big Bubbler. Oh, Chara, you're a genius. This is a triple kill for Chara. He got all 3 of these players off of one suction bomb off the Big Bubbler. That's why this happens. That's why Hope is so stuck here. Oh, no. Chara with the easiest quad of his entire life. Oh, shoot. Ask you gear questions knowing fully well about the website. Oh, no. Oh, no, not that. All right. Well, we've already spent a good long time VOD reviewing those 2 matches, and I don't want to necessarily spoil for those of you who haven't been able to go and watch it yet. So I'll skip ahead to another set so we can talk about some more different comps here. Let's see. I definitely want to do finals. I probably want to do at least Game 3 of finals, because Game 3 was hype as heck. Or no, it wasn't that one. It was Big versus Sayonara. That one was hype. So I want to watch that. We'll want to watch finals a little bit. So that gives us a few matches to watch. We'll probably do games 2 and 3 of Big versus Sayonara. That was Winners finals? Yeah, that was winners finals. No, not winners finals. Winners semis. And then what else do we want to do? Do y'all have any requests? So we're gonna watch winners final or winners semifinals, Big versus Sayonara, games 2 and 3. We're definitely gonna go and watch some of Grands. But then, is there anything else that y'all wanted to see in particular? Oh, okay. So someone wants me to go and watch the Japanese tournament. I haven't seen any of that. So grand finals of the Turf War tournament might be something we could go and watch. Watch it all? Okay, so here's the thing. I've already been streaming for an hour and 20 minutes, and we've watched 2 games. We're not going to get through the entire thing. I don't want to get through the entire thing. That's going to be... Man, I need to go and make myself some food, I'm realizing. Like that's not going to be good for my health. I just want to tease enough of the tournament that people actually go and watch the dang thing. VOD review the kids tournament. Oh my god. Big House 10 over for Splatoon. Yes. So finals were played out yesterday. It was not a Sunday event. So that is kind of nice, I guess, in that the Splatoon players are able to leave on Sunday if they want to. But there's not as much for us to watch there. Is your channel monetized yet? Been watching it a lot. Yeah, it's been... I mean, the YouTube channel's been monetized for a long time now. The Twitch channel is not monetized on purpose. It easily could be monetized. It's like 20 times bigger than it would need to be monetized. The reason I'm not monetizing it is because this allows me to restream, to stream to both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Because if you get affiliate status on Twitch, you cannot do that. With partner status, you can kind of negotiate your agreement a little bit more as far as I'm aware. And so you might actually have more of an ability to do something like that. But yeah, until I get that kind of an agreement out of Twitch, I'm not going to be, subbable, or you're not going to be able to donate bits or anything like that. But you can do the same stuff on YouTube. Like, you can just get a YouTube membership, and that's the same thing as a sub, and gives you the same kinds of benefits. Like, those people get some input on the content that I make. Like, I'll ask them, hey, so I guess I might as well, plug this right now. Next week, we're doing a new segment called Silly Comp Sundays. I'm bringing together a whole bunch of competitive players. So it's going to be Reborn and X-Ray and Devi. So people that I have played with or am currently playing with on competitive teams. And we're going to be coming together and making a really honest, sincere try to run whatever silly comps we get suggested. So if you tell us Quad Aerospray, which actually has already been recommended, so you don't need to recommend it too, the patrons on Patreon and the members on YouTube, they suggest those comps, and we have to try and run them for at least 3 games in Anarchy Open. And we're going to be using callouts, we're going to be strategizing, we're going to be thinking about who positions where. Like, we're going to be making an honest attempt at this. We're not just going to be going like, oh, lol, 4 Aerosprays, whatever. We're going to be trying to win. And it will be a good opportunity to talk about how comps are built and to, like, discuss, okay, we knew that this comp was a meme, but, like, here's why it's not working. And we'll be able to show that off by having given it an honest try. We'll also be trying to get a scrim ready. So ideally, and, like, full disclosure here, the way that we're doing this is we're hoping to find a scrim that we can beat with our main weapons, but that will be a challenge with anything that's worse than us playing our main weapons. And so that way, you'll be able to see, okay, they can beat these guys if they play these weapons. Let's see if how are these other comps faring by comparison? Like, obviously we're going to be doing a little bit worse just because we're playing weapons we're not used to. But, like, is there something to this comp if it's, putting up a fight at least? Is there absolutely nothing to this comp if they're getting completely washed every time they try to run it? So that's the concept that we're going for there. So hopefully that'll give us a lot that we can talk about while also allowing you to make me play funny weapon. Haha. So that's something that's going to be happening next week. But I am going to take a quick break and go and get some food, and then we're going to go on to the next match. If nobody has any other suggestions, I'm thinking we'll probably start it off with winners, semifinals, Big versus Sayonara. Because those are two of the really big teams that, were contenders to win the event. The favorite is absolutely Starburst, and I knew that going into it. Starburst is a steady team that has also just been the best in North America for a long time. And the other two were not quite as steady teams. But the match between those two is really, really interesting and really telling. So we're going to go and move on to that after this is over. Where are we here? I think this is Sayonara. Oh, this is Sayonara versus Starburst. So this is winners finals. We want to back up one, I think. I'll go and find it, and then okay, here it is. Sayonara versus Big. So, oh wait, is this the set I think it is? Because the one I remember, Big wins the first couple. So maybe that was actually in loser's side. Maybe it was like loser's finals. Okay. So Sayonara actually wins this one. Let's go and check out the other one here. This is... Okay, Big versus Sayonara. Perfect, perfect. This is actually exactly where... I think almost exactly where I want to be. So game one... Okay, here we go. I want to back up. 1, 2, 3. And that should be enough. Perfect. This is where we want to start off. All right. So Big is won game one, and I want to watch the next two because those are really good matches. Okay. Going to get food. For those wondering, on the menu today is a sandwich. Oh my god, Ram. Ram needs to be stopped. Ram is too powerful. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the gifted memberships. That's very kind of you. That's some good cheese, by the way. It's like a really, really big, thick slice. So, like, normally, one slice isn't cheesy enough. You know, I want some more cheese. So I get 2 slices. But with that stuff, I only need 1 slice. You love it. I have assembled a lunch. You got a sandwich, got some sugar snap peas. It was Munster cheese, for those wondering. And then we've got some Cape Cod chips. These are my favorite. And so we are going to munch. Okay, so fire, water, grass. I'm probably team fire. I was considering, though, going through all of the generations, at least the ones I played. I don't know some of the new ones. And, like, tabulating which ones are my favorite there. Thing is, though, my favorite Pokemon is also a fire type. My favorite Pokemon's Ninetales. So it's not a starter, but, like, it's a chance to rep fire type, you know? But also, Gen 1, I'm definitely a Charmander main. I have too many fond memories of torching my way through the Elite Four with a level 80-something Charizard just spamming Flamethrower. Yeah, Blaziken is really, really cool. And then Gen 2... There's got to be a list of these somewhere, right? Here. Um, okay, so there's Gen 1. There we go. So, it's a really close run in Gen 2 between Cyndaquil and Totodile for me. Like, of the babies, I really, really, really like Totodile. I think that's an adorable design. But I also really like Typhlosion, and I think Feraligatr looks a little derpy for a final evolution. And also Typhlosion got Eruption, which was just a really sick move that was really cool and well designed for the Pokemon itself. So it's kind of a even for me between Cyndaquil and Typhlosion there. Or Cyndaquil and Totodile, not Typhlosion. So we'll say 1.5 for fire, half for water. Then you cannot deny the appeal of Mudkip. Torchic is also awesome, though. There, I feel like it's also kind of a tie for me between the two. I do like that Swampert gets ground typing, though. I think that's a really neat addition. And as cool as Blaziken is, and as, you know, undeniably high tier as it is, it did start the trend of firefighting Pokemon. Well, we'll give water this one just to have some room for controversy later. So I chose Piplup in this generation and was thoroughly underwhelmed by Empoleon. Was just not having fun playing that. Torterra actually has a really good argument in this one. Infernape is great. It just wasn't my kind of Pokemon. So I'd probably give that one to Torterra, actually, to the grass type. I also chose water in this generation, and it again was somewhat underwhelmed by Samurott. I definitely wouldn't have gone with Tepig either. Like, I love the baby Tepig probably more than the others, but the older one is just like, all that happens is he gets fat. I don't know. Snivy and Serperior, it's a very elegant, graceful looking Pokemon. I never played this one, so I don't know if I get an opinion on it. And then, I never played this one either, but Litten, for sure. First of all, just best name of a starter, I think. What is not to like about Litten? But also, I genuinely really like the personality that Incineroar has. Like the over-the-top sort of like luchador sort of style, I think is really, really cool. So I'm going to go with Incineroar on that one. I guess if I'm going to have opinions... Well, see, I have played a game that Incineroar is the thing. So maybe that counts. I don't know. Well, we'll go back to this one. Honestly, I think I really like Fennekin and Delphox's design. It's a little weird, because it's like... It seems like a very deliberately feminine design, which is strange in a world where Pokemon can be either gender. Shouldn't say either gender, I suppose, but we're not getting into that again. But it does look very cool and, like, graceful and whatnot. And Greninja is cool, but, like, you know that, like, if Greninja is someone's favorite Pokemon, they own a Naruto headband, right? Like, that's... They're just going to get stereotyped that way. They know they're going to get stereotyped that way. No, I kid. Greninja's cool. And then, I don't even understand what this Pokemon is. Like, it starts out looking like it's going to be an otter or something, and then it becomes a mech. What is even happening here? And Popplio is mega cute. And then it turns into, like... this is even more so than Delphox. This is just, like... really, really feminine for some reason. And it's weird to me that they're going in that direction. Like, they're supposed to be male Primarinas, right? I guess they did the same thing with Incineroar, too. I don't know, it's odd to me. Okay. He's supposed to be the tank guy in an RPG. Oh, okay. I guess I just don't get the thing. Okay. See, this is a Splatoon stream still, because I'm figuring out, you know, what side I should pick for, you know, Team Fire, Team Water, Team Grass. Okay? It's totally related. Okay. Oh, and here we go. Oh, Score Bunny all the way. 1000% Score Bunny. For one thing, I'm a Cinderace main in Pokemon Unite, but it's no contest. I mean, I like Grookey. Grookey's hype, but Score Bunny's too cool. I'm all in on Score Bunny. Okay, so that was 1, 2, 3. That one was grass. That one was also grass. This one was close. I think I ended up giving it to water. And then this one was probably fire. Oh no, we split this one half and half. That's right. So 3.5 and 4. Yeah, it definitely goes to fire. I know that the math adds up that way. So, all right. So we have empirically determined that yes, in fact, I am Team Fire. Am I getting the new Pokemon? Probably not. I barely have time to play anything other than Splatoon these days. Oh, there are new starters? Pokemon Scarlet and... oh my god, I can't type right now. And Violet starters. Okay. These are all great designs, I do have to say. Do we know their final evolutions? Like, do we know their whole lines? Fan art evolution? Is that real? I don't know if that's real. Not officially? Okay. Please don't let the cat stand up. Okay. Going off these three alone, I've got to say, the duck has really cool hair. Their hair is really good. You know what the fire character reminds me of? The hippo from Agretzko. That's the vibe that's giving off to me. If you know, you know. And then Sprigatito is just like very stereotypically cute. It is a cute cat. That is the Pokemon. I probably go the duck. See, this is why you get big on Twitch or YouTube, because when you make a reference, there's actually someone in the chat that gets it, and you don't feel like you're crazy for knowing that reference. No, Agretzko is a really good show. Highly recommended. It's on Netflix. Go check it out. It's like Hello Kitty, but there's death metal. That's the only introduction to that you're getting, and that is an absolutely correct way to describe it. All right. How did you get to the point where this became your job? Curious if you can ask a question. Yeah, no, absolutely. So I was working for a company called Bravus Esports, and they were trying to basically do like, they were trying to be the little league of esports. They were trying to like run leagues for kids in games that parents would be okay with, so that they could start giving, you know, that sort of formal training that you get in an athletic sport. Because like kids are learning how to throw a baseball at like age 3, you know? That's infrastructure that's not necessarily built up formally around video games yet. So we figured, you know, we could definitely do that. And also part of the goal was to make video games something that you did face to face with somebody else, something that like had that more personal interaction to it. Because that's something that the internet has been making less and less common in people's lives. And this is a way to kind of bring people back together in that more natural way. But then COVID happened. So at the time, I was hired to be a coach. I was hired to be someone who was just working on the ground floor with kids. Like I was almost bottom rung in the organization. But when COVID happened, we had a lot of stuff built up around, you know, the in-person infrastructure, business-to-business relationships to get venues and things like that. And that was something I had no real bearing on. But I was the person in the company with, along with Mikey, the cheat, who's now working for Beyond the Summit. We were the people who knew how to run a tournament. And one of the first ideas that got floated was, okay, what if we start running online tournaments? Just because it's a way to run an esports event and we can totally do it over Discord. We were the people who knew how to do that. And so we became pretty important to that. And instead of having zero revenue coming in, we were able to have some revenue coming in because we were selling those to like colleges and stuff like that. And with that additional kind of, I guess, rising up the ladder a little bit, I got some freedom to start working on content to try and bring more eyes onto those tournaments, to get a YouTube channel going and stuff and start putting esports kinds of things on it. Well, I hadn't actually gotten into Splatoon until this job because I was supposed to be coaching with a whole bunch of Nintendo games. I originally got hired to do Smash stuff, and that was my, you know, area of expertise, but they were like, hey, let's see if there are any other games on the Switch that might be worthwhile for this. And so I was given Mario Kart and ARMS and Splatoon to learn. I spent probably 5 hours on Mario Kart, maybe like 2.5 hours on ARMS, and about 100 hours on Splatoon before I realized that, hey, wait, I really like Splatoon too. And so I got into it competitively, and, you know, the rest is history. And so the content that I was making on YouTube was all for Splatoon. Well, eventually, what happened was nobody really knew when to come back from COVID in colleges. That, like, our main source of revenue was from running events for colleges. And the schools were, like, really dragging their feet about whether to run stuff. Because they weren't sure if they were just going to get shut down again by another COVID outbreak. So we got a lot less business, and the revenue coming in just wasn't enough to meet the needs of the company, and it ended up having to shut down, unfortunately. I really do think that it was ahead of its time, and that we will need more organizations like that in the future. But it just was, it unfortunately didn't happen to work out in that instance. But when it shut down, they saw, okay, at that point in time, I'm the only person who's posting the YouTube channel. Mikey made a few videos, and they were excellent videos that got a good number of views, but Mikey the Cheat, yes. He named himself after the character from Homestar Runner, if that's what you're catching on to that there. But I was basically the only person who was posting to the YouTube channel at the time, and they were like, hey, we don't have a use for this. You can have it. And so the channel that I use on YouTube is actually what was formerly Bravus Esports. I just rebranded the channel to Squid School so that it removes, you know, their branding that they own. And some of the videos you'll see, like the How to Get Out of Ranked series, they all say Bravus Esports at the beginning of them for that reason. So that's how this channel came to be. And I was looking at it like, all right, we've grown quite a bit over the last little bit. Splatoon 3 is about to come out. Let's see if we can, you know, jump on that wave and build this up as big as we can make it before we give up and go and try something else. And here we are, and I might actually be... I feel like I'm not out of the woods yet. We're right at the cusp of being confident that we can continue doing this, but it's looking promising, and I'm really excited to give it my best shot. So that's where we're at here. Let's get going on some more Splatoon while I munch a little bit. So let's look at comps first. I should back up so I can see the players and their gear. Okay. So right back to the screen we were on before, but hey, whatever. So one other thing that we're seeing here that we weren't seeing in the other teams is a little bit of comeback and even some quick respawn. Jared is planning on feeding, is what we know from this gear. That's what this gear means. He's planning on going in and taking fights and not being punished as hard for going down immediately. And then Zero plays really, really aggressively too, but he's not running quick respawn because he's planning on getting kills. No, that's an oversimplification. That's silly of me to say, but Zero is, in case somebody doesn't know, the single best North American solo queue player ever. They've gotten to 3,000 X power, and I don't believe anybody else in North America has done that. So if you expect anybody on your team to win a 1v1, it is Zero. Why is feeding viable? That is an interesting question. So FT Win, I believe, originally stood for feed to win, because their whole thing was, we are mechanically better than you. We are just going to run forward and take fights and win. That's a very, again, oversimplification of it, but that was a lot of what they were doing. So they'd like, get the whole team together, pop armor, and then just go in and beat the other team. So Zero is very much of that same kind of mindset, but that's sort of what Kyo and them would run. Basically, the reason you do it is that you're really, really mechanically good at the game, and you're going to put pressure on them constantly over and over again and keep them pushed back. And if you keep them pushed back far enough, then even if you go down quickly, hopefully your teammates can fill in and, trade back and get a good enough position that the team that you were attacking, that you were pushing back, can't push all the way back forward again before the time that you get back in and start pushing them again. That's kind of the hope of how it works. It's also, again, your goal is to be really aggressive, and part of this is just an insurance policy. Like, if you're going to be very aggressive, sometimes you're going to get caught. Sometimes they're going to make a hard read. Sometimes they're going to guess where you are. They're going to take you out before you can get anything done. And that's going to happen a lot more often if you're playing aggressively than if you're playing passively. And so you can think of it as more of an insurance policy sort of thing than me, again, being a little bit overgeneralized and saying that he's planning on feeding, because he's definitely not planning on just going in and dying. All right. So otherwise, one thing I want to point out is the E-Leader running Respawn Punisher. This is really, really common. Respawn Punisher is only good if your KD is massively in your favor. And the only weapons that you can expect reliably for that to happen at a top level of play where the other players are absolutely cracked is a weapon that's not going to be engaging them at all. And that's the E-Leader. The E-Leader is going to be standing really, really far back and ideally just never getting caught. So it's not very uncommon to see E-Leaders with like 3 or 4 KD ratios. 3 or 4 kills for every death. So also, .Q absolutely cracked. Just huge Q fan. Definitely my favorite Charger player. They have, I don't know if it's in this match or not, but they have a moment where they get like a triple or something and then just like squid bag and stand on zone for the camera. And I was like, oh my God, that was so cool. Anyway, then Leafi, this is about what I expect to be run on a 52. Leafi is a cracked frontliner. I mean, every one of them is absolutely insane at the game, so I'll just leave that adjective out of there. Henrry is probably one of the players I know the least about, but I think they're a support main. Liotos, I don't remember what they typically play. I think it was like Chargers, but they run a lot of different stuff. They're very experimental right now. They were one of the first players to be trying the Splatana Wiper. They actually ran it in the pre-launch Nintendo tournament. Kyo has been a Bucket main forever, and Bucket is, the sloshing machine specifically, is one of the strongest weapons in the game right now. If not the strongest, probably the strongest, so it's no surprise that he's running it whatsoever. And then Sun is a support main, but as such, usually can shift around to a bunch of different weapons. So no surprise that they're running that. This is probably a much more supportive machine that they're running. They're probably playing this more for the fizzy than they are for the aggression, but they can definitely, hold forward and get picks if they need to. Okay. And this is tower control. Okay. So Leafi drops out the left-hand side here, and it doesn't look like they have enough support, because 3 members of Sayonara are looking at the right here. And so Leafi tries to go in and get a wall up so that they can aggress immediately, but they go down before the wall comes up and can protect them. So part of that is just, that's unlucky, because 3 members of Sayonara happen to roll out to the right, although that is something that Leafi can be checking on the map as they go out. Part of that is also, like, I don't see a lot of pressure from the rest of Big anywhere else on the map to make that flank work. Like, Leafi's very isolated over there, so I'm wondering what happened there. Because, like, the rest of Big is clustered over here on the left, so Leafi just got a little bit separated there. Jared is over here, but now look at what's happening on the other side. If Jared were to get pressured, there would be a player over here to trade them back. And so that's why Jared, over here making this play, I like better than whatever happens with... It might not be Leafi's fault, right? It might be that Leafi thought that there was support coming and they never showed up, but that's why I like that play more in general when Sayonara is doing it. So they launch a whale. One of the things that Rissa did a good job pointing out on commentary, you can't hear them because I've got that muted, but one thing that Rissa pointed out on commentary was a big difference in this map versus in Splatoon 2 is that this wall was paintable and climbable in Splatoon 2. So it was a lot easier for the attacking team to get control of the bats area here, because this is one of the key defensive positions. If you are able to hold this as the defense, the tower just cannot get through this point here. You've just got too good of a position to defend from there. So as the attackers, you need to clear this out. And in this game, you have to actually hop over from a rail to get there instead of being able to like shark on the wall and pop up over the side unexpectedly. It's a lot more telegraphed when you do that. So this is a little bit more disadvantageous, and so firing a special at that location is not a surprise to me, because they want to clear this out to make sure that it's safe for, I think this is Jared. No, this is... Who's on the shot? Sayonara. This is Zero. For Zero to try and get over the side and threaten these players. But he recognizes, okay, he doesn't really have time. He's going to opt to try and Trizuka that instead. Good coordination of the Booyah going left and the Trizuka going right, because that's going to cover more area with lethal damage. Unfortunately, he's just not at a very good angle to be using it from there. It's going to, like, hit the ledge. It's going to be... You're going to have to, like, arc it up perfectly and land it on top of someone to hit anyone with that. Very unlikely to work there, I think. And 2 players have gone down elsewhere. It looks like there was a trade in mid, and then I don't know where the other one went down. Zero, yeah, gonna get spotted out there. So there was a bomb that clued someone in that there was someone there. Someone was just on the tower. So somebody's going to be at least watching this. And he just had to walk up over the unpaintable turf. And you can even see Leafi's shadow here on the left as they take him out for trying to go for that. Now Leafi gets a little over aggressive herself and tries to take tower after that. And Sayonara is actually going to be able to collapse now because Leafi's down. They are able to put 3 players on Henrry here and take them down. Oh, that's actually really annoying. He couldn't get up over the top because the feet were painted there. I kind of wish that this step here works the same way in Clam Blitz still, instead of being a ramp. Because I think the defending team actually needs a way to make it harder for the attacking team to push up there in clams. I don't know. I guess they did move the basket back, which hurts a lot. It was frustrating, but it was something I actually grew to like about the map design. Whatever. So they're like, okay, well, we'll cut our losses and just try and go over on the left-hand side. Looks like Q got a pick there anyway. So here's the thing about this Wavebreaker placement that I don't think .Q considered. Wavebreaker's gone. The tower deletes it. So they got 1 wave out of it, and that was all. But they're able to swarm up over the left-hand side and get that cleared out, which is awesome. And now the way that you play this map is you're going to put some pressure on the plat and some pressure on the top left. The top left area is really important to clear so that you can't have like someone sniping down across this angle or someone being over here and shooting across at the tower. But you're also going to see resistance from this side. It's very unlikely that someone drops down over here because while they can and come up behind the tower, it takes so long to do that that it's more of a risk than it's worth. If that player goes to that whole flank and then just goes down anyway, now you're in more trouble than if they just died quickly and respawned coming in the front door. Okay. So they're just going to go down with the ship and get as large of a push as they can. 23 is already pretty good. But Big is able to regain control, get paint control, gets a pick. And now look at how far up they are already. Like, as soon as they got that pick, they were at the enemy team's plat already. That pace of play is something that you're only going to see at top level. Like, right now in solo queue, my teammates are, like, barely out onto our plat. Like, they might be dropping into mid at this point. But the other team has already got mid painted and is already in here. They're just not wasting any time. Now, this might be a little bit of a misplay to be playing this much around the left side. And this is something that Devi actually really likes to do a lot. Let's get the overhead view here so that I can point this out. Okay, so look at the tower path. Tower path goes all the way to the right before it goes to mid, and then goes to the left. So the enemy team that's trying to respawn and defend from here, they actually have time to respawn and attack the tower on the left before it goes over to their right. And right now it looks like Big is focused so hard on the left, but they've forgotten that the tower has to go right before it can get to them. And it looks like somebody actually sneaks in on the left. Or is this just Q getting a snipe? Is that what happens here? We see it from Henry's perspective here. Okay, this is just Q getting a snipe, I think. No, wait, but there are people dropping down all of a sudden. So Zero and Jared drop down and help out with the fight. Q is actually pushing all the way up here. So, yeah, I think that was a little bit of a misplay from Big, that they need to be covering that side against a potential counterattack. As soon as that pick goes down, they're forced to fight over mid again. But they do end up winning it eventually. Lots of scrappy trades here. Good picks there from Henry. Kyo wins the 1v1 with Jared. So we're through. Q backing up. Nice shot. That's a relatively easy shot just because they have to jump over from the rail. But still a very, important one to hit. And they get the tap shots here. Something that I want people to learn from Q as Charger players is that there are definitely times that you want to just tap shot. Like, just if somebody gets close to you, your weapon is now a discount splatter shot. Like, just start using it with tap shots and moving around like a shooter player would. The speed and decisiveness with which Q switches from one to the other is really good, and something that I don't necessarily see out of everybody else. Not everyone is willing to scramble as the charger. They just kind of get overwhelmed and try and jump away or something. But, like, if you've got support, like, and they've hit 2 shots, all you need is a tap shot to help that get finished off. And at top level, you know, you're very likely to have support if you're getting flanked in that situation. Did I say he to mean Q? Because Q is definitely she, her. I do know that. So if I got that wrong, I apologize. But I'm aware that Q is she, her. All right. So Liotos with a good pick off the left-hand side there. Ooh, nice. Okay, so this is a really good right side peek here from Liotos. One of the nice things about Squiffer is that it charges just as fast in midair as it does on the ground. So normally there's like a little bit of a disadvantage here because the way right side peek works and the way ledges work, Q is going to be able to shoot down over this ledge a little bit easier than Liotos is. Like, Liotos is going to have a smaller target shooting up, but jumping with the shot can help mitigate that a little bit. And Liotos is in range to hit this shot. Q would have needed to back up, and if Q backs up, then she's behind cover. Like, there's no way that she can hit the shot. So this is actually an advantageous position to have the Squiffer. I've seen Ice in Splatoon 2 pulling out Squiffer for this map specifically, and we talked about that a little bit on stream. And it's cool to see that Liotos is recognizing the potential that it has with the different positions that you end up getting put in. All right, so because of those picks that Liotos gets, they're in position to potentially be able to get through to lead here. This is the part where the push gets harder, because once you get around the clam here, so the next 20 points are basically free, because you've got this thing in the way, and it's really difficult for anyone to get a good angle on you. But once you get past it, that's when you're really in the depths of the enemy base, where there's a ton of like incontestable high ground. And so the last sprint to get lead here is going to be the more challenging part. Now, they do have a couple of picks they're working with, so it's likely that they're going to be able to get it, but I wouldn't count on it every time. Zero gets one. Ooh, and really good stuff there from Jared, and looked like Sun clearing out the plat while Zero got the trade on the tower. So that was just a well-taken fight, which is, you know, that's the Sayonara special. They are really, really good at coordinating on their fights. Ooh, gets isolated there. So what's going on with Sun here? Sun, I think, is looking right here. They, like, slosh over the side there, but then they get spotted out. They get taken down. Leafi and, who's the machine? Kyo on the hunt there. Very good. Leafi follows up on Jared, gets the trade. 2v3 now. It was effectively 2v2 because Sun just respawned. So, even trades so far. Leafi goes down on the left. What can they do with this? Yeah, so I think the error on Zero's part there was that after they got marked, they dropped down. Because if you drop down there, oh shoot, we have to go all the way back to it. So they were on plat, and they dropped off to the right, and that was seen with the mark. So Liotos knows the only way that Zero puts themselves in my range is if they come around the corner. So they were just looking at the corner and waiting to see if that happened. So, like, they drop right there, and it's like, Liotos knows either Zero is going to back up off of this over this unpaintable ramp and give me, you know, time to move up, or they're going to peek around the corner. And so they were just watching. I think they did get a... Oh, no, it was a bomb. The bomb right there gets Kyo. So still relatively even, but Liotos goes up and gets a bubbler on tower. I think that's another really good aspect of the Squiffer on this map mode, that not only does the main weapon work really well around those ledges and stuff, and it lets you pressure plat really easily, but it also lets you put big bubbler on tower. And on this relatively small map, I imagine it's relatively easy to hit successful point sensors. So, yeah. I feel like this weapon might be a little bit underexplored. Okay, Big getting some really important picks there, actually. So, what happens here? So, Q went down to something. Looks like she just got caught out on plat or something. And then Jared goes down, and then Sun goes down. And then Zero goes in, and Zero's alone and doesn't even hit their first shots. So that's a little bit of a stagger, unfortunately. And now Big is going to be able to take a lot of control here. They definitely get lead for this. The question is, do they get the game? Looks like they might get the game. They've got a bubbler around tower. They've still got a Leafi sharking underneath. This is over. Yeah, some uncoordinated engagements that Sayonara was taking right at the end when they were trying to defend. But there were definitely some opportunities there. Shoutouts to K-Bot. And shoutouts to Rissa. Okay. Let's see. Comps first. Ooh, we have a stamper. Can we see the thing? Oh. Never mind. Someone, I think, disconnected or something, so they had to restart. Okay, take two. There we go. All right. Nothing super out of the ordinary. Jared actually running ink recovery. So, I mean, it is zones, so not running out of ink when you're trying to paint the zone is going to be important, especially in Hagglefish, where there's just going to be a lot of painting back and forth on the zones. The same reason that Liotos is going to be running main saver, although that's not bad on an Explo anyway. So they're getting a lot of high paint comps. Q was showing this off in the pre-launch tournament as well. She was using InkVac to help her team walk onto the zone and be able to take it and just, like, prevent the other team from being able to paint it themselves or to aggress their teammates. One other really great thing about Charger is that whatever lane it's watching, the Charger is going to be able to see every angle that can threaten it. So, like, if she sets herself up on the right side and peeks like that, like, what do you do about that? You don't have cover from that. Same deal on the left-hand side, although left side peeking is a little bit weaker. And then mid, this little piece of cover is barely protecting anybody. Okay, aggressive crab play pays off. Then on the other side, there's a trade. And then Zero is rushing over to try and avenge .Q. Ends up trading that, so ends up in Big's favor here. they're on the hunt to try and get this isolated player here, but beautiful positioning there from Jared. Like, once I think Henrry here drops over this ledge, they're committed to this fight. And then they're just not able to find as much damage. That is just a 1v1 weapon matchup. Like, these are both splash-o-matics, so it's not like either one of them has range advantage. That's just Jared getting the outplay. And then they're able to crab and bring the rest of the team in to win the fight on the right, and it just so happens that Sun's able to beat someone on the left. So, well played from Sayonara, and they're going to move up really fast here, and now they're going to try and lock out. And you can see what's happening on the map, just with the ink color. Like, they're going to push up to about here. And then, even if the enemy team just runs over them, they're not going to die on zone. And then they're going to need to take some time to paint up just to be able to get back to the zone. And so, because of the way that they're playing here, they're buying themselves some extra ticks on the zone just because of their positioning when the enemy team comes in. If you try and defend from the zone, the enemy team just gets to walk all the way back. But if you resist before they can even get to the area where they can paint the zone, you keep the zone for even longer, even if the fight goes badly. So you want to set up in a good position to defend somewhere in front of the zone so you can get in between them and the zone and stop them before they try and do anything to paint it. Man, that is aggressive positioning from Q. Yeah, Q backs up. They do get one by just spamming damage up there. The Expo goes down. So Big is going to have to wait a little bit. Looks like Leafi doesn't want to wait. And they do get taken out for it by Sun. Sun getting outranged there by the Explo. Well played. Henry's getting in, gets one pick. They do get the zone capped. Should that have happened? Oh, Henrry gets picked here. Yeah, that should definitely happen. So they try and pop a crab tank in response. They're like, okay, we're down a member, but maybe if we get a crab tank out there, that can suppress them enough that they can't get the zone in a 3v2. But with the rain combined with Henrry painting it and the pressure being put on the crab that can't delete Henrry out of it, that doesn't work. They do end up getting Henrry eventually, but now it's just... looks like it was just Sun there on the left. No, that's Q. What happens to Q here? Oh, so Sun does actually go down on the left there. I don't know what happened to .Q here. But they are able to keep enough of a presence, Sayonara, is that even though they lose the cap here, they are able to just grab it again right there, which is really good for them. Whenever you cap, you know, the whole zone goes your color. And so if the enemy team wants to rush you across the zone, they have to completely repaint it again. Even if they already had some control there, they just lose all of it. And here's the ink fact, so no Explo shots. It looked like they were trying to maybe like grab the Booyah Bomb. There are situations where you can absorb the Booyah Bomb, but you can only grab it when it's in like ball form when you're when you're throwing it. Once it starts expanding, it will just hit you through the vac. So the zone's flipping a lot. They're going down, but in trades, so nobody's getting full control yet. Flank incoming. They almost get around the backside, but Jared is a little too quick on that. Oh, and Jared with a really good angle there. That angle that Jared took, let me just back up enough to be able to see it. Jared must have just seen a little flicker there. That's very hard to see, but look at the angle that Jared has. So they can see a really wide area of the hallway here, but if they need, they can also back up to the right and just be right behind this this pillow here. And if Leafi wants to jump up onto this ledge, Leafi has to go completely into Jared's sightline. So this is really a great angle to take by Jared. Not to mention, you know, having two teammates there against their one flanker helps. Now Jared's gonna... It looked like Jared actually pre-fired that spot to make sure there wasn't anyone sharking, and then backed up, knowing that if somebody was watching that, they would know that he's coming now. Because it looks like that gets Henrry to rotate over. And now, this might be a set play, actually, where they're trying to bait Henrry into Q's Inkvac here. I don't know. But Henrry gets away back over to here. Oh, but Henry's chased into... Let's go, Q. And forces another one to jump out. So, yeah, that worked really well. And that, again, is, you know, the strength that Q has found with the Charger on this map. That was really scary there. One more shot from anything and Q would have gone down, but they're able to pick Henrry and stay alive from the... I spoke too soon. Commentator's curse. Oh, no. Oh, man, they're so close. They pushed to 6, but it does go back the other way. They had been hemorrhaging players at that point, because they do have a 4v2 situation here, but then that Q goes down. And then what happened to Zero? I guess Zero just lost to the X-Blow. And now everyone's jumped back into the X-Blow and they're able to take out Sun. So they just kind of overstayed their welcome a little bit. Slick little flank there from Henrry. Just sneaking straight around the entire back of the enemy team. And flanks like that work when your team follows up with you. Like, they're so close to their teammates right now, they know that any fight that they take, they're going to have support for. This is not just them pushing in alone. You do that when you're alone, you're just going to get splatted. But the timing that Henrry did it at, there was going to be support. There was going to be follow-up. So that was really well played. Oh my goodness, and then everyone dies. So it looks like someone got bombed off the shield, and then someone got sniped because the shield wasn't there anymore because 3 people were looking at it. And then I think Henry's looking back like, all right, team, we ready to wait. Where is everybody? Bleh. And the jump in also gets picked. So that's a big stagger for Sayonara to win here. And notice how they're not trying to push up here. You know, they're not trying to go any further in. Because once they push up here, they're at a disadvantage. They don't have cover. They're in open ground. It's not safe for them to be that far up. They're just trying to defend from right here, right in front of the zone. Because that just happens to be the best place for them to do it. A couple of specials go out. Booyah Bomb gets put on zone. So that'll... What that does, effectively, is it forces players back away from the zone. It's not there to paint the zone. You're not going to outpaint a team of 4 players that's up with just a Booyah Bomb on zone. But what this is going to do is, if there's someone holding back on zone, it's either going to force them forward onto this narrow strip of purple ink that's right here for Big to be able to clean up, or it's going to force them all the way back behind the zone into this neutral position that Big can play into then. You can see, like, all the frontliners were forced over to the right or the left. Because they don't want to stay up here because there's no cover here and it's really not safe and they're going to have their escape route painted from behind them. So, ooh, wow, I'm surprised Kyo lives that. That looked, honestly, a little bit like spectator lag because it looked like Kyo should have died. So, okay. That's a player down, and then Leafi gets one in mid. Leafi gets another on right. Leafi's popping off. A little bit risky the way that Leafi's like jumping to get shots up over the top, because while it gives Leafi a better angle, she's also like, imagine she jumped a little bit further forward and was on top of this bomb now. Like, if she lands on enemy ink, she's not going to be able to get away from that bomb before it blows up. So that's a little bit scary, but I think that's why she's kind of hanging back the way she is. She's only going up there when she knows that that bomb thrower isn't there. Woo! Lasers. Okay, so what starts this off? It looks like Leafi starts this off by popping the whale. So that's the first special that gets used. And then an Inkzuka gets used to try and suppress her from pushing any further forward. Looks like Zero fires into the Booyah Bomb in the hopes that maybe someone was hiding in the Booyah Bomb. Doesn't get anything with the Zuka, but does end up managing to cap the zone. How does this happen? Oh, Crab Tank is how that happens. Crab Tank plus Booyah Bomb. Okay. So they use 2 specials just to cap the zone and get it back. Oh, but now it's just 0. So they're going to be able to worm their way into 1 more, but Sun goes down behind. So 0 gets Leo. And now 0 is not going to be able to cap the zone, but if 0 is able to, like, distract them a little bit, get them to turn around, maybe when Sayo starts respawning, they're going to be able to push a little bit further forward before they're contested. So that's 0's hoping just for another pick there probably, but the fact that they made big turnaround helps. And it looks like Jared was actually trying to capitalize on that, because Jared's like, okay, well, 0 was just skirmishing a little bit on the zone. Maybe I can get in behind those players and get at them before they can see me. But someone was watching, and they do take Jared out. So that's going to be a stagger on Sayo. Oh, and Sun goes down as well. This is really scary for them. They're going to need to push extremely fast, because this goes to overtime right now. So they have 5 plus 19, so 24 ticks. So about like 10 seconds-ish. Maybe a little bit more than 10, maybe like 14, 15 or something seconds, to be able to recap the zone. It's really scary because they don't have time to farm all the specials they want. But it looks like Leafi here overextends a little bit. They see that someone's throwing bombs there, and they figure, okay, this player, there's no way this player sees me. But this player has been seeing Leafi trying to camp this area and fire shots over the top the entire game, knows that there's probably someone sharking there, hits this burst bomb and already has a plan ready, and is able to zero Leafi out as they drop. So that's a veteran move right there. And out comes the Crab to try and repaint the zone. And what almost saves this for Big here is that Kyo flanks the Crab, because the Crab is the firepower that's really there for painting the zone. But if it has to turn to the wrong side, it can't paint it. And Sun is in Booyah Bomb, so Sun isn't putting any paint on the map. So the Crab needs to survive. The Booyah needs to go out on zone. It looks like Q gets a pick on the one player who's painting the zone the most, and the zone is able to cap. And look at that pop-off. That's my favorite pop-off of the tournament right there. That was hype. Instant replay. Let's go. That match was sick. All right. So, I'm not going to watch the rest of that on stream because you need to go and watch it because it was hype. But what I do want to do, and maybe this will give it away a little bit, but I want to go and watch a little bit of Grand Finals at the very least. So let's skip ahead. Where are we at? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now we're at the beginning. Okay. So, Starburst is pretty indisputably the best team in North America. I think that was already pretty clear before this tournament. But they have not lost a game at this point in the tournament here. They have just sailed through winners. Absolutely cracked squad of players. Bagel is throwing so many bombs. Oh my god. Look at this. LDE plus 2 mains of Inksaver sub That man is running that weapon for one reason, and that reason is to throw bombs. Oh my goodness. Where is the VOD? The VOD is from, this is on Twitch. So you go to Twitch slash BTS Smash 4. So this is the channel name right here, and you click videos, and it's one of the recent broadcasts. It's Splatoon Day 2. So that's what I'm watching right here. Just scrolling through to see if there are any questions that I've missed recently. A lot more Splash-O-Matic in this tournament than I expected. Yeah, people were calling the Splash-O-Matic mid in some early tier lists, and I was like, are you sure? Because that weapon was meta at the end of Splatoon 2, and the main weapon's the same, and it still has a burst bomb, and Crab Tank is really good for painting zone. Like, it also has a lot left to be discovered in it. And I think people are figuring out, and you can even see in this tournament, like, Crab Tank is a very viable special that's people are definitely finding good uses for. So, yeah, I don't think Splash is bad at all. I'd put it up in the same tier as something like at least the Vanilla Slosher, if not like the Splatter Shot itself. But it's probably up there with like the 52 Gal for, top shooter weapons. So, definitely a good one. What do you call the tent canvas thing? High range. I call it hut, because that way it's one syllable. Keep hearing about GooTuber. I did make a video about the GooTuber. There wasn't any. There was one GooTuber match that we looked over. One where Power was playing it. I didn't focus on that too much though, because I already made the video about it. I wonder if Ninja Squid LDE Stealth Jump is meta. Yeah. How do you get the commentator voice? By commentating. By streaming and commentating. And also being a teacher. I always, talk to esports people, and they're like, oh yeah, you've definitely got that teacher voice. And I'm like, no, actually... that's my TOing voice. Like, before I started teaching, I was a tournament organizer for Melee tournaments. So I'd be yelling, Blazed Fox 69, your match is over here. All the way across the venue full of 150 people. And that was how I got my voice really strong. And then, as a teacher, you're presenting content to people constantly, in a way that they can understand. Thank you so much, Ram. That's so kind of you. Thank you. Congrats to all of the new members. Thank Ram, your benevolent overlord. So, yeah, I've had a lot of experience with presenting information to people. What makes Object Shredder on Charger good? So it's a little bit different from Splatoon 2, where the answer, why are they running Object Shredder, was one of two things, namely armor or popping the Rainmaker shield. A lot of the time it was armor. But here, there are a couple of things they might be thinking. They might be thinking getting rid of splash walls. They might be thinking getting rid of crab tanks. They might be thinking shooting booyah bombs down. I mean, it's helpful for getting rid of wave breakers, not that you need that much extra help. So there are a few uses for it. And Ice, being a charger, being an anchor player, isn't as likely to go down and isn't as likely to need the utility of stealth jump. Like, if they're jumping in, they're going to be jumping into someone who's really safe, because they want to be further back anyway. They don't want to be on the front lines quickly. They want to be back to the back lines quickly, and they're the one who's least likely to go down. So stealth jump has much less utility for an anchor weapon. It still has utility, but it's much more important on a frontline weapon. Do you have a Metafy? Yes, I do. It's available from my links, which I will post here. There's just too many links for me to like post them all at once in chat. So, yeah. Man, one of these days, if the top players don't get around to making a resource for the callouts, I'm threatening to go and make one of my own. Just make up all the callouts myself and distribute that and say this is authoritative now, because they're taking their sweet time coming out with that information. Like, what are they calling it? So I'm just gonna make sure that that place is called Hut, and I'm gonna make sure that those places on Mincemeat are called Truck. You know, because that needs to happen. Is LDE worth it on 52? Oh, I'm sure. Like, using it for splash walls. Splash walls are really ink hungry. And being able to throw more of those is always helpful. Please give Crab to Squiffer. That'd be interesting. Gem, I'm stuck in S rank. What do I do? I don't know enough about you or your playstyle to be able to answer that question, and that's probably not a conversation that we can really have that effectively in chat of a stream where the messages are getting buried. But I do have some videos out on Splatoon 2 called How to Get Out of Insert Rank Here. You know, how to get out of C rank, how to get out of B rank, etc. Those might be good to catch up on. Most of that stuff is going to be the same for Splatoon 3. But if you ever have more specific questions, I do VOD reviews. On Tuesdays, I do VOD reviews for viewers. Those are unfortunately backed up all the way to December at this point. But you can also always reserve a spot on Metafy as well. If you're interested in supporting me a little bit financially by reserving that. Those do, you know, it's Metafy. Those do cost money. And that's partly just because I am doing that coaching instead of making videos at that point. An educator too. Yes, I was an English teacher for 3 years. What do you think the best special in the game is? Missiles, close second, but definitely second Booyah Bomb. Is there a public official Splatoon comp Discord out there? There are a bunch of different competitive Discords for a bunch of different purposes. The one I would recommend getting into is called Inkopolis Crosswalk. That is a Discord server that exists simply to be a list of other Discord servers, links to other servers. So from there, you'll find whatever it is in the competitive community that you're looking for. Do you think Object Shredder is higher value than a main? I mean, it is a main, but higher value than a main of something else most of the time. Like, you're generally going to see the vast majority of players run foot gear that either has stealth jump or Object Shredder. See, the problem with bus is that they're not buses, because it's Mincemeat Metalworks. You're at an industrial site. They're trucks. Is Twitch able to sub? No, but YouTube memberships are pretty much the same deal. So if you wanted to log on YouTube, that's an option. On Twitch, the reason I'm not able to sub, and I talked about this briefly earlier, but is that I can't restream. I can't stream to 2 different platforms at once, because I'm live on YouTube currently at the same time I'm live on Twitch. And the affiliate agreement that allows you to be able to sub prevents you from being able to do that. Do you think that custom kits would break the game? Oh, absolutely. People would find absolutely busted combinations, and that would be the only thing that you could run. There would probably be a lot of combinations that would be at least decent, but there would be some that would be absolute trash, and there would be some that would be way stronger than you probably want a weapon to be. Oh, and definitely recommend, someone said VOD reviewing yourself. That is a really good way to do it. If you have no idea where to start and have no background even in competitive play, a great way to start is just record one of your matches, and then every single time you die, think about why that happened. It's usually a decision that you made like 5 seconds earlier. But think about, okay, what actually caused that to occur? And don't do that thing anymore. English teacher now is some of my favorite coworkers. Let's go! English teachers are hype. Broken to B rank, farthest I've gotten. Let's go! Congrats. That was Pixie Cub. Yeah, good job, good job. And I'm glad you're finding the weapons that work for you. Are we spoiling who won the tournament? I'm not going to spoil who won the tournament. I'm going to show probably the first couple matches here, so you don't see the actual ending. But we will see, you know, after 2 games, like what the state of the game is and who's likely to win it, I guess. Is last-ditch effort actually that good? I did talk about this a lot earlier, but the short answer is yes, LDE is that good. Like, every weapon in the game needs to at least consider running it. You need to have a good reason not to go and run it, basically. Okay, really quickly, I'm going to go find a link to Inkopolis Crosswalk for you guys, and I'm also going to post my links one more time, just in case anybody heard about something that I do and was interested in it, because a lot of people have been asking, oh, hey, do you have this? Do you have this? So I want to make sure we've got that out there. But then I'm going to get going on the VOD review, because I am about as caught up as I can reasonably be on this stream. It is hard to keep up with all the questions, but I do appreciate that I have this many questions, and I'd much rather be in the situation where there's too much for me to talk about than not enough. Okay, so here's the link to Inkopolis Crosswalk. If you go into that Discord server, you will find links to all sorts of other competitive resources. So if you're interested in competitive Splatoon at all, just get into that Discord server and find the parts of it that you're interested in being in. Then here are my links. So I'm on, you know, Twitter. There's the Squid School Discord server, and if you go to the Squid School Discord server, you can just find Inkopolis Crosswalk in the resources channel, so you don't have to be scrolling back up to find that thing frantically. That's also where my Patreon is, where my Metafy account is, where the YouTube and Twitch channels are, where the TikTok is. I think that's everything that's there. I might be forgetting one of them. Thank you so much for the support, Last Data and Galato. I don't have my headphones on, so I missed the Vimo sound, but I'll keep it on now so that I don't. But thank you guys so much for that support. That's really helpful, because I am trying to do this full time, and it's that kind of support that does make this possible for me. So, whew, okay. So, LDE... So what LDE does, and we'll just talk about that really quick, because it has been a minute since we talked about it. LDE scales, at least if it's the same way that it is from Splatoon 2, and I'm pretty confident that it is. It scales starting when the opponents are at 50 points remaining. So it does nothing until the opponents have 50 points remaining. But if you're denying your opponents from getting below 50, you're probably winning the game anyway. So that's not a huge deal. And then from 50 to 30, it gains progressively more and more value. At 30, where it maxes out, what you're getting is ink efficiency from it. And specifically by that I mean you gain ink recovery, and ink saver main, and ink saver sub. And by 30 points remaining, each one of those things you have 24 AP of. So a main gives 10 AP, a sub gives 3 AP. So this is more than 2 mains and 1 sub of all 3 of those things that you're getting for the cost of 1 main on your gear. It's just so much that you can't not consider it. So, all right. Let's get talking about the 2 teams that got the furthest in this tournament. So, comps. Forgot to talk about comps. It looks like Big is running the same exact comp that they've been running so far. Leafi on the 52, Leo on the X-Blow, Kyo on Machine, and Henrry on Splash. And then Starburst, this is like such a meta-looking comp, except for, I guess, the Splat Charger. Splat Charger has not been as popular as E-Liter has, as far as I've seen. But people are definitely finding uses for the Splat Charger. FLC thinks that the E-Liter hard outclasses the Splat Charger, but .Q and Ice clearly seem to disagree. So it's interesting to see how that's going to develop. But we've got a Splatter Shot. Whoa, really? They run Splatter Shot at top level? Who would have thought? A Sloshing Machine? Mind-blowing. And a Junior as well. And a Junior with a lot of bombs. Look at how many bombs this Junior has. That's like so many bombs. That's really funny. Okay. And so rolling out on a Hagglefish. We're all just going straight to mid. Ice is trying to set up to get some picks here. Liotos is setting up on Hut, which is a really powerful place for the X-Blow. And we're just poking at each other. Starburst ends up winning Cap here. Probably because there's a player trying to flank over here. Oh, and also it looked like Leafi went down earlier. And then on the right-hand side, it looks like they just rush Kyo. Because they recognize, okay, Leafi's down. We have numbers advantage. Let's just bully them out of the way. So Starburst, this is all basically just coming from the fact that Starburst got the first pick and then capitalized on it very quickly. Which is exactly what you want to do. They pop the Trizuka, and it looks like they're trying to use this to displace Leo, but then they get scared of something else on the right here, probably Leafi coming back in. And they're like, wait, come back this way. There's someone who's going to try and stop me from doing this. So the Crab is going to get countered in part by the Ink Vac, but then it's going to be able to start painting again. The Crab is not being assisted too much by painters. We've got Leo doing his best, but against a team of 4, you're not going to be able to cap zone quite that quickly. The Booyah Bomb almost helps just because it forces all of the painters on Starburst to back up, but then they come back in and get control of the zone again. Ice gets picked, that gets traded back immediately because the flank is by themselves. So there have been a lot of like isolated flanks. There have been a lot of pushes that Big have made where people are going in multiple directions, and Starburst is just putting like 3 people on one of those directions, one of those angles, getting a numbers advantage, and then being able to collapse on the other side. So they're playing more on mid than they're playing the flanks. Oh, man, that was... Okay, so this is really, really well played here by... I think was it Biscuit who was on this, and then Bran who's on the... I get them oh, no, this is Bran. Bran on the machine, and then Biscuit is the shooter here. I call them the 3 carbohydrates. Because you've got Bran, Biscuit, and Bagel. And they're all on the same team. And they can all play like short-range shooters and stuff like that. And then you've got Ice. So you're almost at a breakfast right there. It's not the best of beverages, but I mean, it's probably not the best of breakfasts either, to be honest. So this fight has been going on for a while here, and it's sustained for so long that people are just constantly trading back and forth here. And here's the thing. Starburst is in control of the zone. They have been since like 436 over here. I had to hit back so many times. There's still not been a neutralization of the zone here. They're trying with the Crab and the X-Blow here, but Starburst is just being too disciplined about staying on zone and preventing that from happening. And they're only dropping back to take fights. You saw Ice just kind of went down there, but they're dropping back to take fights when they know they have control of zone. And so like now is when they push forward because they have control of zone. And if a fight happens over here in the corner, even if Big wins this fight, they're going to need to come back to the zone in order to paint it. And so, again, taking fights off the zone, that's exactly what you want to do when you're in control of it. Thank you so much for the membership, Nico. I really appreciate you. So they're willing to just kind of force this fight over here to get everyone looking away from the zone to look at the fight here. And Bran almost wins this. They came so close. They hit like an indirect plus a direct, but Kyo was able to heal enough. Biscuit gets one with the Zuka. And when all is said and done, it's 2v2. But again, Starburst still has the zone. And Leo gets in and does some frontline exploshing to beat Bran. That's one thing that I think is a considerable weakness of the sloshing machine and is a reason that we're not seeing as many double machine comps anymore. In earlier tournaments, especially like the Area Cup that happened, the very first Area Cup, that's a big Japanese Splat Zones tournament, we were seeing like double machine on a lot of comps. But we're starting to not see that anymore because a lot of the top Japanese teams were starting to realize that if they put an E-leader on a comp with double machine, they don't have a lot of pushing power. A machine can't camp jumps very consistently. Like if it's just a machine who's like looking at a super jump come in, they have to hit like a weak hit of Fizzy Bomb plus a direct or something like that. Like, it's not the easiest thing for them to set up. They don't have a very fast kill time. They don't have a very fast fire rate. Bran gets beaten here by an Explo because the Explo had just the tiniest bit of initiative. A shooter doesn't lose this fight. So I think that's why we're seeing a little bit less of Sloshing Machine. It's still incredibly powerful. It's almost in every single comp. But you're not seeing, like, multiple Sloshing Machines. It's not like the problem we had with Tri-Slosher on the first patch of Splatoon 2, where the optimal choice was to run three Tri-Sloshers. So I think it's actually in a relatively good place for a top-tier weapon. Instead of seeing Sloshing Machine nerfed, I'd rather see other things buffed up to its level or given better kits to get up to its level. I think that would be a lot more exciting. Whew, okay. And the Explo is going to threaten the heck out of that, and they're going to see where Ice is running to. Yeah, in a 2-down situation, this might be a little bit over-aggressive on Ice's part. Like, there's enough ink right here that a frontline weapon can just swim straight up into Ice's range of Ice. So trying to fire a shot here is maybe a little bit greedy. They just get caught right there. It's not even like they got their feet painted or anything. Was it Leafi? Yeah, or Henrry just caught right up to them. Or maybe it was Leafi, because Leafi's the one who's up there on the plat now. So Leafi actually trying to take their attention to the back side of their plat, but goes in really quickly, and the rest of the team has had to back up in that time. So I think, again, like, something that Starburst has down a little bit better is their game plan for, like, how to approach, not exactly fights, just, like, engaging the enemy team. Because, like, they didn't try to make a big hullabaloo over the fight that Leafi started, because that's what Leafi wanted them to do. Leafi wanted Starburst to back up and fight her, and let her team press in from the front. But Starburst kept most of their attention on the front, forced Leafi's team back, and made it a really easy pick on Leafi, because then Leafi was isolated. And that's the sort of thing that I think is happening because Big is a pickup and Starburst is not. Starburst have been playing together for probably like a year now or something like that as this roster. Whereas Big, like, FT Win recently disbanded. And I mean, Kyo and Leafi have played together before on FT Win, but Henrry hasn't been a part of that for a minute. And I'm totally blanking. Liotos. I don't know how much he's been playing with them at all. I don't remember. I think he comes from a different team or something like that. Maybe his team just wasn't at the LAN. I'd have to remind myself and go back and check his Twitter. But, okay, we just missed a lot. Let's back up. So Leafi goes down, then what? So now Starburst has numbers advantage. They also have special advantage. They just charge in and take out Henrry. The Booyah Bomb slows them down a little bit, but that's not going to stop them from taking zone. The Booyah is used to force them off the zone. And then There's still a flank in behind from Kyo. And I like how these players are actually like backing up in response to that instead of trying to run at it and collapse on it right away, because Kyo has initiative. Kyo already hit a shot. And it might be that the ink vac behind actually saved Bran here. Ooh, but a nice flank. Who gets in on the back side here? It's got to be Leafi, right? Yeah, Leafi gets in and gets 2, but trades Biscuit. And so Starburst still has more numbers out on the map. Like, that individually is a good play, except that in the macro scale of things, Leafi didn't have enough numbers on her team to capitalize on that good solo play. So what was a play that Leafi, you know, in a vacuum would be considered to have won, this goes in Starburst's advantage every time. So I think there's just a little bit of a disconnect on Big right now about when they want to go in and how hard they want to go in when they do. It's like Leafy's holding hard forward and out mechanicking people and doing really good things there, but there's not enough follow-up for that to end up working against a team that's as coordinated and also still as cracked as Starburst is. So that pick on Henrry is really dangerous. Big needs to back up, and they're probably only going to get one more attempt to take zone from here. They put out a special because now there's been time for a respawn. But, okay, Starburst goes 2 down. Biscuit decides to shark here, and I want to point out how Biscuit gets this pick, because this is really smart of Biscuit and some typical competitive play here. So, as soon as Liotos goes past Biscuit, Biscuit knows that they're safe, and they see this bomb being thrown out in front, or maybe it's a slosh. I think it was a bomb. So they know, okay, this player that they saw throwing the Booyah Bomb is going to move forward. Why wouldn't they? They're in a 4v2. And there's this tiny little patch of purple ink in their base that's not painted, but, like, they already had multiple players run past this. Why would there be someone sharking here still? And you can actually see just in the ink right there, the little bulge, the little, like, ripple in the ink of the player moving by. And notice how they do it. They're playing the line of ink. They're making it so that the player has no escape route back and can't swim forward. They paint behind them, realize they're missing, and then start painting in front. And whenever you aim in front of someone, you want to err on the side of aiming too far in front so that they swim into your color ink and get stuck, exactly the way that Kyo does here. Kyo has no way to win this fight anymore because his weapon splats slower. And Kyo loses anyway. What the heck? Or Kyo wins anyway. Well, how does that happen? Too many shots missed, I guess. And that's part of why Kyo is squid bagging, because that is a fight that Kyo is not expected to win at all. So everything went really well except for the aim at the end of that. That should have been Biscuit's fight win, but Kyo was able to win that one. So Starburst gets pushed back. Leafi gets a solo pick, and I think this is kind of emblematic of how this has been going. Like, Leafi's pushed up really far, and yes, they get ice, but, like, if Bran, Biscuit, and Bagel were to all rush Leafi right now, they get to Leafi before anyone else on Big does. Okay, Leafi does a really good job of backing up to a teammate, though. This is excellent. They've got a teammate on the left, and they have some cover to break line of sight with this player here, so they're actually going to be able to get away with this one. Booyah versus Crab is not fair, and it makes me very sad. Henrry actually gets away from that. I'm surprised it's able to move fast enough. Because if you just land the Booyah Bomb on the Crab, it's GG. What do? It's so slow. Okay. So we've got a shark here from Leafi, who probably came over around the right side. She's waiting for someone to, like, put themselves in range of her. And then that happens, and she's able to get the ink back, but there are 2 players dropping here. And again, she needs more support than she's getting to be able to make a play like this. Because that's just going to immediately get traded back. Henrry also went down on the left, but it looks like there's a trade somewhere else on the map. Bagel's going to go down to that. And Big actually able to take the lead here. But thanks to Bran taking out Leo and then Henrry, they are able to prevent the knockout. And the game's not over yet. Still a minute and a half left to go. This is absolutely still winnable. I'm going to take a bite of a sandwich. Leo uses they, them? Oh, shoot. Apologies to Leo. I totally thought... I remembered seeing him on, like, the screen, but... Hold on. There's a way to figure that out. We're at 129. We just back up to where it's showing images of them. Do we get to see them at all? Can we see? Can we see? Can I... How far back do we have to go? Ah! Oh, now it's just going to be the analyst desk forever. Oh my goodness. Okay, this, they, them. My bad. I was totally wrong about that. I legitimately thought, like, I checked and thought that I had it right at one point, but I must be mistaking them for another player or something. So, my bad. Three mains of Sandwich Saver up. Yep. I, too, play heavy in Team Fortress 2. No, I played a little bit of it. Oh, hey, what's up, Juan? Juan is a top player for a team called Super P, who have been doing really, really well in, like, big North American tournaments. They've taken games off Starburst. They've, you know, they're clearly one of the best teams in North America right now. So anything Nerf NZAP says is more correct than anything I say. But good to have you. And yeah, so the part of the reason for the headphones is so that it's easier to hear your teammates. Because, like, oops, almost screwed things up there. No, stop. We're not ready yet. With the way that the chairs are lined up and the monitors are set up, you hearing your teammate all the way over to the right is really hard. And so they use audio mixers so that what you say through your mic goes to your teammates. And comes through their headphones, as well as the game audio, so they can hear their game audio over whatever noise in the crowd. On top of that, it has the added benefit that you can't hear the opponent's callouts, even though you're probably right next to them. And sometimes you can still hear your opponent's callouts, depending on the setup, which is kind of scuffed. But space is limited, and sometimes you do the best you can. In a more, like, professional, and by professional I mean supported financially environment, like you find with, like, League of Legends or something, the different teams get put in, like, soundproofed booths. But Super I, the reason that they only have some people's pronouns there is that they pulled them all from the Start GG profiles that the players made. So unless the players actually reported their pronouns on those profiles, they won't show up on stream. So it's just a matter of like whether the players did their due diligence there and actually filled those out. So that's the real reason that they're, you know, not all the other pronouns are showing up. Here, Liotos is quitting? No, I didn't. Oh. I mean, I'm sure, you know, everyone has their reasons. But, sorry to see him go. Thanks for the content you do. Really inspired me to give it. Oh, thank you, Salty Kale Chips. Did one play on Climb at some point, or am I just really dumb? I don't remember. I remember who all was on Climb. I remember Chara and Bagel were on Climb. I don't remember who the others were. How's that banana? It is a banana. It's organic, too. Hi, Nobu, the Thrumble. I don't know what a Thrumble is. Have there been any splatlings in these matches? I think no. Oh, that's rough. There were some other teams that were running Hydras. But once you hit the, like, DivX top-level teams, I don't think anyone's running it. Did you grow it yourself? No. And in fact, I didn't even buy it myself. I paid someone back for it, but the thing was, I got exposed to COVID at one point, and so I didn't want to... I was uncertain about going out to get groceries in that state. I have tested negative since, so it looks like I'm going to be in the clear, although there are a few more days that I have to be isolating a little bit. But so somebody else actually went out and got my groceries for me. Yeah, and, like, it's totally valid to not want to report your pronouns. It's totally valid to want to report your pronouns. It's also more likely the case than any of that stuff that someone just, like, didn't know that they could put their pronouns on their profile, or, like, was too lazy to bother putting their pronouns in their profile. That happens a lot, too. That's probably, I'd say, more often the case than the alternative. Zelda E worth running in Turf War? Probably more than in most places. Are there any Tri-Stringer Pro mains yet? I know there are a lot of players who have been experimenting with it. I don't know if I've seen any top-level players playing Tri-Stringer. Does anyone else have anyone come to mind? There are definitely competitive players who are interested in it, just not at, like, the level that they'd be in top 4 of a major that I know of. How do you use Undercover Umbrella well? The snarky answer is you don't, because it is the weakest weapon in the game by a pretty wide margin. But the nicer answer to the question is you use it as a skirmisher. That is, you engage a fight with an opponent with the expectation that your teammate is going to follow up and finish the fight for you. Because there's no way in heck you're actually splatting anyone with that weapon without help in a 1v1 fight. But what you can do is get them to look at you so that your teammate has a way in. What's with the dualies aversion? Dualies lock themselves into their movement more than other weapons do, which is weird because they have the dodge rolls, but if you finish a roll, you're kind of stuck in it. So usually you'd probably default to a shooter, with the exception of the dualie squelchers. Dually Squelchers aren't bad. We just haven't been seeing them as much. Thank you for the raid, Liberté! Short-range shooters have been meta since Splatoon 2, and a lot of people are still used to them. So part of this is probably just, like, main weapon bias, because players have spent the last who knows how long on that last patch just learning shooter weapons, like 52 and Kenta Splatter Shot and N-Zap and Splashmatic, and using those things. You know, they're fresher on that. They're more warm on those. And those weapons are still good in this game. And so we're still seeing a lot of them. But the sloshing machine is one of the most broken weapons in the game. You can use that weapon really, really effectively. It's just got a really good kit. And chargers are also really strong in this game compared to how they were in Splatoon 2 because of the removal of ink armor and the fact that the maps are designed very open with not as much cover or flank routes. Express his opinion about it needing a buff. Oh, what needing a buff? Sorry, were you talking about Tri-Stringer? Oh, an angle shooter. Angle shooter is probably the weakest sub-weapon in the game. It's crazy because I thought point sensor was the lowest it was ever going to go, but point sensor is actually a little bit better in this game based on the kits that it's on and the value you get out of it, especially since everyone's running Ninja Squid right now. But, like, angle shooter, it's harder to hit than a point sensor. You're really, really only likely to hit one person with it. And hitting the actual damage from it is pretty difficult against opponents who are going to be moving as much, who are going to be submerged in the ink as much. So you're very unlikely to even ever get that 30 damage, and 30 damage is pretty pitiful. So it's actually seeing the least use out of anything. The weapons that it's on are generally pretty low tier right now. Okay. I've at least eaten some food. Let's get going on this, because this match is pretty hype. So, Starburst is able to take control, but Big is in the lead. Minute 30 seconds left. Big is respawning in. Someone drops here, and Bran is trying to punish that. But they start getting aggressed by the Explo. They decide to just throw the Booyah Bomb there. I don't think that's, like, the best Booyah Bomb. Like, if you were really waiting for a little longer, you could potentially find a better use for it. I think this is just, they're throwing it to try and keep the tempo up. Because if there is follow-up, maybe you can get someone over here on the right to splat these players, but they were probably just trying to back Big up and slow them down. My thinking. So they probably spotted Henrry out here, and Bran goes for it, and we can't see anything that happens because of the way the camera worked. Okay. So Bagel, Biscuit, Ice, all handling mid. Kyo's still spawning in. Leo is probably going to try and help Henrry with Bran over here on the right. Bagel gets taken down by probably Leafi. And then Leafi lands on a bomb somewhere. That's really chaotic, and with the way the camera worked, it was difficult to see what happened in that fight. But everyone's back up at some point here. A little bit of a stagger going, potentially. Kyo tries to finish that back off. Is not able to do so this time. The aim is on for, I think that was Biscuits, the same player that was trying to shark earlier. Yep. So Leafi tries to clear this whole area out. They're able to pick Biscuits, and then they just get sniped because Ice backs up smartly. So it's still in this very even state. But now, when did the zone flip? The zone flips here. Bagel and Biscuit are both down. Makes sense. And then Leafi clears out the back. Ice able to get that pick. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. Biscuit jumps in. All right. So they probably need to recap on this next attempt, because otherwise they run out of time before the KO happens. Ooh, they do get Leafi. Catching Leafi, trying to rotate into the flank here. Ice goes down, but they trade one back. They get traded back. Booyah Bomb's going to go land on that jump and get the pick on the jumper. So that's always an easy one. That's one really nice thing about Booyah Bomb. Like, if you see a super jump that you can't pick from your weapon's range, if you have time to throw the Booyah Bomb at it, that's still a very, very guaranteed splat. And that's exactly what happens there. They get a trade on zone. Oh, and they get the pick on the flanker too. So right now, Big is behind on numbers. They do get Ice back. They do get Biscuit. Okay, so here they're slightly ahead. But the jumps are coming in. 2 jumps in, and they got a pick, and they got a trade. So Starburst now has a 3v2 situation. Leo goes down as well. That's huge. And Kyo on the flank goes down. So just a bunch of separate picks right at the moments that Starburst needed them. Because this is game. There's no way that anyone from Big gets to the zone in time. Leafi was the first up, and they weren't even in range to paint the zone. So don't get picked in the last 15 seconds of the game is the moral to the story. Okay. So game 2 here. And this will be the last one we do, so we're not giving away anything about the conclusion. But looks like the same exact comp coming out from both teams? Both teams, I think. Unless Biscuit was running a different shooter. But I think they were running the splatter shot in the last one. So yeah, I think this is the same comp. Oh, Ice on the E-liter. That's different. And this is definitely an E-liter map. That little bit of extra range makes a big difference in what you can hit. So Leo is going to spend the time trying to paint and control top mid, because Leo knows that Leo can't contest the E-liter at the E-liter's range. So they're just going to try and keep cover in between them and the E-liter at all times and have an impact on what else they can hit. Because unlike the E-liter, they're going to be able to hit up over the top of ledges, so they can stay behind cover and still hit things, and they are also going to have a better shot at clearing people off of top mid. And knowing that the Explo is going to have really good control of top mid, Bagel immediately puts a big bubbler right on top mid to deny that ability of the weapon, and to be able to give the frontline shooters opportunities to be on top and shoot down at people and use that high ground. So they're going to shred the big bubbler here, but in that time, they were able to take out, I think this is Leafi. Yeah, they were able to take out Leafi on the side, and they were able to cap the zone. So I'd say that's value out of the special. They get a trade Bagel for Henrry. Big tries to... no, they try to track down Kyo. They do. So now they've got a stagger. And you can see there that a member of Big probably... I'm getting so turned around. Probably Leo backed up from that. For one, they jumped out. For one thing, they know that they're about to get pressured and they don't have that much ink to work with. For another, they know a Booyah Bomb is coming. For a third thing, they have a special that they want to preserve so that they can get back in more easily next time. So the machine here pops Booyah to survive the Booyah. Leafi drops and is able to survive here. Wait, do they pop a booyah? No, they don't pop a booyah. What happened there? I thought I saw them, like, rising up. Oh, no, that was them getting their special. And I guess they were able to just back... So that's Leafi. They were able to just back up enough to not get hit by that. I thought that would reach all the rest of the way. So Leafi goes all the way across the right-hand side, because... And this is kind of smart, because they were seen on the left, so maybe if they rotate right, people won't be expecting them there. But there ends up being a shark. She plays this really well, because the shark decides to drop off the ledge and try and hit shots on the way. We've been seeing... I think this is Henrry. On this is going to be the splatter shot, in all likelihood. They've been playing the fight this way a lot, where they will start a fight on the ledge, fire enough shots to splat, and then drop off a ledge. And that way, they're putting the ledge in between them and their opponent, so that if they hit their shot, they get the splat still. But if they don't hit their shots in time, and by in time I mean in the first 3 or 4 shots, because top players will react and be hitting their aim very quickly if you're giving them enough time to. If they don't hit their shots, then they're still putting themselves behind cover. And Leafi by herself probably doesn't want to just drop down and try and push this, especially as weak as she is right now, as much as she's been damaged. But she does happen to have help from Leo in the back right. Or no, that's Henrry actually dropping into the crowd. I keep mixing up the teams because these two keep swapping the colors. Henry's not on Starburst. That's Biscuit. She's fighting Biscuit. Oh my goodness. So, Biscuit drops down, realizes there's a crab tank, and then immediately jumps out before Leafi has time to safely try and push in. Because Leafi, she doesn't want to necessarily drop over this ledge right away because she's still damaged. And all Biscuit has to do is take one shot and then swim around somewhere and jump out. Henrry, being in the crab tank, isn't going to be able to get an angle that lets Henrry hit a Biscuit. Henrry is pinning Biscuit, because if Biscuit pushes out too far in any of these other directions, then Henrry can hit him. But right now, Biscuit is safe as long as he has time to get out before Leafi reaches him. And that's exactly what happens. So, well played from both sides there. What happened? Oh, okay, someone jumped out to the left. Ice jumped... so, right now, Starburst is behind in players. And so Ice knows that... they're not going to want to continue this, especially with the crab tank looking at them. And they're actually the last up. But getting that pick and jumping out slows down the offense from Big being able to lock Starburst out. So that's still a very worthwhile pick to get, even if Ice is kind of... You have to think of a jump out as sort of a respawn timer, as sort of you causing yourself to have to respawn just faster. So while Ice does lose a little bit for having to jump out, getting the pick is still a worthwhile trade for it. And they also keep their special charge that way. That's something else to consider. So still worthwhile. I'm going to go and... I'm seeing I'm getting some questions here, so I'm going to go and take a quick break to answer some of those and also eat a banana. That's also important. I was really an English teacher for 3 years. I taught middle school English. Splitter triplets. The scope versus unscoped is... There are definitely good arguments to both sides. Because the extra range is huge. The extra range matters a lot. Some people value that over having the peripheral vision and the charge hold. Because the movement with the charger is more of a thing that you want to be doing if you're expecting to be shot at while having to shoot someone. Otherwise, you might as well just like walk around the block instead of having to swim and then pop out and do a sick jump shot. How did you tolerate teaching middle school English? It's not easy. There were some days that were really, really difficult. But part of it was that I felt it was very important. And I did, even on the worst days, I did really care about those kids. I wanted them to be the best that they could be. And I can't say I always did the best job for them, especially my first year, but I did care enough that I wanted to go through with it. Have you ever considered speedrunning a Splatoon game? I have actually submitted a run for Octo Expansion. At the time, it got 69th place, and I was like, this is as good a time to retire as any. That was the second run I ever did. Now it's back in like 120th or something like that. New tips on getting used to motion controls. I have a video on that, actually. I have all of the drills that I do, if you just want to check me out on YouTube. Here, I see you're watching on Twitch, so let me really quickly drop the links in chat so that you can go and find the YouTube. But, playing for a month, but I'm just C+. Is that still a decent progress? I have a video about that use of the word decent, or the use of the word good. Like, I did this well. Is that good? Like, what does good mean? What are your goals? Like, there are, it's not the most useful way to think about it. Like, if I were to say that's good, what does that mean to you? Does it mean that, like, I am impressed? Like, oh, wow, you're one of the best players on Earth, because, like, that's a really high standard to hold everybody to. But also, if I say, oh, yeah, that was fantastic, then it's like, does this mean anything? So, you are doing just fine. I will say, like, keep it up, keep learning, and you will get to wherever it is that you want to be if you keep at it. Seem to have a video on everything. I've been doing this a little while. There are a lot of questions that I get asked in kind of the same ways. But that was actually something I picked up from school. Like, a student would come up to me and say, I got a C on this. Is that good? I'm like, well, you're passing. Is that what you wanted? Or did you want to, get the best grade in the class? Because if you wanted to get the best grade in the class, no, that's not good. That is putting you off track from being able to do that. But, like, do you care about that? I don't know. So, yeah, that's how I see it. A couple thousand hours in Splatoon, and I'm ready for competitive tournaments. Where do I look? There is a Discord server that I will post. Is this still? Yeah, I think this is still the correct one. This is Inkopolis Crosswalk. This server has a whole bunch of different competitive Discord servers. It's just a list of all of them. Highly, highly recommend that you get into Splatoon competitive feed. And if you need to find a team, if you don't have like a steady team ready to go, there are a bunch of servers in Inkopolis Crosswalk there that will allow you to post looking for players and post looking for like subs and pickup scrims and stuff like that so that you can get a team together for a tournament, whether you have a steady team or not. Were you a cool teacher? I tried to be as lame as possible. Because the cool teachers... Here's the way that it works when you're a male teacher. You are either the student's dad or you are the student's older brother. Those are the two ways that they see you. And dad is much more preferable because dad... they don't mess around with dad. But with their older brother, they feel like, oh, I'm going to pull a prank on my older brother, That's kind of how it ends up going. So I tried to stray away from the older brother angle, even though in terms of age, that usually tended to be more of what I was aligned with. But I did share, for example, that I was into video games, and there were like 3 kids every year who just loved me to death unconditionally for the rest of the year because I told them once that I played Melee. Uh, so that was always fun. Yeah, like the shirt exactly. I mean, I'm VOD reviewing the big house. If ever there was a time to wear this shirt on stream, it's now. Are there any guides to learning sub-strafing without accidentally launching your sub-weapon? I talk about that a lot, actually, in my video on strafing. On YouTube, it's called Strafing, the most important movement the game doesn't teach you, or Splatoon 2 doesn't teach you, or something like that. It is about Splatoon 2, but everything in there applies to Splatoon 3, except for the lack of discussion of squid rolling. I won't even include squid surging, because I don't think squid surging is important, honestly. I think squid surging, the vast majority of the time, is just going to make you more vulnerable, and the only time I would want to use it is if the ledge isn't painted all the way to the top and I need to get to the top. So Andrezini, in a Charger duel, the problem is if you ignore the other Charger completely, you're not really making them scared of going after your teammates. So you have to play this balance between, what does my team need me to be doing right now? Do they need me to be protecting my frontline teammates? In that case, you know, I need to focus on whatever is the biggest threat to them. If my goal, if we're in like neutral and, you know, I happen to be able to bully the Charger out of the way, that can make it easier for my frontliners, but it kind of depends on like what you need to be doing at that moment and what you have shots on. So I wish I could give you like an easier answer to that, but I think it really does depend. Is there somewhere to keep track of Splatoon esports? What are you trying to keep track of? Are you looking for like what tournaments are happening, or in terms of like getting news and stuff? Most of the Splatoon community is on Twitter and Discord. Those are the 2 places you want to be following. So Inkopolis Crosswalk is one really good place to be. And then with regard to Twitter, I specifically follow a lot of like important channels with Squid School. There are very few channels that I'm following that are not like just major competitive Twitter accounts, like, you know, Pro Chara, Kiver, Dude, Kyo. I'm following some tournaments. I'm pretty sure I'm following JPEG and Popgun. JPEG and Popgun are really good sources for news on the competitive scene because they're TOs who are just in the thick of all of it. Popgun has a podcast called The Popcast on YouTube, where he talks all about news for the competitive scene, things like rule changes and tournament formats, and he talks a lot about the narratives behind each of the tournaments. Like, Popgun probably knows more about the different teams in the game than almost anybody else in the scene. Like, you name a team to Popgun, he's likely to be able to name the players on that team, or at least some results that they've gotten. He's just really, really knowledgeable about that because he's been in it for so long and been taking upon himself the job of telling their stories, which I think is really valuable. So highly recommend the Popcast. You can find that on YouTube. Okay. I am going... Are there any good pro teams outside Japan and North America? Europe would be the next best region, followed closely by Australia. Australia has a lot of like isolated top players. I don't know of any like top teams from Australia that have competed in our tournaments, and in part it's probably because of time zones. But like FLC, you know, the best known analyst in the Western Splatoon community is Australian. And they do get practice with Japanese players, which is a big deal. And then in Europe, you know, Kiver is European, Dude is European, Sendu is European. Gray has been around a long time, not as much of a content creator as the others, but is still pretty vocal, at least on Twitter. So, like, those are some people to follow there as well. Soren, yeah. Soren took a big break from the game, but it does seem to be back. And I'm not sure how much content they're going to be making, but they were one of the biggest content creators in the Splatoon scene back when I got started. I was learning dualies in part by watching Soren a lot. So, anyway, I'm going to go back to the match here because we're just like smack in the middle of one. A lot of specials coming out, not a lot happening from them. Cap does go over to Big, which is a big deal, huh? Because they're really close to lead. And if Starburst want to keep this lead, they're going to need to act pretty fast. Do they need to keep this lead? I don't really think so. Bagel sets up with the bubble to try and get their frontline teammates in. Looks like Leafi is going to try and push into the bubble here. And they get traded for it. And the crab is used here to suppress ice. To keep ice out of the fight. The reason they turn here is probably primarily that there's a call. They got me left, they're pushing left, or something like that. So they're figuring that they're behind, or hearing from the call out that they're behind. Nicely done. So Big gets lead. So they know where Leafi is here. Leafi revealed herself without being able to get much. Trying to suppress ice, but now they don't have anywhere to run, so they have to back up to the right. That's probably going to isolate the rest of their team here. Like, Henry's over on the far left. Henrry does Shark 1, but gets traded back right away because it's Starburst, and of course that happens. Leo got picked by something. Looks like a bomb from the junior. Kyo gets one back, but then gets traded. So, what actually gets Starburst in here? Probably the pick on Leo there. Because, like, right now, it's even numbers, I think. Because Biscuit went down earlier. Leafi goes down to Bran as well. I missed that the first time through. So yeah, that'll give Starburst the advantage. Trying to see how this all ends up happening. Yeah, okay. Well. Scattered fights and trades that just end up going in favor of Starburst. It'd be a little bit easier to talk about this with an overhead. And maybe, you know, one day I'll figure out where they're posting all these replay codes and I'll be able to go and find them and study them. But for now, this is what we got. So, Big gets one. They get Biscuits. So there's not a lot of pushing power there, although one gets traded back. So this isn't necessarily the safest thing. So this is a risky flank here, and what one hopes would happen is that they're calling out that this is happening and get support. But Leafi is down and Kyo is down. So it's just Henrry making this flank with, at most, the support of the X-Blow. And the X-Blow has to contend with an E-leader over here watching. So they get mined, they have to jump over the wave breaker, and then they get, like, tap-shotted. Well played there mechanically by Ice. And oh my god. So there are other picks going down across the map as well. And so then Leo also goes down as Bran pushes around the left-hand side. Starburst will like very routinely just rush 2 players around the left-hand side here as soon as they have some kind of advantage, hoping to catch players who have dropped onto plat too early and aren't ready for the push yet. This is a really strong position for Starburst to be in, because if they get pressured, they don't have a lot of cover, but they can just drop behind the ledge and get cover from that. But in the meantime, with all of this area on plat painted up, it's really hard for Big to move in quickly. So even just the fact that they've got this painted is already a win, but the longer that they can stay up here before they have to drop back down, the longer they're stalling the push. It's like, if Big decide to paint this, why not just paint it back? So they decide to back up. They know they're probably going to get lead at this point. It's only 8 ticks. Probably can't cap a zone this big that fast. So they're like, all right, we got lead. Now let's go into stay alive mode. How does Biscuit know? What? This must be like... This feels like a guess. Does Biscuit just like have a call out that lets someone know that lets them know that they're on plat, they're dropping forward? Maybe they saw this player's position and were just anticipating they're going to move forward into it. Maybe this is a read based on where the Explo's going to position. Crazy shot. Maybe they just fired randomly and got lucky. I don't know. I don't know what was going through Biscuit's head. I'd love to be able to ask that question. And then they see that there's one player over here. They suppress with the Zuka shot. See that Leafi drops down to take out Bran, who is trying to take out this player. But, oh, okay, looks like a bomb. No, bomb gets Henrry. And then they get over here. And something that they do with the height advantage here, and one of the advantages of having a high ground, is that Leafi's splash wall isn't actually protecting her all the way at the angle that Biscuit is able to take. So like from here, Leafi is behind the wall, but kind of not, because Biscuit's just able to shoot over the top of it. So Leafi's forced to move, and when Leafi moves, I think her mistake there is she crosses the shield up, because she could actually probably have actually cut the angle if she stayed behind the shield. Just she probably wasn't expecting, because usually like as the 52 player, if you're playing around the shield and someone's shooting you, you move to the other side of the shield and now you're not getting shot. But it wasn't that Leafi was getting shot by being on the wrong side of the shield, more that she was just like too far away from it. But I don't think it really matters in the end, because at that point, Biscuit has stalled the game long enough that the time is just going to tick down and they're going to win it. So, okay. Where does that put us? Okay. Gonna go and check chat really quick. Is it just me or is stream audio delayed? So, during the actual tournament, the audio got ahead by as much as like 15 seconds on some of these matches. So if that's what you're talking about, then yes. As for my stream, I cannot speak to it because I am speaking it. So, hopefully not. Okay. I think I've caught back up. Why do players flick the charger when splatting people? Typically when that's happening, it's because they don't want to give away that that player is being aimed at. So you'll see players either like keep the laser behind a wall, and then right when they're about to take the shot, they whip the laser out from around the wall and take the shot that way. Or you'll see them like aim someplace else, and then right as soon as it's time to hit the shot, they aim back on. And again, that's just so that the player doesn't have any warning that they're being aimed at, and they don't have time to retreat to cover while the charge occurs. Because charging takes a long time. And if you see a laser starting to move towards you, a lot of the time, that gives you enough time to get behind a wall or something so it can't hit you anymore. Refreshed and it's lined up. Okay, good. Glad to hear it. Is Blaster viable in this meta? We didn't see as much of it in this tournament, but I still think that it's playable. Ranged Blaster. Rapid Blaster is probably always going to be fine. Like, the main weapon is just really good. I don't think it's seeing a lot of use right now, which might just be because of kits. But I can't see that weapon never being meta. Are you going to make a gear video? There's too much to gear to talk about on one video. Because every individual weapon has a different problem to solve. Every individual weapon needs something different. I generally recommend just looking things up on sendu.inc/builds. So let me put that in chat really quick. This is a website where competitive players post their gear builds. Not every one is by like a competitive player of equal skill, but the ones near the top generally tend to be like, top 500, X rank. I mean, not just X rank. Division X was what I meant to say. Level players who you can absolutely, respect their skills as a player and know that they're probably running a pretty good build. How big bubbler doesn't last as long while on tower compared to off tower. Yeah, it's still really strong on tower. It's good that change is there because it's still very good at being on tower. Why do last ditch effort? I've talked about this a couple of times throughout the stream so far, but last ditch effort gives you so much ink efficiency. Like when the opponent gets down to 30 points remaining, you've got the equivalent of 6 mains. So no, it's going to be 8 mains and a sub of ink efficiency related gear perks, all that fit into one slot. If I'm doing the math correctly. No, 7 mains. 7 mains and 1 sub or so of gear on a single main that you're using. It's just so outsized. Do you think Swiffer is viable? We did see, I think it was Liotos, using it really well in this tournament. I think it's niche, but there are probably places where a Charger player would benefit from considering it. Because part of the question of, is this weapon viable, isn't just, can it be used at all? It's, can it be used in most places? You want a weapon that you don't have to, spend a lot of time learning if you're not going to use it almost everywhere. That's one of the reasons Splatter Shot is so good. There are very few places where you can't use a Splatter Shot. There are not many places where a Splatter Shot is a bad thing to have. Even if it's not the best thing to have, the fact that I can focus all of my time and energy on learning one weapon is a huge benefit to me. And I'll probably play that one weapon better than whatever pocket pick I'll choose if I'm trying to main 8 different things for 8 different situations. Why is Clash Blaster not recommended like other blasters? Clash Blaster's DPS is garbage. It does not splat fast enough. It just takes way too long. If it's going to have such low DPS, it needs to have something else to offset it, like range, like mobility, like a kit that's good enough to carry it. The kit is really good. I will give it that. But you know what else has a very similar kit? The Splatter Shot, which has basically the same range, a much better time to kill, paints better, so you're going to get that special faster, And the advantage of being able to hit around walls isn't as big of a deal if you don't have that much range to work with in the first place. So I just don't see that main weapon really ever being meta without a kit that can support it all by itself. At least with something like the Undercover Umbrella in Splatoon 2, you could use it to paint, which meant that it was viable as an armor farming weapon. You could just throw torpedoes to poke, paint up a lot, and get armor quickly. But the Clash Blaster doesn't even paint very well, so you can't use it to even special spam. New player, currently level 9. Anything you'd recommend for me to do? Step 1, suffer through learning motion controls. I promise it's worth it. If you turned them off at the very beginning, I totally understand. It feels bad. It will continue to feel bad for like 2 weeks, but you will be a better player on the other side for it, and you will never want to go back. Literally don't worry about gear until you're like S or S+. Because what I did when I was getting started was I built a whole bunch of gear based on what I thought was going to be good, and I had no idea what I was doing, and none of that gear was ever useful to me, and I spent a lot of chunks on stuff that I didn't need. So literally don't worry about it until you are significantly better at the game than a new player is going to be. Just farm up a bunch of chunks and save them for now. Then, let's see. Try a whole bunch of different kinds of weapons and see which ones you're gravitating toward. And then, once you have an idea of what weapons you kind of like, go and look at the competitive metagame and see what competitive players are using that do the same things that your weapons do. If you're lucky, it might actually line up. But a lot of the time, there is a weapon that does the same thing your weapon does, but better. And then it's a good idea to consider switching onto that. Tri-stringers are solid, but not like the best in the game. What you do with a tri-stringer is you basically play it like an X-Blow or something, where you're not playing at all to try and like one-shot people, although like if you get an opportunity, obviously go for it. But your biggest value is explosion damage from the arrows that land somewhere. You just hit up over ledges and spread as many arrows around as you can and try and get chip damage from those, and follow up with what the rest of your team is doing. And it clears a lot of space. It paints a lot more. Especially just single charge shots. Because the arrows still do 28 off of those. And they cover a lot of ground. Motion control video helped my ocean name a lot. I'm glad that it helped. And welcome. Welcome, River. Been playing motion controls? Okay, good. Keep doing that. Playstyle he thinks fits best for Splatana Stamper. I thought that it was going to play the most like something like a Rapid Blaster, like you said, or like a Sloshing Machine. Maybe I don't know. Sloshing Machine's a little bit more aggressive, but like something that occupies space. Bamboozler is a good example. Something that occupies space and does not let you into that space. But the more I've been playing it, the more I'm like, okay, but wait. Sometimes you can just be a roller. Sometimes you can just like run up and one-shot someone. Especially if you're using the Zipcaster. Sometimes that's exactly what you're looking at, those like little one-shot opportunities. So, I don't know. It's a playstyle that people are still figuring out. Highly recommend that you follow Fusion. Fusion is a North American player. Took a set off of Dude's team, off of Yamum, in tournament at the Big House with, it was Rissa, Steffi, and Ace. Fusion has been playing a lot of Splatana Stamper, made a video about how to Zipcaster better. So that would be a good player to watch. do you feel about the Bloblobber? Worse than it was in Splatoon 2, needs a better kit. Are Gloogoos good for competitive play? Generally not. They're not as bad as like some of the other weapons that don't get played at all. But their problem is their fire rate. They don't paint that much, and they also get punished really hard for missing compared to other shooter or dualies kinds of weapons. Most of the time, like with a shooter or something, if you miss a shot, it's not a big deal. You can just get your aim on by the next shot, and you still spot them really quickly. But with Gloogoos, it feels like every shot really matters a lot more. But they are pretty threatening at mid-range, especially if your aim is cracked. Like, it's not to say that you can't get, like, top 500 on Gloogoos, because there are definitely players who have done that. Just, you don't tend to see it in a competitive environment, and I think a large part of it is the lack of paint. Do you see any reason to play V-Slosh over Machine and Comp? I like V-Slosh a lot, but Machine just feels so much more powerful. Fizzy Bombs are a really big pain. The Slosher is more slaying-oriented, and I don't know. It feels hard using a vanilla Slosher against a 52 gal that's still as strong as it is. It just kind of blocks a lot of what you can do. And Booyah Bomb is definitely a lot better understood right now than the Tri-Strike is. I feel like Tri-Strike, I still feel like people are not aiming that thing especially well yet. But a lot of people are starting to write it off because they're not seeing a lot of people getting results on it. I don't know. I still think that Tri-Strike has a lot of potential, and that it might be a little bit worse than Booyah Bomb, but it's still a displacement special. And that counts for a lot. And the ability to put them in different places is an advantage that I don't want to completely write off. Hi, Annie. Welcome, welcome. Glad you could make it. Recommend using both motion controls and the right stick simultaneously. So the right stick is good for a couple of situations. One of them is that you're just trying to survey the map and get like smooth movement while not having to adjust your wrists at all. Another one is if you get into a fight and you had to turn to the right and then you have to turn to the right again and you're about to like snap your wrists in half, you can use the right stick to try and start getting your equilibrium back so that you can move your wrists at their full range of motion from whatever you're looking at. If you're trying to get really intense with the trick shotting, you can also consider using the right stick to supplement your motion aim so that you snap even faster. That is how that E-liter shot that I use in some of my videos worked. It's that they maxed out the sensitivity on both their stick and their motion and just spun into 360 as fast as they could. Is Bloblobber good if you only use it in zones? I mean, it's definitely better in zones, I think, in general, just because it paints so much. But that's not to say that there are no uses for it elsewhere. It's also weaker in tower, because it's harder for it to hit the tower than most other things. Blob is also really good in Rainmaker, in terms of, you know, compared to its other modes, relative to its other modes. What people would do in Rainmaker with the Blob is they would make it so that the Rainmaker carrier would go in first, so without any protection, likely die because they're unprotected. But then the three remaining players would have so much paint over the other team. Like they'd run a Double Bomb Junior, they'd run a Bloblobber, they'd run like a Splash or something to bomb rush the shield. And they would win the pop in a 3v4, probably getting a splat because their opponents didn't anticipate there being a bomb inside their base, and then try to grab it and pick it up and push it from there and make that kind of a play. So that's something that the Bloblobber was really good for. What's your opinion on Reflux? Very one-trick and gimmicky and doesn't work at top level. Reflux's main weapon is not super reliable. Unlike the Tri-Stringer that can put down those like explosions on the ground, it can't do that great of damage. And it is basically used primarily for its ability to paint really fast with its tap shots. And it can paint obscenely well, and it can get missiles for painting that obscenely well, but the lacking... the rest of its kit is doing so little for it that it's still not worth it at top level. What weapons would you play if they were better? Dapples. Definitely Dapples. I tried making Dapples work competitively at one point in Splatoon 2. Good enough for splat zones. We're using that word good again that we talked about earlier. I have a whole video about why the word good is not a useful word. I mean, if you're playing Blob, it can work in splat zones, probably. Again, all of these weapons, like, when I say, oh, this is a bad weapon, it should never be played, I'm talking about it, like, top level. Like, you're not going to see Starburst try to run, like, a Clash Blaster, or a Dapple Dualies, or an Arrow Spray, or an Undercover Umbrella. That's not to say that you can't get those weapons to top 500 if you want to. Like, solo queue is a very different beast from this high-level competitive team environment. Yeah, and Tri-Strike... The problem with Tri-Strike is it doesn't aim like a sub-weapon. It doesn't aim like a normal sub-weapon that you're used to throwing. So a lot of people are just like, this thing feels weird. Gross. How do you feel more confident in 1v1 matches? The honest answer is you don't want to take 1v1s, or you don't want to take fair 1v1s. They're good practice for your mechanics, but, like, if you're just trying to, like, assert yourself 1v1, it'd better be because your weapon has a good matchup against theirs at that position. Because otherwise, you're just taking a coin flip when you don't need to. Good trade for Glugos would be Squeezer for competitive. Yeah, absolutely. Squeezer plays at longer range than Glugos do. They have really good damage and a faster fire rate. And they get Trizuka, which is just as good a special, I would say. Opinion on Joy-Con aim. I actually used Joy-Con for the first year and a half or so of my competitive career. I never actually got a Pro Controller until the Joy-Cons just started breaking too much on me. Like, I actually liked the Joy-Con better. I liked the left stick in particular better. But the problem was that in replacing the old ones, the new ones would always develop drift, and then I'd have to replace them again. And it was getting so expensive that it was actually more worth it for me to just buy a Pro Controller that I knew was going to work steadily. It was very frustrating. Oh, Melee Grands is starting? Yeah, that sounds hype. Yeah, have fun. Oh man, I'm 4 minutes behind now. Sub power up might be more useful because of Squid Roll, making it so people can survive direct bombs, or is Squid Roll not used often enough for it to work just yet? I mean, Squid rolling isn't super widespread. In theory, yes, it counters that. My thinking is like, do you really need to hard counter squid rolling? I'm not convinced that there aren't other things you could be doing with your gear that are more impactful than that. Why do you think we haven't seen many Splatlings? Because E-Leader. E-Leader counters Splatlings pretty hard, outranges them, and has a faster kill time. It peeks out, they die. They just cannot show their face in an open sightline against the Charger, and so the Charger gets to bully them. Thoughts on Tentabrella? Would be good if it wasn't a, like, actually broken, mechanically, like, non-functional weapon. People get shot through the shield so often. The shield goes off and does all these funky things. They need to, like, patch the game and fix the weapon or fix the netcode or something in order for that weapon to be as playable as people want it to be. It just can't be relied on right now to work the way that it will on LAN. Would nobody use the reflux if it didn't have 10? I won't say nobody, but not a lot of people. Splat bomb, suction bomb, burst bomb, torpedo. I'd say in that order. That would be my personal tier list. Fizzy bomb is right up there with splat and suction. Should there be competitive salmon run? There is competitive salmon run. They ran a tournament for it at Genesis. I competed in it. It was fun. And there's some people who are really good at that. If you go to the Inkopolis Crosswalk Discord, one of those goes to a salmon run server where you will find the best salmon run players you've ever seen in your life. Lots of builds, especially E-Leader. Have Respawn Punisher. Respawn Punisher is good on weapons that expect to have a really good KD ratio. Better than 2 to 1, I would say, is about where you want to be. I don't know the exact math, but that's the rough estimate that I have. And an E-Leader, you actually expect to have that. So an E-Leader can really shut down a team if it's hitting shots and has Respawn Punisher. Now, if you're running that on a splatter shot, you're crazy. Because if you are so much better than an opposing team that you're getting like 3 down for every time you go down yourself, then you don't need your gear to help you win that game. But I've seen it on as aggressive as a weapon as Tetradulies. Reason being, Tetradulies can use their dodge rolls to keep themselves alive. That's about as aggressive as I've ever seen Respawn Punisher get. What niche do you think the devs designed it to fit into? Who knows what silliness lurks in the hearts of Nintendo. It doesn't make any sense to me either. Respawn Punisher on the undercover umbrella. Yep. I don't think you're getting much out of that. Okay. You know what, guys? I want to play the video game. What a novel concept, right? I've been streaming Splatoon 3 for, what, 4 hours now? Let's play some Splatoon 3, huh? I'm gonna go throw the food stuff away and go use the restroom, but... Still wearing this hockey helmet. One of these days I'm gonna find a headgear that's not the hockey helmet. And then I'm gonna be a happy squid. All right. Russell. Sorry about that. I'm gonna eat some chips too. Ow. Ow. Yeah, Annie's right. It seems like there's some kind of random chance that you just don't get the gear you were looking for. I don't know. I haven't seen the Japanese tournament yet, so, like, I want to take a look at that and know what matches to review. So maybe that'll be a different stream. Because I do want to learn a little bit more about how Japanese players play Turf War. There's a lot of it that doesn't fit into my understanding of the game as well. But I also just don't care as much about Turf War as I do about other modes. It's not anywhere near as frequently played in tournaments, even in Japan. In Japan, it's a lot more popular than it is in the West, and even then, generally you're not going to see it except in like Turf War specific tournaments. Oh, I just got shoved. that dummy came up from behind me and was moving me as I was aiming. Okay. What are the modes? Am I even gonna want to play Splatter Shot? Zones? Yes. Yes, I want to play Splatter Shot on zones. Have you seen the shell drone in Alterna? Don't you have to 100 or 1000% or whatever, like beat all of the kettles on all of the difficulties to get that? I haven't done that yet. With the splat bomb rolling, does the splat bomb rolling trick work? Yeah. Oh, this is not a splat. I'm so used to having a T-Tech and having splat bombs that I did it dumb. But yes, the trick still does exactly what it used to. Have to 100% explore every map area. Oh, so do you have to just get rid of all of the fuzzy ooze? Is that what that means? You just have to walk over literally every inch of every zone? What? How do they measure that? Do you, like, ink over it? Or walk over it? What does that mean? Short-range blasters. They're in exactly the same spot. Oops. I missed my shots, but I think that that's a good play if I don't. Okay, goodbye, Inksuka. There we go. See, the interesting thing about Tri-Stringer is, like, they need to position ridiculously safely to do things. Like, they need to not let me know where they are at all to be functional, which they can do. It's just a paradigm shift. Because, like, if I get close to them at all, there's not a lot that they're going to be able to functionally do with their weapon. Inking helps you tell what you've been on. Check your map in Alterna, and you'll see grayed out parts. Just walk over that bit until it says surveyed. Oh, okay. Every little cell at every site. So you can check your progress on the map and see when you've completed one. That, at least, is reasonable. Because, like, that would be so frustrating if you had no way of knowing if you had, like, successfully done so. I'll wipe out with one bomb. Chara almost did that in a match that we saw today. Got a triple off of a big bubbler, leaving only the Rainmaker. Aim out of Squid Roll isn't as good on the splatter shot. I practice it a lot more on the blaster. Seem to have a play from the back form of play. Do you think is? Oh yeah, that's the way the weapon is designed. That thing is, if you take a tri-stringer at close range, that thing is terrible. Like, I'd take an E-liter over that thing, because the charge time's going to be faster. Secant is a competitive level Tetradualies player. Probably like Div 4, Div 3, something like that. I'll have to show my gear when the match is done, but it's not complete yet either. So I don't know that there's that much to show off. I should probably actually be running LDE, thinking about it. We're gonna go up to snipe. Actually, you're gonna ninja squid around. Alright, come on now. You had shots on them. There we go, we're good. We're good. I guess it is a junior, so maybe they didn't have shots that were consistent enough. Ah, they saw me. Big time, big man fan. There we go. Okay. You're last. And I win those. So we get this. Just gonna shark the back of this wall. Anticipating that someone's going to show up here. They're probably not, actually. Looks like I can just jump on this guy. Now, we've been over-focusing this player on the left. Just lost us control here. But we're good. Okay. Good target choice by the Ink Vac. I couldn't move. This doesn't feel comfy. They missed a lot, but I also missed a lot, so we're even. Alright. We need to just, yeah, reset, jump out. Good job by my teammate, making sure they stay alive there. Not so good job. My teammates there, going in before we had everyone ready to engage with them. Nice. A vac. That didn't hit. Oh my god. We were all there inside a bubble and we weren't able to stop them from walking forward at us. We got one chance. Gotta make sure we are careful about the Tetras. They have Reef Slider. It has been used. We need to go, and we don't have time to go. Actually, maybe we do? Literally run away from a fight. Get zone back. Blaster coming from there. Through. Get at them. They're down. Yeah, didn't get anything done from there, but they're just vacuing. We're fine. Oh god. I did not need to trade that. That was bad aim on my part. Try and help over here. Bam, and got the lasered by the other player. Please stay safe, junior player. They've been doing a good job of that so far. So we've got to get in now. There's no time. Okay, we're good. 96? Man. Oh, it's really laggy. But at least we capped before they got it back. So we still have one more shot. I'm not liking how we've been using those shots, but, like, that's happened several times now where we've lost a player down there before anyone was able to get back. Oh, well, I'm suppressed. Can't get the zone. I had two people watching me the whole time. But yeah, every time I'm spawning back in, someone would just try and push the left-hand side without support and die because they're pushing in at height disadvantage before we could get anything done as a team. Whew. Your opinion on sturgeon clams? It's okay. Not my favorite clams map, but it's fine. Trizuka mission. That would be really nice because it's definitely not an easy special to aim, and we could really use an ability to practice that more easily than the practice room gives us. But there is going to be like a version of Octo expansion. So hopefully we get something like that there. A good weapon for offense. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by offense, because every weapon in this game can push and every weapon in this game can play defense. If you're talking about, like, you want to be, you know, aggressive frontline getting splats specifically, something like the Splatter Shot, 52 gal. I like V-Blaster personally. Machine can play pretty aggressively, although it's a little bit more passive. Okay, we're still... Okay, we don't stay here. We die. That's what happens. They're dead. At least they traded. Okay, come on now. There was a laser. I know you're expecting me here. That's not gonna do anything. We're really feeding this charger. It's pretty annoying. Like, I'm seeing the charger's laser and I'm avoiding it, but teammates are running into it anyway. It's like the charger played well and everything, just we didn't need to play into its game that hard. What's happening is, like, we're trying to be too far forward before the rest of the team is ready to help push. And so we're getting isolated. You can't do that when you wipe. You can't just, like, go in, because the other team has all of their members up before you have all of your members up. And they probably also have specials to work with. So. Eugh. My job, ideally, is to get a Trizuka farmed up to be able to pick off the Charger and get them out of our way. Because I probably am the best answer to that. And that's why what I tried to do, but I just had no ground to work with. Charger was able to just back up and take their sweet time after they got pressured, and I got collapsed on by others. Moving a Charger without specials. That's the bombs, I guess. But, like, that's the thing. It's hard to do. That's why they're meta right now. Like, the best answer is probably bombs. But that's not a perfect answer either. What you ideally want to do with a Charger is just never have to deal with it in the first place. Like, you want to be pushing the opposite side of the map that the Charger controls. So that way the Charger has to move, and during the time where they move, you have an effective 4v3. But, like, you can't create that effective 4v3 if instead of, like, cutting the Charger sight lines, everyone just drops into the pit that they're standing over the top of. That doesn't work. Drink to get some free coupons? Ah. I'll farm that stuff up eventually. I also don't play that much Salmon Run, so I'm not getting as many of them. Sensitivity, +5/+5. You can use whatever your heart desires, as long as you can 180. Some weapons don't even need the 180. I would want to be able to 180 regardless. Okay. I missed too many shots. Ugh. Someone pushing in on the left. Trying to prevent them from getting flanked. Ooh, okay, that was a little spooky. Didn't realize there was someone on their side. Probably should have checked that. Got one anyway. Man. I really need to be doing more than just trade. I'm never there to paint the zone when things resolve themselves. Cool. What happened over there? There's probably someone who knows I'm here. Got them. Got them. Player might be able to get me if they back up enough. They did not back enough. Oh, shoot. I didn't think I was going to get one shot. Thought I'd heal enough. That was supposed to be an ouch indicating that we were pushing. No! Oh well. We kept zone. Might actually get lead for this. Who else is painting? Someone's over there. Someone right on top of me. Alright, well, we got lead, but we also did not get knocked out. Those were both pretty predictable trajectories. Knowing where they were, I was able to tell where they had to jump off in order to go anywhere. And that's a bomb I placed based on knowing when they were going to have to push to try and get the zone. Sort of, Logan. You do need to have a positive win rate, but it's not an especially high positive win rate. It just needs to be above like 54% or something. So under still bad? Yeah, I don't think it won't be at any point in time soon. They haven't patched the game since the last time we talked about it. Do your tier list of all the stages. Museum is definitely the best stage in the game. Then after that, I'd say, let's see, Sturgeon's in there, Mako's in there, and Inkblot's in there. I'd probably say, if we're considering all four modes, then Sturgeon, Mako, Inkblot in that order, followed by Hagglefish, and everything else doesn't feel especially good to play competitively. Is there anything else? Don't like Eeltail. Mahi and Mincemeat are competitively a disaster. Wahoo was never great for competitive. What other maps am I forgetting? Yeah. I tried too hard to do that instead of thinking about my positioning. My job on the left-hand side is more to draw aggro, not to actually go in until there's more pressure from someplace else. Like right now, if I go in, now I catch this player out if I aim well, which I didn't. There we go. Yeah, dropping down there was a mistake from them. They had just dropped to a place where they had cover. It's a much better situation for them. Nice, and we didn't even give them penalty. Or let them give us penalty, I guess I should say. They're having to devote a lot of attention to me on left. And I should have had those shots. Is that on yet? Does this hit me? Yes, it does. Shoot! I definitely would have won that if not for the Wave Breaker. I wasn't sure if it reached. down over there. Okay, we got 2. Where was the follow-up after that? We should be in the positions we're in right now by the time I died. That took us way too long to follow up on. I went in and got 2. And at that point, I feel like a competitive player at my level is going to know, even in solo queue, oh, they're 2 down, it's time to rush the zone. Maybe I'm making too aggressive a play and they weren't able to see it. But, like, I also stayed alive in mid for at least a good few seconds. Yeah. But that's the fun of actually having a team, that things like that you can actually, you know, expect they're going to follow up on the way that you think they're going to. Even if they're not used to it from before, even if that's not a thing they would do in solo queue, you can just arrange, like, hey, this happens. Let's go. Another thing I possibly could have done is, while I was waiting on the wall, I could have hit this way if I had the presence of mind to do that. Be like, yo, guys, where are we at? I'm gonna need some help here. Enough time and effort anyone can get to X rank? Yeah, for the most part. I mean, there's some people who are going to have, like, disadvantages that are outside their control. Things like having a physical disability, so like your hands tremor or something. That's something that you can't necessarily control and will make it harder. I don't know if it would make it impossible. There are probably some physical disabilities that would make it very unlikely. But I don't know. People find ways to play games in very challenging ways and succeed in it regardless. I wouldn't put it past anybody being able to figure it out. Hit them? No, they... Literally any other weapon but the Dapple Doolies loses that fight to me. Or maybe like a Blaster. Blaster could have just one-shot me, but... Oh, I thought they were going to roll off the ledge if they went for that. Hopefully everyone's watching. Alright, cool. One big problem that their team had was that they had a lot of tacticalers. Which means that there are no, like, displacement specials to do anything about our backliner with. So it's like, yeah, they've got a bunch of beacons there, but it's not like the beacons are going to help on such a small map. Like, it's going to take about as much time to get to mid either way. So they're not getting an awful lot out of the beacons. The tacticoolers are not displacing us. So... even when I just feed, like I pretty much did, with Dapple Doolies, they're not going to have much that they can do against the team with an E-leader on it. Can we see the kitty? Kitty is quite a bit off screen right now. I would have to go and wrangle him. Feed 3 deaths. I mean, for that short of a game, yeah, 3 deaths is a lot. I was going down pretty quickly for that to be able to happen. Mostly coming out on the right, and I don't like just being right in their line of fire. I'll try and come around this way instead. There we go. Can we do this? Yes, we can. Do we get not sniped? We should have gotten sniped, but we didn't. Charger knows that I'm here. What? Wow, what? I thought I was dead already. Alright. The special helps them trade that. Unfortunately, we're trying to jump into a dead player. Mahi, you need to start your retake from very far back. Like, if you get too far forward too early, you just get cornered. Mid is not safe to go into until you have the rest of your team. Doing a lot of painting out in the open here, and I don't like that. This Charger has not been hitting a lot of shots that I've been expecting them to hit. On the other team, that is. Ours was popping off last game. I don't know about this game. Oh crap, there's a Charger on the right. So we want to come in from the left, if that's the case. Junior that I'm keeping from getting out of the zone. How's that not hit? There we go. There's a Charger right here. Yeah, okay. They expected that I was coming that way, and I should have known. I should have tried to bait a shot out first. Here anymore. I've dropped. Come at me. Oh, well, we lost the zone in the meantime, so I guess that actually was the right plan. I was thinking I'd draw two players' attention by being over there. They wouldn't be able to paint the zone. We'd get zone, then we'd rush him from the front. Enough to, oh, that's a bomb. That's really early for Clown to be going in. They did get a pick. They actually pulled it off. No, they didn't. That might be game. Okay. Now we do just need to hold forward and go in. Man. We went in before everyone else was up. So of course we died before we had full support. No, because, so, at the end, yeah, we have to just run in and do the best we can. But we had a second chance after the play where the crab tank went in. Like, you can tell from the fact that we as a team pushed a second time that we still had time to make another push. We didn't have to wait. Or we could afford to wait, I mean. We didn't have to go in right then. And if they had waited and done that crab like 4 seconds or later, they now have the support of the entire team instead of being in a 2v4, basically. And that's a lot more likely to go better. Plus, you probably have somebody else with a special at that point in time. Reef Slider? Reef Slider spam is not as scary as Tentamissile spam. Nor is it as annoying. But I think you also have more faith in the Nintendo than I do to not build kits that are problematic for the game. The leader was targeting me there, so I just stayed behind cover. Oh. This is fun. Hopefully we were able to push forward and get the rest of that. No, we're not. But we at least got zoned for it. Uh-oh. Wow, I actually shredded that. Holy crap. Oh, you're up there. Let's see. Squid rolling off that back wall is really good. It gets you over the edge there faster than you would be able to normally. And in that situation, it isolated me with the Hydra. Didn't let the Charger interfere. Please don't go in. Please don't go in. We are everyone down except for me. I'm further behind. It is a situation where if you go in against a Hydra and a Charger, you die. And it's going to work because there's nobody else pushing in because they're all dead. Okay, now we're actually here all at once, but someone landed on a bomb and then someone got shredded immediately. I need to get in position so that I can go ASAP, but I might be able to wait just a second. Give them some time. No. That was the best I could honestly do. We neutralized the zone. Got close. Yeah. It's really annoying when people will like drive up because they're, you know, gonna pick somebody up in front of the apartment complex. And it's like, if you do that in front of a house, okay, that's fine. Like there's only one person who's going to be waiting there for you. And they're going to be... There's only one person that's going to hear it, and it's going to be the person that's waiting there for you, so it's not going to bother them. But, like, this is an apartment complex. There are, like, something like 24 different homes around here, and you're honking at all of them to get the attention of one person. Like, could you just call them, maybe, in this day and age where everyone has cell phones? Me when I honk my car's horn. Okay, valid. But also, Not your neighbors when you honk your car's horn. Stuff. DX sounds cool. Yeah, but it was... I don't know why they nerfed it. They changed it to sub-resistance, so it doesn't defend against, like, special damage anymore. And, like, why? I don't understand why they would do that. There was no problem with it being that way before. It was kind of a cool mechanic that it took the edge off things like missiles. And then they were just like, nope, it's only going to defend against sub-weapons now, because reasons. This is not where I want to be against Knee Leader. Oh my god, they've got triple backline. I let them get too close. I should have backed up more. I figured I could zero them out and then stay behind cover so that the Expo couldn't get involved. Super Company being where I am. They did not see me at all. The E-Leader whiffed. Love it when the E-Leader whiffs. Okay. Nice. Okay. Should be safe. Oh, I thought it was behind the cover. They backed up. They had that fight won, but they backed up. Backing up should never be the impulse of a Dapple Dualies player. You don't outrage anything in the game. You have to punch them to be able to do damage. Okay, take zone. We got one. We pushed the rest off. We had a distraction. And I guess we got a blaster. It's going to be harder. A blaster and a pro. Those are two weapons that don't really paint well. Ah! Actually the worst idea. Frontline X-Flow, which, like, I totally get, because they have triple backline. We don't even have a single backline weapon. Like, what is this matchmaking? They put the heavy plus the X-Blow on the same team, and these are fairly normal. I don't want to go too much further than we are right now. I've already popped Tactical Alert. Okay, new zone. New zone! I thought I was going to be the last person onto the zone, and then I was the first person onto the zone, because everyone else was taking fights instead of playing the objective. So I honestly got to painting the zone too slowly. I would have liked to be doing that sooner. What is the best way to get better at Clan Blitz? To learn, I guess. Blob was doing the right thing for sure. Just keeping paint on zone and keeping the rain out. They were probably having kind of a hard time because of triple backline trying to... They were probably trying to focus the blob, because the blob is going to be most consistently able to play the objective there. But then we had two weapons that don't paint an awful lot, and one of them that got picked 6 times and got no splats. Are you winning? Not as much recently. Might help to do a quick VOD review on myself to see what's going on. This is a little bit inconsistent with how I usually play in ranked. Clan Blitz is the best mode, in my opinion. I personally like Clan Blitz a lot. Rainmaker's actually a lot better now than it used to be. That might be up there as well. Neat. There was a time in Splatoon 2 where, like, I had just decided to think, like, okay, what would I want out of a mode if I were to design one? And I thought, well, okay, in Splat Zones, it's kind of lame that you only care about one part of the map. I don't like that. Rainmaker is really volatile. Tower control gets shut down really hard by certain specials. What if you could make it so that multiple people could play the objective at once, somehow, and that it never really, like, revealed you that hard, or at least reduced your ability to play the game when you were playing it. And then Clan Blitz came along, and I'm like, oh, playing the objective puts you at a disadvantage for sure, but you're still able to use all of your weapons, and anyone can play the objective, and everywhere on the map matters, because you have multiple routes to get to the basket, which is pretty deep in the enemy base. This is exactly what I had hoped for, and they made it, and I was happy with that. You ignored me there. Oh god, there are 3 people. Okay, well, I spent too long fighting it. I also didn't pay enough attention to what was happening with my team on the right side. Maybe I should just stop playing the left side. I don't know. I'm not getting consistent enough value out of that. Try going elsewhere. Blaster knows that I'm here because they saw the top of their kit painted. Flash over there. That was a good shot. Or maybe a lucky shot, I don't know. Okay, that's 2 down. Pressure on the other side. Okay. Crab up there. Let's just throw a bomb off it. I think we can keep them from capping. Yeah, I got to pick off of the super jump that went to the crab. You were stuck with me, and I missed my shots because I didn't trust myself. Blaster my ouch. Nice. That'll begin. They just don't have time to get to the zone. Dapples has a good kick because it'll be 2 OP. Honestly, I think the main weapon is one of the weakest main weapons in the game. Because at a competitive level, obviously if they get on top of you, they should always win every time. But the problem is at a competitive level, it's really hard for them to get on top of you. Stealth strats don't work super well against experienced competitive teams. They tend to check blind corners, you know, throw bombs around them or something. They tend to call out and be able to see, like, ninja squid trails. They know what angles you're going to try and come in from, and those are the first things they'll be watching. So, like, it's better to have something with a little bit more range and sacrifice the kill time, like a splatter shot, because it will still consistently outslay whatever else, but if someone runs a Dapple Doolies against you, you back up and hold ZR, and they can't shoot you yet until they're getting hit by you. You have to really, like, overcommit around a corner or something to get killed by Dapples. Otherwise, you can always just put yourself in a position where you can have paint down wherever they want to be before they can engage on you. We have to play around their Hydra. I'm nervous because in solo queue, people aren't always good at that. Hi. No. Get him. My aim wasn't the best, but I knew I had numbers because they were backed up against the wall, so someone else was going to be pushing them soon. No. We can back up from this safely. I ran out of ink when I got my shots on. I might actually not have had my aim on there, I don't know. Or, not, I might have not have been in range is what I meant to say. They had a teammate jumping into mid, so I was about to get pinched. Needed to do something. We really need this cap. We really very badly need this cap. I couldn't outpaint them because it was a 2v4. We had to take a fight. I got a little bit too far outside the bubble. Yeah, Wii U gamepad had a lot going for it. I'm sad that the console didn't perform as well. Bleh. Alright, well, we're losing points for one of the first times, at least definitely for the first time this consistently. But we got plenty to work with, so we'll figure it out. I think there's probably... It might, I don't know, get a little bit harder to go from like 9 to 10 or something like that. Just because S plus 10 is the point at which, when ranks resets, you go down to S plus 0 instead of S plus, or instead of just S. The point at which you are able to participate in X battles. Yeah, painting the map is really important. It's not the only thing that's important. So you gotta remember that if you get kills, that prevents them from painting the map. But when you have an advantage, you lock that advantage in, basically, by painting. In part because it gives you control over the map, but also in part because it gives you your special weapon. Alright, that's a good start. And I have them access to snipe here, and then just sit and wait for someone to try and undo it. That's unfortunate. Good job cleaning it up from the X-Blow, but me going down there feels unnecessary. This blaster is going so far in. Over the left, so I have a very limited amount of time with our 1-win gauge on this. Yeah, the plaster's playing like they're a splatter shot or something with their positioning. They're going really deep. With a weapon that can't maneuver very fast. I missed a lot of shots there. I should have repositioned in the middle of that. Every time, I just randomly run into the 52. I'm not paying enough attention to spawn times. Hit him twice. Should be weak. There we go. Two Zukas standing across open ground, both of them unable to hit each other. Welcome to early game Splatoon 3. Someday we're all going to be cracked on that special, and we're going to look back on those kinds of exchanges and laugh. Why didn't anyone use Splat Dualies in Big House? Because... So there's already the Splashmatic, which is a really good main weapon with perfect jumping accuracy. It has a little bit less range, but in exchange it has more mobility. It's a light class weapon instead of a middle class weapon. And while the dodge rolls can situationally be helpful, only having two before you're locked into place is usually more of a liability. It's usually better to have, you know... The Tetras are better in that they've got the 4 rolls. The Dually Squelchers are better in that they have jump tech, so they never really run out of rolls. Those ones, the dodge rolls are more of a liability than anything else, in my opinion. Like, if they could fire like they can in single reticle form, even with a slower fire rate, while just standing and moving around, then it wouldn't be a problem, because then they could main strafe and use that effectively in combat. But in combat, they're kind of forced to dodge roll, which I'd rather be able to main strafe than be able to dodge roll, personally. So, the crab tank option for a, short-range aggressive weapon, better filled, I think, by the splash. I think the Dualies are outclassed. Burst bombs are also a better long-range poke option for them. I think for that weapon in particular, it's better than having the suction bomb. I've got to get out of here. I don't need to splat them, I just need to get them out of there. This is not good. I actually got someone with bomb. Holy moly. Leaders on left, I want to be on right. Nice. The bomb there definitely helps kill the Expo. No question about it. I don't know if I want to jump to either of these players. The leader's looking at one, and then the other one's just so far back, so they're definitely just going to trade. Up a little. All right. Wasn't able to get anything done on that last fight on the retake. If I'd been a little faster, I might have been able to bomb the Jet Squelcher off the big bubbler again. Might have been out of ink, though, at that point. I was #1 overall splatter with 4. Just didn't do a lot. That was a double backline kind of situation there. Their Jet was playing pretty aggressively. We're getting up on zone and trying to get in our business. And the big bubbler was doing a good job of protecting them. And then meanwhile, it was harder for our stringer and our heavy to get involved. So I'm really the only fast pushing weapon on our team there. That's something to watch out for when you're building a competitive comp. Like, you need some pushing power. You can't just put everyone on the back line and expect you're going to be able to make the enemy team move anywhere. Favorite mode? Plambutts. There's a lot of people looking at me. I'm hoping we can do something with that. Yes, we can. Beautiful. Needed to get just a little bit further behind the pillow there for that to be safe. We probably lose the zone now. So I was covering the angle for my teammate there, and so as soon as I go down, they're unprotected. Should have that. There we go. Oh my god, I missed everything. So we're scoring a little bit. Probably not going to score much. I get 1. There's 2. There's 3. Let's go. You don't want to get too distracted by the umbrella, but we figured it out. This is really nasty now. We get to exist really deep into their base. They didn't get their shield up in time. Oh my god, let's go. Very clean, very clean. That was a good game. Oh, you played with me, Kuma? GG. Oh, you were the jet from the previous game. Okay. Okay. 2 wins, only 1 loss. We're positive. Any recommendations for a Slayer weapon with suction bombs? Hey, you're looking at it right here. Splatter shot. Top 3 weapon in the game. Frontline weapon. Slayer with suction bombs. Splatter shots never go out of style. They're like blue jeans. What is Platana Stamper supposed to do? That's a good question that we're still working out all of the answers to, but it's sort of a... It can play sort of like a Rapid Blaster, and then it can play sort of like a roller. I guess it's closest to like a Flingza Roller's playstyle, I guess. Except a Flingza Roller is going to paint more for special than it will because of the kit. But the main weapon itself takes the sort of ranges that it does. Like, it has options to go aggressive, but most of the time it's just going to use its long range to zone. Alright. Some good Trizuka shots. Should be able to move in on the zone. Just need to do... Okay, perfect! Let's go! Good stuff, team. Ooh! I spent too long out there. The E-Leader had already respawned. That's on me. Okay, so Hydra's top left. Oh my god, I didn't get away from that? I totally thought I was fine. Oh, I hit one shot, I think. Wasn't able to hit the rest. Nice. Well, that was dumb for several reasons. First of all, because I had a terrible angle to Trizuka from. Second of all, because as soon as I got pushed, I was just going to die. Two down from there. I expect we probably get pushed over the right. No, we're going to get pushed over the top here. I think I'm dropping these ones. Okay, there we go. Okay. There's a lot of people watching me here. Got 2. Come on, let's go. Get zoned. You got this. There we go. There's 1. Keep going. Keep pushing. Get zoned. Okay. Last one on me. We can probably outpaint this. No, we're not going to. We can, we're just not. Why are we backing up? We've got a 2v1 situation. We just left our teammate out to dry. I don't know if I can save that. I need to run now. Oh, wow. I didn't even think I was peeking. I thought I was just turning enough around the corner to see. Well, that's bad. That's probably the game. Especially if we just never get close enough to the zone to paint it. I'm probably going to leave the comp here, just because we don't have enough aggressive weapons. Got a Blob and a Tri-Stringer who are both, you know, staying back, which is probably what they should do, especially with that much backline pressure, but I'll go in and get picks, and then we can't walk forwards fast still. Yeah, there are always so many arrow spray users, even though it's not recommended. I mean, not everyone is listening to my recommendations or competitive players' recommendations. Whoa, that was slow. It's like, are we talking about Nintendo's recommendations? Because, like, that's... They put the weapon in the game. It's not like they didn't expect people to ever play it. My recommendation comes from a position of being a competitive player, of playing this game to try and win, which is not necessarily intended play. Faster. Sadness. Oh, that's a leader. Hi. Maybe on the left side. That's probably why they went to the right side. Well, can I make this? No, I can't. At least I got out of that. Teammate immediately went down though. Rush behind us. I cannot do anything about, so I'm just going to sit here and wait. Nope. No! They got out of range. They're a squeezer, aren't they? Yes, they are. I should have known that. That's the only shooter they have. Slow this down so much. I like that we're staying back. We can deal with this, right? And they trade. We need to go in and get paint. Oh, thank goodness. I should have had that, honestly. They missed way too many shots. Why did we all die? We get shot by the leader or something? I'm gonna try and keep paint at this guy's feet. Okay, nice. Stay too long in that exposed position. I'm surprised I didn't get the brush. I got body blocked, I think, from killing the brush there. Nice. Okay, you can start moving a little. Oh, hello. Accidentally got a splat. Oh, don't go in. Please don't go in right now. That's what was going to happen if we went in. No, Max, not you too. Stop staggering. Don't go in. I cannot protect this. That was the best case scenario, and it was a trade. Okay. Jeez. Uh-oh. Ah. Ink mine painted my feet. I'd recognize that a little quicker. Might have been able to get out. Keep getting flanked on left by this brush. I think I can catch it coming. No, I can't because they've got a wave breaker in range. Okay. Well, it's just me. But it is just one of them, too. If I get that pick, nobody's jumping into it. Okay. Oh no, I'm so dead. The brush keeps flanking left. They've got Azuka out. Just gonna be careful until it's all used up. Yeah. We probably lose. Well, we got a pick. Maybe we can get something done here. We need to paint the zone. There's a cap. Just need to not get sniped. Before the teammate can move in and take them out. Okay, nice. Oh my god. I'm not happy with the way I'm aiming right now. I trust myself to hit those shots most of the time. I don't think we win this. We don't have the numbers. Yeah, we wiped. I'm gonna take a minute and work on my aim a little bit. Maybe read some questions and stuff. It's the issue with Ultra Stamp. I keep hearing it doesn't work correctly. The hitboxes are smaller than they were in Splatoon 2, so sometimes it can seem like you're stomping right on them and doesn't actually connect the way you hope it will. At least that one was positive. Weapon recommendations for a pro user looking to branch out. It's tough right now for a mid-range shooter, because, like, your best shot is probably, like, a 96, or maybe L3. I guess if you want to play a little more aggressive, then you could go for 52. But, like, a 52 plays almost as aggressively as a splatter shot. So if you're used to really abusing your range, you're going to have to get really used to using wall. But if you're more fight-oriented and you wanted to play Splattershot Pro, 52 is definitely the weapon for you, no question. It's probably the best you're going to get in that direction. If you try to play more supportive, though, I don't know. Still aiming the Zuka a little bit higher than I should be. Have I bought everything that I want on this? Because the date line in Splatoon turns over soon. So I just want to make sure that I've got everything that I want from here. I think I did. Yeah. And that, okay, yeah, that I've already got. And then... Dadfoot sandals. Gross. Still need the Sheldon licenses for these two, but that's all I need. Alright. Hot take, E-Leader and Splat Charger Slayers. You know, Jimmy, there's honestly... You make a point. Because, like, on one hand, yeah, that is the impact that they have on fights. Unless you're talking about, like, getting down on the ground level and flanking, in which case, okay, Jimmy. You do your thing. Yeah, 96 isn't bad. Like, I think if Inkvac is ever highly valued, the 96 is going to be the weapon you want to use it with. Unless they come out with new kits. That or, I mean, Splat Charger, obviously, would probably be the first choice. But assuming you're just trying to farm for the Inkvac, and that's all you really care about doing with that weapon, 96 is probably the one to get it the fastest. Yeah, no, that's not off base. Sprinkler is basically used for mobility. There are a few niche cases, like throwing it on zone or over the top of a zone, or occasionally you can use it as cover. In a pinch. It's about the most you're getting out of it most of the time. I don't want to drop from here. I'm going to give myself a little more space. So you get the Hydra up on Spinner. They don't have a lot of paint, but they do have some. I'm surprised I didn't kill. Oh, now I've got to run. We're staggering. Woo! Where is the Hydra? Where is the Hydra? Where is the Hydra? Where is it? Man, those are such free shots on the Junior. There's one sharking right under that corner there. I think they don't know I'm here. I think we can surprise them later. Yep. Okay. That'll get us. Oh, that's a bomb. Might have even exploded against my teammates for Crab. Oh dear. We have one more chance. Hydra's their Spinner. Get their attention over here, because clearly there's a fight happening. Oh my god, everything about that was bad. Oh, we got the cap though. was stuck between the idea of getting an angle where I could try Zuka and getting an angle where I wasn't going to get shot. Oh my god. Ha! Let's go. Alright. Where's Hydra, though? Nobody's even coming out this side. They don't have it painted 2.5 minutes into the game. It's 2 down. So the most that might be coming over is probably 1. Oh, hi. We stood on top of each other and got double directed. Someone up there. Get him, Pebble. There you go. Pressure on this leader, but I'm gonna run out of time here. Yeah. I took way too long figuring out where I wanted to go there. If I take the more direct path to get up there, I probably catch them before their teammates can help. So I felt like I needed to clear the Hydra before our teammates were going to be able to reach the zone and paint safely. Blaster's on our spinner behind me. Oh no. Not yet. I don't have time. I need to go zone straight away. Watch a video on different positions. Notice you don't have a recommended position for brushes. I've done frontline and backline. That's as specific as I've gotten there. That's... They're not intended as guides for, like, every weapon class or anything. It's to get you thinking about some general concepts that apply to a lot of different ones. I'm not an expert on brushes. Like, I don't play them competitively. So, one thing you've got to know about people who are making guides about every single weapon in the game is that they do not know every weapon in the game as well as the others. Like, I would trust someone like Dude for the most part, because Dude is a top-level player who at least knows how a lot of weapons are supposed to play from having played against them in tournament and whatnot. But, like, I don't like giving too much advice beyond the basic mechanics about weapons that I don't play. Especially, like, things like heavy backline weapons, or weapons with unique mechanics that I don't use, like brushes, maybe Splatana's. Like, I prefer to defer to people who know what they're talking about on those. I definitely don't. PB is private battle. Did you have a look at Dude's weapon tier list? Oh, I didn't know the Dude posted one. Be interested in checking that out. What is the best weapon? Probably Sloshing Machine. If not, then I would say E-Leader, and if not that, I would say Splattershot. That early pick let us just move forward with the zone as it got painted, which is fantastic because it lets me get into an aggressive position and deny them cover that they could try and use for a retake. I was a little bit panicky. Oh, alright. Cool. We were at like 40-something, though. I thought the match had to continue at that point. Man. Because we were hard winning that game. Lies, 52 is best. Man. None of us had died. We'd gotten the zone all the way halfway down. That feels like a game that should have continued. Because at the time that they DC'd, we were well on our way to winning it. Which 5 or 6? "52, Machine, Leader, Scoped and Unscoped, and Hydra." Hydra? That's a very interesting take. That's something that I don't think a lot of people agree with. But yeah, like, Leader, Machine, totally makes sense. And I think one of the big reasons that you run a splatter shot is to be able to counter specifically an E-Leader with the Trizuka and still have an aggressive frontline weapon. Main strafe versus sub-strafe versus special strafe? What do you mean special strafe? That's not a thing. But I mean, main strafing and sub-strafing, the biggest problem with main strafing is that not every weapon can do it. Or like do it and have it be useful. Cool, I don't even have to pick that one. It's funny, I get quieter when I'm sharking, as if they can hear me. If I'm too loud. Well, that's unfortunate. Teammates got him anyway. They're just double rolling all over the place. He's going to leave them vulnerable if they keep trying. That is a good place for them to bait me down to if we're not about to win the game. Because down there, the Dapples win the fight against me. Problem is, we're about to knock out the zone. So if I keep them down there, we just win the game. Rat weapon is a very loose definition that you won't see used an awful lot in by other players in competitive play. At least not for a very serious description of how a weapon's supposed to play. It's basically a way to deride solutions like I don't know. Sploosh and Aerospray players, basically. Mainly Sploosh, though. I think it's really at a competitive level, anyway. Aerospray players try to do Sploosh things, and those players should realize that the Sploosh is better at doing Sploosh things than the Aerospray is. Need a kitty can. You know, there is a set location that the cat tends to be a lot of the time, and he is very cute when he is just snoozing there. So, you do have a point. It wouldn't be the hardest thing to set up. Although, I don't know if I have the USB ports for it, actually. I took way too long to get in range. That should have been an easy pick. Oh, you hate to see everybody dying on the place you're jumping to. Nobody will expect this, right? We need to pick a zone here. Oh, hi. Skill issue. It was a meme that, like, people thought was clever. And it's like, okay, maybe, but also, you've said this 1,000 times. So at this point, it has become repetition. It's like how middle schoolers will take a joke and seize on it and just not stop saying that same exact joke the entire year. Not realizing that, like, no, it's not funny anymore because you've said it so often. Or maybe they do still think it's funny. Maybe the novelty just hasn't worn off for them the way that it does for adults. I don't know. I'll hit him eventually. There we go. I really like that big bubbler. Do I like me jumping into it? Maybe not, but yeah, we get there. So we don't KO here. We took a really long time to paint the zone, but we still don't KO here. I actually like using that wall a lot. Being able to squid roll off the back. Well, this is bad. I just die here. No way I trade that. Oh my god, that weapon is so bad at killing at close range. I mean, I took a lot of their painting power off the zone, I guess. It's dangerous. There's someone on my far left. What are they doing? I don't know where the zone is. Anyone relevant to it? Nice. Good job, roller. Roller goes down there, and then I get they didn't target me. I was worried they were going to see me coming in for the jump. I got the reflux. That's more painting power than my weapon has. We might be able to... Yeah, we'll at least neutralize with the big bubbler here. Well played on the big bubbler choice. I like that call. I got you. Okay, you didn't swim, so you just die. That's 2. Should be zoned for free right at the last second. Can I hit this? Nah, not if I'm wave aiming that badly. I was out of ink, is what I just realized. But it's fine, because they can't get to the zone anyway. I used to play this game, and whenever someone would die, there was a 90% chance someone would say noob down. There's no voice chat. Where are you hearing them say that? Or are you talking about a different game? That was a pretty good one. If you were to make a balance patch for Splatoon 3, what would you change? It's really hard, because what I want to do is mostly change the maps. Instead of changing the weapons, per se. Dapples needs, like... How do you keep Dapple's identity intact while making it a better weapon? Give Dapples a burst bomb. That'd be a good start. That might make something of it. Undercover needs to be reworked. Needs to be given some kind of massive upgrade. Maybe just make it a straight up Slayer weapon. Like, just give it a better time to kill by a lot. Seems like what they're trying to do with the kit that it's got anyway. It'd be difficult. It could be really easy to break if they make it too fast, but I think it needs to be faster than it currently is. Nice. Because, like, Tetradualies have about comparable survivability with their dodge rolls, and they splat so much faster. They made it, like, as fast as Tetradualies. That'd probably be okay, I think. Yeah. Angle shooter needs either more damage, or what would really be hilarious with the angle shooter is if they just, like, quintupled its range. Just make it so that it is, as soon as you throw it, it is just bouncing all over the place. And maybe make the line do 10 damage per or something, so that you can, like, hit someone with, like, rebound shots 5 times and get them at half. See, what you do here... Oh, okay. I was going to say, what you do here is you're marked, so they know where you're going to be trying to come back up. And so you just dance around in the middle and make them watch you, because that's all you can safely do, but it is also wasting their time. But then someone tried to drop on me, which might have been threatening if they hadn't immediately fallen off the ledge. I just died to the wave breaker, didn't I? Oh dear. That was a really good wave breaker from the, reef slider from the undercover. Great weapon right there. Clipping that one. Any other umbrella, I get in that situation, I'm turbo dead. That umbrella, you fight it out and you see if it works. Ah, crap. Yeah, I should have expected that. Nice. That's 2 down. Move in, get zone. Reset the timer on it. Oh, I don't like this. That jump might be seen. We have a lot of players over here on this side. I guess that makes it a little safer to go in. Teammate went in and I wasn't with him. Nice! Got him all the way around it. Ooh, and we still capped the zone. Beautiful, and I saved the jump too. Oh, hi. Who's this leader? Oh, they're over on the other side. I don't need to worry about that. This, actually, I might lose. Oh, it was the mine that got me, of all things. Nice, and I got one for that. There's a jump. I can't get to the jump in time. I'm just going to snipe if I try. I'm just going to free fire this. Cool. That was a pretty good game. Oh yeah, I mean, every weapon can be better if it has a better kit. It's 2/3 of the weapon that you're discussing there. Like, this specific Undercover Umbrella kit sucks. Kent's Undercover Umbrella, when it was released, was one of the better weapons in the game. The kit matters a lot. How long have you been live? 6 hours. Pretty close to exactly that. Yeah, I'm not VOD reviewing anymore. I guess my stream title is a little inaccurate, isn't it? But I can't change it on YouTube. At least as far as I'm aware. It changes, like, the instance of the stream or something like that. It's weird the way YouTube does it. It seems a little bit counterintuitive. Like, I get that they've got to make it into a YouTube video afterward, and that has to have just one title. But there's got to be some workaround so that you don't have to just, like, restart the whole thing. Hi, Serapha. Do you not sleep? What are you talking about? It's like 7 p.m. This is not late. But yeah, I did do a good, like, 3 or 4 hours of VOD reviewing. Okay. They should know where I am now, and they don't. The 52 should have moved in at least. They still don't know I'm here. Oh, man. Okay. Good job for the Bloblobber cleaning that up. Well played. There were like 4 different ways that I gave myself away there that a top player spots me for every time. But there, nobody noticed. Oh, crap. It's just our blob. I don't want them to fight this. Yeah, that's what happens. The nice thing about high ground here is I can drop from multiple different directions. The not nice thing about that is that Rapid Blaster can hit all of those angles. It was a good tactic in a fight against the 52, just not a fight against the 52 that is being third-partied by a Rapid Blaster. Nice. There we go. Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go. We need to move in. Take the zone. Paint the zone. Paint the zone. Okay. Whew. The blob coming in clutch there with the zone paint. Thank you. Do it again. That's too much to ask, isn't it? Ah, yeah. Got him anyway. Hi. Okay, we traded. Ooh. They might have an opportunity here. Can we get that? If we get that on the right, we're good. Oh, no, they got a double? Oh, dear. Dive on me. Dive on me. You're a Rapid Blaster, what? Oh no, that was the... No, that was the Rapid Blaster. I guess they just didn't know? Okay, zone, 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 zone. Nice. Zone! Hello! Oh my god. That was one person versus three. I was worried that we were gonna lose it. Okay. I don't know what happened to the fourth. I was paying too much attention to not dying. But I just won a 1v2 against 252 gals, one of which already had a wall up. And then the third died to my suction bomb. Solo queue things. Competitive hide and seek. People did play hide and seek in private battles in Splatoon 2. It was a lot of fun. The way you do it is you'd put like 3 players on one team and 4 on another. It was a good game for when you didn't have quite enough numbers to play a 4v4 PB, but people still wanted to play. And so you'd put the smaller number of players on the hiding team, and then the 4 players had 1 minute in a turf war match to go out onto the map, and they could paint as much as they wanted during that time. But then as soon as time ran out, they weren't allowed to paint anymore. And they had to hide, and the Seekers had to splat them. So they can run around in ink that they already have painted, but they can't paint any more for themselves. So eventually, you know, the Seekers start to close in on them, because there's not that much left. And so then you start going to strategies for, like, hiding without paint. Like, you just kind of sit like this in a corner or something. It was a lot of fun. There are a whole bunch of different, like, house rules for it. Yeah, it was great for PB streams when PB streams made any sense. Unfortunately, you start getting to hundreds of people, and you just feel bad for everybody, because they have to wait in line for so much longer than they actually get to play. Like, I know I wouldn't actually enjoy playing in a PB stream of this size. Like, I'd want to go to a smaller one. Oh, cool. Means we get to save this for when this player tries to jump in on my teammate. And then miss everything. And pray that you just get something from Snipe, and you don't. And then you're sad. And now someone's dropping it on you on the left. Man! I think I got like a shot or two on each of them, but then the wall went up and it was all over. Okay, don't go in, don't go in. You're in a 2v4. Oh my god, please back up. You're giving me a heart attack. That's exactly what's gonna happen. You got one. I don't know if I can save the other. Okay. Raisin stayed alive. Which is a good job of them. Oh, hi. You just went right for me, huh? No regard for my teammate. Can't step in front of your splash wall there. There's someone right here. Woo! Let's go. Nice. I'm proud of that Trizuka shot. Suction bombs have little faces? No, I think they've just got, like, text on them or something. Box mac and cheese? There you go. Then Maxaroni and cheese shows up. Okay, there we go. Now we're back in business. Now we're close to the rank up. I actually really want that rank up battle, because that'll get me to the point where X battles will start off unlocked as soon as they are available to me. I don't know if you need to do a rank up battle for every 10, or if it's just a rank up battle at S plus 10. I just know there is one. Clams, Undertow, and Museum. I really like Splattershot for Museum, and I really like Blaster for Undertow. I haven't played a ton of Blaster recently, so I think I'll go with the Blaster. Where are we at there? So 434. Okay, we've made some progress catching up. Okay, but here we need to change the build-up because we need more IA. At least I want more IA. People are not running as much IA as I thought they would want to. And honestly, I like it having more. So I'm going to disregard their input for the time being. Let's get the aim warmed up just a little bit. Did anyone play Slosher at this event? Oh, at the big house? Yeah. Sorry that my stream title is vastly inaccurate now. The VOD review stopped about 2 hours ago. I've just been playing solo queue since then. In the I'm totally forgetting the question now, and I have to scroll up to see it again. Oh, Slosher, right. So I'm pretty sure Kyo played some V-Slosher, but a lot of people are playing Sloshing Machine. Alright, that's feeling pretty good. Let's go again. Let's go again! So the convention for the decimal thing does not 1.6. So you're running 1 main and 6 subs, is that what you're saying? So that's the equivalent of, math. That's the equivalent of 28 AP. So that's like the same as 2.3. Yeah, because it's not a decimal system, and that's what I don't like about the point thing. I prefer, if it's going to work the way that it is, that people just say, like, 1, 2. Like, put a semicolon in the middle or something. And that's not a convention that's going to be easy to get people to fall in line with, because I didn't make the system. But I think it makes more sense. This is a really bad push. There's no cover against the crab tank whatsoever from there. It's going to set the team back. I am glad that they backed up, though. Oh, 3 down. Let's go. Backing up around that corner is actually a mistake against the slasher, or against the blaster. Power climb in their own basket is open. We don't have any paint on the right-hand side. That's something to be a little bit worried about. Their team has a problem with pushing. They have a lot of like midline weapons that want to control space, but not a lot of weapons that want to actually go in. So we're kind of just walking at them for free. Man, I've been getting a lot of directs that seem like they should be getting blocked. That's a crab tank. Oh, we don't even have a pity I can jump in. They haven't scored yet. I'm not used to being so close to KOing in a match where they haven't scored yet. I die for that. And we don't get much more. Oh, woohoo, a smaller penalty. What should we get from that? The better play there is the person with the one clam is just to back up and survive. Very vulnerable crab tank. They left their back open to uncontestable high ground. Oh boy. We survived? Man. If a teammate had seen that, they might have been able to help me. 2. 1 more? No, not quite. Well, we've got to push down to 1. Oh, there we go. Nice. Alright. I can see you says I can see you. Welcome, I can see you. I can see your message in chat. How much do secondary abilities affect you versus main abilities? It's a 3 to 10 ratio. A main is worth 10 to a sub's 3. Upload the replay with the zany wipeout on Mahi. We can go and find the code. I think it was this one. Let's go and confirm, because it was right near the end, so it should be quick to find. What weapons would want comeback? And 3 subs of... That's very specific. And I don't think there are very many that would run both sub saver and comeback. Comeback is a very, very aggressive choice. Ah, shoot! When the game ends, you can't go back to the navigation bar. So now we have to watch this whole thing, and then hit restart replay. Do you have any opinion about FLC's opinion on InkFac? I trust FLC's opinions more than my own a lot of the time. He has a perspective on the game and an experience with the game that I don't have the top level experience to match. Okay. Okay. Please go there. Thank you. I can definitely see some downsides to InkFac. Like, I definitely agree it's not a top tier special. It can be frustrating to push against, but it's also... Oh, it must have been earlier. I thought it was right near the end of the game. Sum up his thoughts on InkFac. He thinks it's one of the weakest specials in the game. He'd probably put... going from bottom up, he'd probably put, like, Stamp, Tacticooler... and then probably InkFac. There are a couple of major weaknesses with InkFac. One is that there's a delay between when you're actually suctioning up ink and when... Might be earlier than this. There's a delay between when you're suctioning up ink and when you're able to fire the shot. So if someone just keeps firing you as you approach that point, you, might have actually been what set this up. You get shot, and not a lot you can do about it. Oh, this might be... Nah. Okay, this might be it. Nope. We'll watch it through. This has to be the game, right? I just can't remember. The other thing about InkFac, though, is that you're not painting or having an impact on the map that is positive. It's just like the negative impact of removing what your opponent is trying to do. Because, like, you gotta remember that painting the map will... Oh, this might be it. Yes, this is it. There it is. Okay. So we know that it's this one. Alright, there's your code, folks. Some people wanted the replay code. There it is. I have no idea. This is the first time I've uploaded one. What are we reviewing? We were reviewing The Big House. But I did like 4 hours of solid VOD reviewing. And it was like, let's play the video game, huh? Alright. It's in the chat now. I think I'm gonna try and make my way to a rank up battle, if I can. Because I'm close to it. It would be good to have that for content later. How am I today? I'm doing pretty well, holy guacamole. Thanks for asking. Yeah, pour one out for all of the sick clips that were lost when the game was patched. I got you, teammate. I also got you. Oh, man. Oh! Oh, you saw what I was going for there, though. Ah. I wanted to believe. Oh no, I missed. Okay. Didn't miss that one. Yeah, I figured we might get some resistance from up there. Oh no. I died to this. Yeah. Run speed OP! Late night crab. I like that. Oh no. That was an oopsie whoopsie. One on left, one on right. They're jumping into right. I want to make sure that anime EP3 here. Or is it anime P3? Yeah, it's anime P3. There we go. Ah! Whoop. Okay. Crap. I don't like being noticed. Do not perceive me. Hey! No, 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 you're perceiving me. Hydras run a lot of run speed. I noticed. Okay, yeah, blaster came right back around. And I died to that heavy here, unfortunately. soon as the heavy gets into that position, I can't stay there. I probably shouldn't shouldn't go there in the first place. And they're spotting me out pretty well. Oh, they're trying to Spider-Man me. Okay. Not super happy about the second power clam getting in. Like, that's a little bit... brings us a little bit close. Okay, I'm lucky to get out of that alive. Man. Okay, at least there's nobody coming after these jumps. No. Okay, good stop. This is bait. Come and get me, squid. Okay, let me have this. Ah, I was close. Yeah. Throw the clam away, we don't need it. You win? Yeah, okay. Whew. The clam in that situation is just giving your position away. You win the game if nothing happens. So you throw the clam away, you play defense, and make sure nothing happens instead of getting chased down. Doesn't your controller get all greasy? It's not bad. I wipe my hands off before I touch the controller again. Oh, it's not anime, it's Amy. That changes everything. Munches thoughtfully. Gem is the only non-dabber, which means Gem should dab. This is a, these are kettle cooked potato chips from Cape Cod. Oh my god, I always do that. I don't want to be in this corner, I want to be up top. Nobody ever wants to be in that corner. Why would you ever jump to that corner? I guess maybe you want to put a beacon there? I don't know why. Might as well just jump to spawn at that point. Did I just bait my teammate into thinking that was safe because I was about to do it? RIP. Smart of them to go for the horizontal flick. Vertical wouldn't have come out in time. I thought I hit the direct on the zap, and then I didn't. I was wrong. You don't want to over-push this here. If we bait someone into, like, getting picked here, that could work. But we need to play super safe until we got our teammates back. Oh, and that is not it. Their first instinct is to back up, which puts them on your color ink. And then they're sitting duck. I shouldn't have thrown the clams at them. I forgot that they drop all their clams as soon as they reef slider. No way, they're up there? How did they get up there? Oh my god. This is actually really annoying. Yeah, they're dead. The time to jump a power clam in was much earlier. We did get in, which is cool. There's only one player alive. The wall went up before I could get a shot off. They're going to get pretty close to scoring. I don't think they're guaranteed to score, though. Good trade. Alleviates a lot of pressure. Okay, good stop. It's just that guy. Nice! Well played, well played. This might be a mistake. You might be able to get in range. No, they're good. I thought there might be someone over there. Nice, I got someone with the chicken anyway. You love to see it. Oh, I thought I had that shot out in time. It's fine. Amy cleans those. And then it's just the power clam right there. If that goes down, then we win. So we just shark here. Nice. That was a pretty good one. Sorry would be good for when I accidentally block a teammate's shots. Oh no. You ever wonder where the clams come from? I figure it's like a Hunger Games situation where they just kind of like teleport them in with drones or something from some undisclosed location. Yeah, Tenta Missile's got a really big buff in the middle of Splatoon 2, and they never reverted the buff. Suddenly, Tenta Missiles went from being not great to one of the best specials in the game. And with the weapons that they introduced... it wasn't even that. It was Jet Squelcher was actually one of the weapons that was a big problem. That was there since the beginning. But K-Shot became a favorite pretty quickly. Yeah, I forgot how they actually did it, like in Hunger Games, like if they materialized them or just dropped them, like airdropped them. But like you're in a like an inescapable arena where they can just like force you to move around with deadly obstacles. Just me. If there's anybody else still here... Okay, there isn't. Ah, crap! Good morning is a top-level team. And that is what the GM stands for on Soldier's Tag there. Because they have full mid control right now, we have no paint there. Soldier is free to roam around at will, and I need to watch out for flanks everywhere. Oh my god. Some interesting beacon placements. Oh, this has been fun. Hi. Oh my god. I thought I had that direct. Bad aim on my part, but also I don't know what happened that the brush was able to just walk forward when we were both looking at him. Well, I got Soldier once. At a time that definitely mattered. Definitely. The one and only point sensor user. Okay. Well, we're still in good shape on this series. Could potentially still get it on this one. We'll stick with it. Yeah. Where a squid surge moves the tower? How so? Finally got A rank or S rank. Congrats. You think it was a good idea to keeping jump RNG for blasters but making them use gear to help with it? I think it's a decent balance. Because blasters with no aim RNG were very dominant in the meta of Splatoon 1. I don't think it was even no aim RNG. They were just really strong, though. And they want other weapons to be able to play the game. So, making them gear dependent isn't a bad solution. We're all dead. Whee! Not a great start. I sparked from on the last one. That's super unfortunate. But we stopped the bleeding pretty well. I don't want any of this. Oh, the bomb, the auto bomb. It snuck up behind me. I am not a huge fan of us being that far forward when they're the only one up. Okay, they made it work. There's two still trying to drop on them. What is that jump? For the power clam too? Even if they're not dead, you know they're gonna be dead. Why is Soldier on the other team again? Stop doing this to me. Well, alright, we took care of two. Hi. That's probably not worth, because we wiped. And they're just going to score immediately. And I'll wipe with it. On my side of the blaster. Yeah, see, and they get a lead right back. Oh, there's so many clams down there. I still don't trust that it's clear. Might be clear now. Oh no, there's a blaster still! I thought we had someone drop out to the right. What happened? Oh no. I might have actually had a shot at that point, because I wasn't firing. Might have been through my whiting frames. I didn't want to land on that. Let's wait a minute and not end up in another match with Soldier. Number 1 enemy splatter with 4. Oh, Nunu must have gotten some assists or something. Oy vey. Soldier wasn't even top fragging. I gotta say it, I think matchmaking made more sense in Splatoon 2. There were a lot of hopes that I had for the way that this was going to work, but it does not feel like it's matching you up as a very meaningful test of your abilities right now. Because you're in a lobby with people who, if you take the Glicko ratings from Splatoon 2 and match them over, you're in a lobby with people who could be anywhere, you know, below X rank or at top 500. It doesn't even, there's not even like a demarcation line between them right now. Try a range blaster? I don't play range blaster. I play more aggressive weapons. Are the medals explained in how many points gold or silver contributes? Incopedia probably has something about that. Is Clash meta? Clash is one of the weakest main weapons in the entire game. It has a really good kit for it, honestly, and it's still not seeing any use whatsoever. I can't think of a reason to pick a Clash Blaster over a Splatter Shot on any map mode. Tower control is the best argument. I still don't see it personally. What is your favorite breed of yellow dog? Golden Retriever. Golden Retrievers are sick. I love Golden Retrievers. Is Crab Tank overrated? I don't think so. I think we're finding good uses for it. We saw a lot of use of it in Big House, and it seemed to be pretty effective there. Oh, that was interesting. It took me long to get into a position where I could hit that player. I'm trying to get in there, man. Oh, that's annoying. Well, I didn't get anything done. We've got to get this heavy out of our spawn. We're frontlining. I can't hit anything. That's the heavy. Don't want to push that too hard. Will we get more? We need to keep the basket open pretty well here. We do have a good position, though. Especially if I hit this. Press ZR, win against the Dapple Dualies. Fortunately, the Dualie Squelchers, you require a slightly different strategy. Oh god! I actually probably could have squid rolled that. Maybe survived. I need to be thinking to do that. Okay, I revealed them with the auto bomb. Cool. We stood in one place and all died to the Trizuka. Oh, we are so lucky that the baskets closed there. They easily could have knocked that game out if that hadn't happened. Yep. That might be a mistake. I might bait my teammates into running further in than they should. And we don't have a power clam anymore. You need to be making a power clam, teammate. You cannot be going in right now. This is game over. Ugh. Man. If they were to just spend the time they spent trying to run at their basket making a power clam, we get an overtime, and we get another opportunity. Big boy. I'm eating Cape Cod potato chips. What's the problem with a Sun Chips bag? Sun Chips are pretty good. They're not exactly melee weapons. Some of them hit longer than melee range, especially like the Octobrush. Especially the Stamper. But I mean, they do have a melee hitbox. Oh, that was you, Zink. I recognize your tag from the game. GG. This is S+9. I like the original ones. I like the cheese ones, and I like the... It's like harvest salad or something. It's got like tomato flavoring on it. All of those are pretty good. I don't think I've tried all the flavors, though. Ah, hi. Thank you. I did not have an angle on that at all. Wow, I didn't do anything there. I just completely ran out of ink. My bad, team. I also thought I was going to get more pressure from the other side of it. So they all just kind of focused me down before anyone did anything. That was too far away to be throwing the clam from. Alright, cool. A lead of 1 clam. I die, yes. I should not have poked my head out there. Stay alive, please, teammates. I'm coming. Sloshing machine things. Okay. That's a little bit more damage, but it's not too bad. Just push in with our tent friend here. This is the turtle I think it is. They are a Division 2 level player. Oh my god. Nobody's dealing with this machine back here. Rip. What? Oh, someone from behind me hit me. No, it was the Booyah Bomb. I thought I was out of that. Man. Got to A+ here. How to get out? Oh. I'm glad you were able to do it. Congrats, Breadmaster. Garden salsa versus non-garden salsa. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's probably what it is. I guess closer. I think we made progress, at any rate. I want to get that rank up battle. I'm getting that rank up battle. I don't even need to make it 300. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Oh yeah, the bag crinkling sounds are probably pretty loud on the mic, aren't they? You recommend carrying football with a reef slider? Doesn't it pop off you when you reef slider? That only makes you more vulnerable if you try to rush it in. Makes you less likely to score it. It can be good, like, as a bait maybe, but if your plan is reef slider into the basket and then try to pick it up and score again, smart players are just going to back up, let the reef slider detonate, and then splat you before you can pick it up. You're going to have to pick them with the reef slider. Well, this is awkward. I was supposed to direct that player, and then we were going to be able to do things. I didn't mean to booyah there. I meant to this way. Okay, cool. Got him in the startup. So it's just the 52. And they're all the way back there. Did we not get the 52? They had no escape route to the left. They had to run to the right, which was right in range of my teammate. Guess maybe they were worried about the teammates dropping in. Still thought that was a winnable fight before. Oh god. Whew. I should have lost that for sure. Nice. Gonna drop right. Oh my god, they're just gonna score right there, huh? Use that for safety. I don't regret it. Down, we gotta back up here. Nice. This many wave breakers, it's gonna be hard for them to move. Oh crap. This is bad. I probably should have died for that. 52 missed a lot of shots. Well, I got one. Why are we at their basket? We have no clans. There's no shot we get anything done. Just putting yourself in a 1v3 or something. Couldn't get the shots off in time. That was definitely a fight I should have won. Oh wait, that doesn't help because they're lasers. Hopefully it helps the team though. Helps me get back in anyway. Oh, we're getting flanked. Oh, I didn't get a... What? I thought I had a power clam! No! I was trying to, like, get one, create the power clam right away, and then score 20. I mean, we got lead anyway, but not as big of a lead. Sad face. Oh, crap. Should have gone for a second one. I thought they were going to move. Oh my god. That's a lot in a very small corridor, but the chicken! The chicken. Go forth, my minions. My chicken friends. Alright, well I painted their feet anyway. They did a really good job scampering out of range, the Splattershot Pro. Yo, we got in? That actually stalls them so hard. That makes it take so much longer for them to get to our basket. They don't necessarily need to save this power clam. They have another one back there, and they can also make one. No, stop that, stop that! Oh my god, that was too close. Oh my god. Oh. That was terrifying. Haven't been able to send messages? What did you do? Why did they ban you for 5 years? I'm kidding. GG. What is the issue with the Dapples kits? So Dapple Doolies have way too short of range for the job that they want to do as a Slayer. And so they need something they can use to poke from a distance. The reason that Sploosh 7 worked, which also has similar range in Splatoon 2, was that it had a Splat Bomb. And so while it was not in the process of like flanking like crazy, it was able to sit back, throw bombs, have an impact still, and wait for an opportunity. The bombs also helped it out a lot in Rainmaker. Dapples have never had a bomb on their kit. The closest they've come is Torpedo, which is definitely better for them, and at least lets them poke a little bit from a distance. But they also got Splashdown on that kit. So they didn't really have anything worth farming with the paint that they got from the Torpedoes, and the poke damage didn't really combo well with the fact that they have to get within punching range to do any damage. They need something to poke you with so that they're not completely useless when the opponent has any distance away from you. Until that happens, their main weapon is just never going to be put to any kind of use. Because it also can't paint because it has such short range. It actually has a really good fire rate, and it just doesn't matter because the range is so bad. Dip out of that. Squid rolling off of walls is sick, by the way. Just wanted to put that out there. Thank you, chicken friend. We appreciate the effort that you put into our team. I think they knew. And they missed. Oh, they missed the... No, maybe they were going for it. Yeah, they really were sloppy on the movement there. They had multiple opportunities to get over the top to the basket. And missed them both because of movement stuff. Almost got there. Let's go, Frizz. Oh, get him, get him. You're cracked, Frizz. Let's go. Good stuff. All right. Unfortunately, we never had a clam. Or if we had enough clams for him, we never combined them. Like, we can keep sharking here, but at some point, someone's going to have to make something. Or this is just kind of pointless. Yeah, everyone just decided it was our job to camp the enemy spawn without getting a clam ready. We probably needed to back up there. Oh, you're near me. You're very near me. I tried. We'll spend some time breaking that, and maybe that lets us get in or do something. Nah, we only have 2 up. We shouldn't try. We tried anyway, and we died. I want to still drop down. No, I don't. Now we need to defend. Someone up there. Whoo! Okay. Wasn't a direct, but it still felt good. Double backline, it's hard for them to actually push into that. We've got so much space. Okay, that's one of them down. The rest of us were not in position for that, it looks like. Might get a little bit more. How are they still alive? This is wild. Yeah, it's just Dr. Shulk. No, but they got 3 down. There are 2 clams over there. Good job, chicken. You have served me well. I hope that I don't just kill my teammates with bombs. Throwing off my shield here. Yeah, okay, they finally get me there. This is feeling pretty good, though. Got massive, overwhelming map control. Okay. That was the last chance they had, and nobody had any follow-up on it. So I'm like, wait a minute. 3 of them are in their base. Literally the only thing we have to worry about is them jumping to the crab. And nobody tried to jump to the crab. I've run into Love Star before. I mean, they're solid. They're not a top-level player, though. They're not the kind of person like we were VOD reviewing earlier who's winning tournaments. And like I've said, like, weapons will generally work up until, you know, just about top 500 level. Like, people have probably gotten top 500 on most of the weapons in the game. In Splatoon 2. But there is a point where it kind of levels off. And it is there that you can see that the weapon is holding a player back from what they could normally hit. For example, like, Kiver never actually cracked 2600 on the arrow spray, even though with his main weapons, he was like low to mid 2800s. So you can see that, like, those 200 points, that's the difference between using a meta weapon and using the arrow spray. You'd see the same kind of a difference with the Dapple Dualies. Don't understand how clam works well without communication. So I have an entire video answering that question, Black Rose Cora. There's too much to go into right now, but essentially, once you understand the logic of how a push works, you actually need less communication there than you would on something like tower control, where there is a really complex decision about who should actually be getting on the tower. Or same thing with Rainmaker. In clams, who plays the objective? The answer is everybody. Because the objective doesn't have to put you at as much of a disadvantage as the others do. It doesn't, like, take your weapon away. So once you understand the mode, it's actually more simple than most of the other game modes are. It's like that and splat zones for how intuitive it is to make a push at high level solo queue. The problem with the mode, if anything, is that it's not tutorialized well. And it's unlike other game modes that people play in other shooters, so nobody's used to how to play it when they first start. Like, at very low ranks, it's going to feel bad because nobody knows what the heck they're doing, frankly. Like, you'll see people trying to throw clams in the wrong baskets. You'll see people who are trying to throw individual clams in the basket, not knowing that they need to break it first. There's a lot of confusion. A lot of missed power clams, too. People don't know their ranges yet. Mine's better. Oh, hi. Let's go there. know where this charger's hiding. They might have left. Yeah, they did leave. It was unfortunate that everyone on the left died right as I had made the decision to jump across. Oh, they got the shot off? I thought it was around the corner. Easy. Oh, the fact that they're still scoring after I get 2 feels bad. Man. There was only 1 player left on the entire map. And I still feel like, after splatting the other 3, we're at an even position. Or worse. Now we're behind. We got a lot of space, I guess. It was worth something. Shulk probably either dies here or just lets them push in for free. They're just massively out of position. Oh, there's a bomb. I was gonna try and sneak out and maybe flank the vac there. I don't think they get much more out of this. Oh man, we're rushing into enemy ink there. Dr. Shulk, why? You're gonna die, dude. The trade was actually the best. Really surprising. I was not expecting them to be able to do that. I felt like I was behind the wall. It must just be a little bit of latency. Looked like they hit it on their end. Ooh, 3 down. I didn't think they knew that I'd fallen in that exact spot. We weren't going to get much more out of that anyway. Yeah, the latency is definitely worse than it was in 2, which is really frustrating. That was like the #1 thing that I was hoping they would fix. How many catch-up points get added and when? You get... So the number of points that you score divided by 2 score on just that push. Not like overall, but like on that specific push. The number of points divided by 2 is your penalty. So if you just score a power clan when you're at 100 and don't have any extra penalty, then that adds a penalty of 10. Because it's 20 number of points you scored with the power clan divided by 2. Just played me? Nice. You guys won pretty hard. Frizz was doing a really good job. The rest of us were feeding. Myself included. What rank am I? Oh, this is S+9. We're close to a rank up battle into S+10. Okay, same charger. So gotta watch my angles. They do have double back. We don't have any back line. So ideally, I want to be harassing them when I can. But this charger plays very aggressively. Too many shots. I should have died for that. Expo should get me there. I might not be the best player to hold down the right side in this situation. Not enough cover. I should just try to go through mid, hit around stuff. Got one of them anyway. I'm gonna lose another one here. Let's go down. Saved much more from happening there. This is awkward. Got all of them in. I don't think that scores. Oh, let's go! Okay. That's a pretty good push. We all wipe for it, but that's a lot of points. It's not the easiest thing in a solo queue environment for them to come back from that. Chip damage from the Zuka plus the Ink Storm. Bucket versus bucket. Yes, assert dominance in mid. Uh-oh. Yeah, that was over-aggressive of me. They had a teammate flanking on the left. If the teammate sees anything that's going on there, they just push me immediately and I die. They didn't do that, which is crazy, but... and me going down there triggered a huge stagger that lost us the game. That's pretty much my fault. I didn't die an awful lot in that game. Yeah. I think at the end there I was trying to force my way into mid too quickly. We've got the lead. No reason to rush it. Like, yeah, it's my job to frontline, but I'm not doing my job if I'm dying. Just doesn't feel great when you can't contribute as much paint-wise. It's also not a team that paints super well. But theirs isn't great for that either, so we're fine. I guess they've got a zap. What do you got? Ooh. Where is everybody? Okay, nice, nice! Good stuff, Furion. I was like, man, I hope they're winning a fight someplace else on the map, and they were! That is a lot of stuff. I'm not sure I like this jump. Dropped off a ledge into enemy ink. Okay, nice job, Shirt. We should be able to start collapsing on the players on our flat now. They're fighting? They're throwing it right there. Yeah, there's still a dualies here. Okay, they weren't able to jump a clan in. Range blaster got the pick down there. If we pressure that, we realize that there's a second player here and get scared and direct them anyway. Help? Okay, good. Oh no, but another player just kind of looked in the wrong direction after this one had already gone down. Still traded a loss. Where are you trying to go? Oh crap, you know. We got into mid. Stop. that in a trade. Ah, but we wiped out. This is stressful. I feel like they've gotten a lot closer to our baskets than we've gotten to theirs. That's 2 down. Too aggressive. Oh my god. The nice thing is we don't need to maintain a power clan. The not nice thing is that we need a power clan to win the game. Oh, they're going in. Going with them. Nice! There's 2 players watching this. Close to that. No way, we got it. What a sneak. Oh my goodness. Whew. That was very focused at the end. A new cat, and he's quite the acrobat. He has all squeaks rather than meows. That is excellent. How do I improve with a weapon faster? I'm trying to focus on a couple weapons to get better at, but some days I'm popping off, next day is a huge lost streak. Play to learn, not to win, is my advice. Just focus on, like, what can you learn? Always have a question in your head, like, did I accomplish X, Y, and Z during this match? Give yourself, like, checklists. Something I really like doing is having a list of goals and be thinking during the match, okay, so I was hoping to check map to find enemy positions frequently when I was safe. Did I do that? I could have done that better. Let's give myself a 3 out of 5 on that one. And just kind of constantly be tracking yourself on those and try to get the averages higher. I keep track of them in a spreadsheet. Stalemate clams overtime be better if both teams were giving an automatic pity clam. That could unbalance things a little bit. I like it the way it is, actually. I don't think this is bad. I think it's just stressful. I do think overtime should be longer when one team is in the lead, though. I doubt if I stay there. What even hit me? No. Oh. Should be top there soon. Yep. What was I saying? Foreign threat? I thought it was gonna be like corn thread, like cornbread, or I don't know what that means. What's threatening about the corn? Oh my god, there's a bomb there! That's so annoying. I don't want this. I'm a blaster. A vanilla blaster. I need to sneak. Here, I will actually pick up the Tacticooler. We're very likely to go down trying to maintain this push. I'm going down with the respawn timer. Might actually... Okay. I'm glad I got stopped from doing that. The enemy team honestly stopped themselves from getting a kill by getting rid of that, because I would have jumped in and fed. It would have been fun, but it would not have been good. The crab falling down scares me every time. Oh, neat. Okay. It's a cool animation aesthetically, but mechanically it's terrifying. Because you think that there's a big massive orange moving towards you even after you've gotten them splatted. Self-taught polyglot. So you learned another language by yourself? That doesn't make sense. Surely you need at least an app to teach you the language. Trying to cross them up, but they were too close to me. Please don't feed for that clam. That's exactly what happens. I don't like this. Oh, I don't like this at all. Okay. They might be able to get in from this. Oh, nice. We got another one. Awesome. Let's go. That's a big deal. Tried the squid roll, didn't come out. I think we should still be fine. They don't have any clams. They even have a pity clam? I think they wasted that. Yeah. Man, I don't understand when, like, you're getting to the end of the game, and in order to trigger overtime, you need to have a power clam. And, like, an entire team of 4 players just, like, doesn't go and get clams. You'd expect to see them, like, frantically scampering around to go and grab something and just... Nope, they just kind of shoot at you, and you're like, are you gonna do something about this? Nope, no, they're not. Alright. I think we could definitely get all the way to the rank up battle if we win this one. Might even be able to get to it if we don't. It's gonna be close. Anything about drop roller? Weaker in just about every instance than stealth jump. I can't think of a reason why you would want to run it over stealth jump. Because stealth jump counters players putting a bomb on your jump because they don't see the jump in the first place. Drop roller still gets splatted by someone bombing your jump. And that's the way that a top player is going to try and do it whenever they possibly can. I mean, it'll still save your life. So you'll still run into weapons that have difficulty splatting you, you know, don't have a lethal bomb or something, or just don't have the ink to put it down there at the right time. But it'll save your life less often than stealth jump will. What's the salmon run? What's going on in it? Is stealth jump viable? Stealth jump is what most people are running on like most of their gear builds. There are very few weapons that don't run it. Like we saw on the VOD review today, it was like 6 out of the 8 players are running stealth jump on every matchup. It's not that stealth jump got buffed per se. Part of it is that Object Shredder got nerfed, honestly, because the Object Shredder was the other alternative most of the time. But now with no ink armor to counter, it's more situational to have it. Which, by the way, I do not mind at all. Ink armor can stay gone. It is the reason I am playing Blaster right now, that there is no ink armor in the game. I need some help there. I probably should have let my teammates push up in front of me first. Although I would have liked it if they did push up in front of me at all. Do we just get in with this? Yeah, we do. I don't think that leads to anything, though, because we're getting aggressed hard on left. That might let us win that fight? I don't know. 2 people went down over there. Oh, they got a jump in? No, they didn't get a jump into them. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, the power clam throw there was extremely early. Their team was not ready to follow up on that, and they had to rush in to do it. Unfortunate, they saw me first. Yeah, well. There you go, nice. I thought they went over on the right side, and I guess they climbed up the center wall. So they were able to just get on top of me. This way, into die, 2 combo. It never feels like we're getting together here. We need to group up better. So we gotta pick, and then immediately died. Okay, we got another one. This should be it. Help! Help! Nice! Alright, we're in. I want to try and protect Bursty here so they can get my clams. It's not actually top player Bursty, is it? That might be top player Bursty. This guy who's played for FT Win. What is this matchmaking, dude? They tactical loot themselves. The rest are just gonna run in and die now. They try to do anything. Pyro is like a Div 2 Tetris player. I might be wrong about that. I might be mistaking their name for someone else. Range down. 1-for-1 trade. First he has to back up. It was a little bit ambitious of me trying to get in there. Once I hit one shot, I was like, maybe I can hit the second one here. Ooh, that's unfortunate. Rain blaster. Because I don't know what they're doing on the other side. I'm not doing anything on the other side. What's going on? Oh my god, I'm so lucky to be alive. Alright, they didn't have a clam. At that point, I probably should have just been jumping back to spawn or back to one of my teammates. I was so far out of play. I guess if somebody had continued to push on the right, I might have been able to do something, but I didn't like the amount of paint that I had. Massive cat. Neat. Alright. Should get us to the rank up. Yep. We're now able to enter a rank up series, but we will save that for another time. Ooh, a new badge. Okay, let's go see what that is. Uh, 100 Clamblets wins. Huh. I got that before I got that in any other modes. Neat. I don't like any more of these. Nah, this is still my favorite. And you can't really change that one. Okay. Definitely leveled up that, so let's go and see what Harmony has for us. But, next step is that we are going to go and raid someone. Get this set up real quick. A little raid reborn. So for those of you who don't know, I am doing content creation full time. I make a whole bunch of stuff on YouTube on top of streaming and all of this other stuff. So if you are interested in finding all of the things that I am doing, I've got a YouTube channel where I make guide content for how to get better at Splatoon. And how the competitive metagame works and all sorts of stuff like that. And so you can find that there. There's Twitter. We have a Discord server. Discord is how you would request a VOD review from me if you wanted one on one of the Tuesday streams. Those are backed up a little bit. There's also a Metafy there if you want the VOD review a little bit earlier. Patreon if you just want to support and have a little bit of input on what kind of content I make. Really appreciate you guys checking those out. We are going to head over to Reborn NA, who is a former teammate of mine, absolutely cracked gamer. Phenomenal mindset, is learning very fast and is accelerating in his growth. Plays for the Grillers. I actually didn't play with him on the Grillers. I played with him on Watercolor, but the Grillers is also a team that I used to play on. So, thank you everybody for stopping by. If you are on YouTube and would like to join in the raid, hop on over to Twitch. And we will see you in Reborn's chat. School's out, everybody. Let's let them know.